reincarnated as the doomed villainess in a dating sim game with a store summoning skill. Volume 2, Fayuhara Patora, translated by Ren, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Store Summoning 5. A dark dragon appeared in the imperial capital. The rumor spread like wildfire across the entirety of Symphonia in the blink of an eye. Alongside it, the name of the young girl who vanquished the beast with the holy sword of light echoed far and wide. Barely 6 years of age, she was the niece of His Imperial Majesty and the refined, pure, and gallant daughter of a ducal house. She saw through the sinister schemes of a treacherous marquis, plotting to overthrow the nation, and maintained close ties with the princesses of the Prelude Kingdom and the Menoic Queendom. It was said that her absence from high society until now stemmed from her relentless, blood-soaked training in the forest of magical beasts, all to obtain the holy sword destined to save the empire. The Princess of the Holy Sword, Slayer of Evil, such was the title bestowed upon Sakurail La Philharmonie, the ducal lady. Section. "And that's the talk buzzing through the imperial capital," said Alissa, my maid. "Who even is that?" I exclaimed. Hearing Alissa's report, I couldn't help but think, rumors are terrifying. Gallant, refined, and pure, who are they talking about? Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? And training in the forest of magical beasts, where did that chapter even come from? "Well, rumors do tend to grow fins and tails, big or small," Alissa remarked casually. "Ugh, this is such a hassle," I groaned. "The fact that I did defeat the dark dragon and can wield the holy sword only makes this messier. All I want is to keep a low profile and avoid stirring up trouble. Otherwise, those doom flags might come skipping right toward me." Thankfully, one of them, the Crown Prince Elliot route, seems to have fizzled out, I think. Now, I just need to maneuver carefully to avoid stumbling into the roots of the other capture targets. So far, so good, I hope. That aside, today's the day I test out my gift, store summoning, which just hit level 5. When I took down the dark dragon in holy sword mode, the recoil left me with muscle soreness so bad I could barely move. But I've finally recovered, so it's time to give it a go. I wonder what kind of store it'll be this time, I hummed, my excitement building. I was hoping for a convenience store as my top pick, though a family restaurant wouldn't be bad either. Oh, or maybe that Japanese restaurant I used to visit with friends in my past life. Rice. I want rice so badly. With some rare free time, my father, mother, Alissa the maid, Tanya my bodyguard, and I all gathered at the summoning grounds in the ducal estate's garden, enclosed within a barrier. Another blessing, could this be tied to Sakurail defeating the dark dragon? My father mused. Maybe it's a reward from Samania, the goddess of summoning, for our little Sakurail slaying the dragon, my mother added with a smile. Their conversation wasn't entirely off the mark. I suspect it's less about defeating the dark dragon and more about me successfully summoning Estelle's holy sword. In other words, I think it's because I progressed Estelle's event. That's my theory at least, and it's something I'll need to test. Luckily, there's a convenient event still left to try it on, but that's for later. For now, new store time. Focusing my mana toward the summoning grounds, I offered a prayer to Samania, the goddess of summoning. Store summoning. A brilliant light flared, and I felt the mana drain from my body. Here it comes. Oh, it's happening. When the torrent of light subsided, I saw a familiar shop before me and promptly collapsed on the spot. Damn it, of all things. "Sakurail, what's wrong?" my father called out, alarmed. "And no, it's just a bit of a letdown, I guess. It's not really a store I need," I managed to reply, barely able to muster the words for my worried father. I took another look at the shop in front of me. A stylish brick storefront flanked by 2 vending machines. Through the large window, I could see rows of bottles in various colors. Above, a sign read, "Liquor Shop TAKDA." It was the liquor store near my senior's apartment from my past life. Small but well-stocked, it had a solid reputation. From standard fare to rare local brews, it was a thriving little place with a diverse selection. Unlike the bathhouse or pawnshop I'd summoned before, this one hadn't gone out of business. It should still be around. But I'm 6 years old. This store is completely useless to me. The most I can do is buy juice from the vending machines out front. Oh, wait, they sell snacks to go with the drinks too, don't they? Noticing something through the window, my father's eyes lit up with anticipation as he turned to me. Sacurail, could this shop be? Why, yes, it's a liquor store, I admitted weakly. My father thrust a triumphant fist skyward, striking a victory pose. Is it really that big a deal? A liquor store, huh? Well, Sacurail-chan can't drink then, my mother said with a teasing lilt. Even in this world, where the drinking age is lower, no one's letting a 6-year-old near alcohol. Not that I'd want to, I've never been fond of drinking anyway. But my quirky senior from trade school, a woman, mind you, was a huge alcohol enthusiast. She was a walking encyclopedia of trivia and loved regaling me with her vast, eclectic knowledge of liquor. Thanks to her, I've got a weirdly detailed understanding of booze. Ewan, send word to my brother. Tell him we've got some rare liquor, my father ordered. Yes, sir. Ewan, one of our knights, saluted and dashed off toward the palace. Wait, rare enough to tell the emperor. His Majesty and the Prime Minister love their drinks. They'll be thrilled, my father said with a grin. Now that he mentioned it, I remembered His Majesty had a fondness for snacky treats to pair with his drinks. The Prime Minister's a drinker too. This country's not full of lushes, is it? I started to feel a twinge of worry for the nation's future, but shook it off and stepped into the shop. The air-conditioned interior was cool and chic, packed tight with all sorts of alcohol. A fridge in the back held cans of beer and chuhai, plus some juices. Oh, and there were bags of ice in a freezer too. So many varieties, my mother remarked, admiring a pretty glass bottle with a fruit design, probably a liqueur. Meanwhile, my father had already plunked down some gold coins on the counter and was tossing bottles into a basket. That was fast. They couldn't read Earth's writing, but numbers are the same here, so the price tags made sense. I'd warned them the prices were 10 times Earth's rates. A 2,000 yen whiskey became 20,000 here. It feels steep, but for liquor that's rare or outright impossible to find in this world, maybe it's not so bad. Sacurail-chan, is this wine? My mother asked, holding up a bottle. Huh, oh yes, it is, I confirmed. The label had a grape illustration, so she'd figured it out. Koshu wine, huh? I'd never tried it, but my senior swore it was good. Would it suit this world's tastes? Wait, where's father? I glanced around, but he was gone. Stepping outside, I spotted him at the gazebo beside the summoning grounds, pouring liquor over ice into a glass. Hold on, that's spiritus. My senior had called it the world's strongest liquor, boasting over 95% alcohol. Father, wait, I shouted, bolting from the shop. He froze, glass inches from his lips, just in time. That was close. Drinking that straight would have knocked him flat. Father, that's a dangerously strong liquor. It's flammable. Drinking it neat will burn your throat. What? His face twisted in shock as he gingerly set the glass back on the table. I showed him the label, pointing out the alcohol percentage and flammable warning. I explained it's highly combustible. Smoking near it is a terrible idea, and if he insisted on drinking, he should dilute it with juice or soda first. More wisdom courtesy of my senior. Setting the spiritus aside, he picked up a 40% alcohol bottle instead. That's safer still. I suggested starting with a water mix rather than straight. He poured whiskey over ice, added a splash of water, and took a sip. That should be fine. Oh, this is good, delicious, he exclaimed. Relief washed over me. He seemed to enjoy Earth's whiskey, sipping it slowly enough to avoid getting plastered. Though drinking in broad daylight, is that okay for a ducal house? It's for verifying your gift, he claimed, but that's obviously an excuse. As I mulled over such trivialities, a lavish carriage screeched to a halt at the estate's gate. Wait, that's the imperial crest. Well. So this is the summoned liquor shop. His Majesty leapt from the carriage and charged toward us. Behind him, Prime Minister Tenor hurried over, his eyes gleaming with something unsettling. Hey, brother, Prime Minister, already started without you, my father called, raising his glass from the gazebo. Cloud, couldn't you wait a little? Is that the otherworldly liquor? His Majesty demanded. The two made a beeline for the gazebo, barely pausing for pleasantries before sampling the whiskey. Their faces melted into bliss. Oh, such delicate refinement, His Majesty marveled. This rich, floral aroma, the faint sweetness on the palate exquisite, the Prime Minister gushed. They were getting a bit too into it, but I was glad they liked it. They raised their glasses toward me. Sacurail, well done. As expected of my niece, what a delight, His Majesty beamed. Indeed, indeed, Lady Sackerail is truly a treasure of our nation, the Prime Minister added. Aren't you all happier about this than when I beat the dark dragon? Are you already drunk or something? While my father and the others reveled in their impromptu drinking party, the estate servants bustled about, hauling bottle after bottle out of the liquor store. They separated the goods into two groups. Those that could be stored at room temperature were carted off to the mansion, while the chilled ones from the fridge were brought straight to the gazebo. Wait, are they planning to drink all the cold stuff right now? Amid the shopping spree, I made a small discovery. I couldn't buy any of the alcohol myself. It seems minors aren't allowed to purchase it. That's standard on Earth, sure, but here's the kicker. A 15-year-old servant who'd completed their coming-of-age ceremony could buy it. So the buying laws follow Earth's rules, but the age of adulthood is based on this world's standards. I don't get it. Maybe once I make my debut in high society and come of age, I'll be able to buy it too. By the way, I couldn't enter the store's backroom. My guess is that the stock in there replenishes the shelves once the front runs out. If we bought up the backroom supply too, it'd probably be sold out for good. Eventually, after everything was hauled away, my father told me to dismiss the store. Well, with all the contents emptied out, it was just an empty building anyway. I had no personal attachment to the liquor shop, so I followed his instructions and made it vanish from the ducal summoning grounds. A mountain of chilled bottles and cans now sat in front of the gazebo. They're not seriously planning to drink all of that, right? As I began questioning my father's sanity, a procession of noble carriages rolled up to the estate's gate, one after another. The nobles disembarking were guided by our butler, Sebastian, straight to the gazebo. Mother, what's going on? I asked. Those are the nobles of the imperial faction, she explained. His Majesty must have summoned them, probably to share this rare liquor and strengthen their unity, I'd wager. Pretty shrewd. As expected of His Majesty, he doesn't miss a trick. Even after the fall of Marquis Ragtime, the leader of the rival traditionalist faction, the faction itself hadn't completely dissolved. There were still others, the conservatives, the neutrals, and so on. I get the logic of rallying your allies, but... Or maybe he just wanted an excuse to throw a party, I muttered. One corner of the gazebo had fully transformed into a banquet hall. I had zero interest in dealing with a bunch of drunks, so Mother and I retreated to the mansion. Seriously, do your jobs, uncles. The fifth store was a bust. Well, the snacks like cocky pie were tasty, and for the ducal house, it might have been a win. But for me, nope. Still, I've got another lead on leveling up, so I'll pin my hopes on that. If it works out, I might get another store. Please, let it be a convenience store this time. Section, this is delicious. To think such a liquor existed in this world. Sir Alberto Rudra Staccato, commander of the Symphonia Imperial Knights, and Sir Kine Latia Serenade, captain of the 1st Night Squadron, were utterly enraptured by the drinks they'd been served. Right. My Sackerail is amazing, isn't she? Crowed my father, Duke Cloud, already tipsy and unable to stop bragging about me. The two knights exchanged wry smiles. They couldn't exactly blame him. After all, I was the princess of the Holy Sword. Both had been present when I felled the dark dragon. A father boasting about a daughter who'd accomplished such a feat was understandable, even if he was getting a tad repetitive. Shoving his increasingly loquacious brother aside, His Majesty, who had a strong tolerance and wasn't too drunk yet, addressed the pair. Speaking of Sackerail, it's about time we assigned her a companion. I was hoping you two could help select someone. A companion, you say? Alberto nodded thoughtfully. A companion was a peer who served as both bodyguard and personal attendant to a high-ranking noble. Alberto himself had been the companion to then Prince Wyndham, now the Emperor, in his youth. His own son, Jean, now served Crown Prince Elliot, the next in line. Being part of a family that had served the imperial house for 2 generations was a quiet source of pride for Alberto. But does the Princess of the Holy Sword really need a companion? Kine asked, crossing his arms and tilting his head. If the one being guarded is stronger than the guard, it might feel a bit awkward. No, her power is specialized for purging evil and slaying monsters, His Majesty countered. It's not as effective in human combat. She'll still need protection. Plus, using the Holy Sword's power came with risks for Sackerail. Perhaps due to her young age, her body couldn't fully handle it. This time, she'd gotten off with just muscle soreness, but pushing too hard could bring worse consequences. It wasn't a power to be wielded lightly. Shouldn't the companion be a girl then? Kine ventured cautiously. Of course, Duke Cloud exploded, slamming his glass on the table with a loud thunk. Not His Majesty, mind you, but my father. You think I'd let some boy her age stick to her side from dawn till dusk? Well, there you have it, His Majesty said with a wry chuckle. A girl from a knightly family, around her age. Rank doesn't matter, skill does. Alberto mused, stroking his chin. Then, with a knowing smile, he said, in that case, I might have just the person. Had Sakurail been present, she'd have felt a shiver of foreboding tingle down her spine. And so the story turns, whether the villainess wishes it or not. Chapter 2. The Companion. A companion, you say? I asked. Yep, my father replied. For high-ranking nobles, it's customary to choose someone in childhood who will become a close aide in the future. They handle personal tasks and act as a bodyguard too. Usually, it's someone other than the eldest son or daughter of a lower noble family. But Alisa already takes care of me, and Tanya's my bodyguard, I pointed out. Hearing this, a flicker of unease crept up on me. He's not about to fire them, is he? They've both been doing great. Alisa and Tanya will keep serving you as they always have, Father reassured me. But this is separate. Once you enter the academy, you won't be able to bring Alisa or Tanya with you. That's why you need a companion your own age. Oh, could it be that the Lackey A and Lackey B, who trailed Sakurail in the game, were her companions? Both of them are already out of the picture for the academy, so I guess they need a replacement. No need to overthink it, Mother chimed in. Just think of it as gaining a new friend to get along with. A friend, huh? I mumbled. Mother made it sound simple, but a companion is technically an employee of the ducal house, right? It feels a bit like hiring a friend, which rubs me the wrong way. If it could be a real friendship like Elliot and Jean have, that'd be nice, but for second or third sons and daughters of lesser nobles, it's not so bad, Father explained. But for those further down the line, like fourth or fifth children, life gets tough without a powerful backer. Serving a high-ranking noble gives them a prestigious record, which can lead to good positions later. In noble families, the eldest son, or the eldest daughter if there are no boys, typically inherits the title. Second sons and daughters are kept as spares, for lack of a better word, in case something happens to the heir. They're treated decently enough by their families, though some call it being kept on a leash. But for third sons, third daughters, and beyond, it's a different story. They're expected to leave home and make their own way. Men often join the knights or bureaucracy, while women become ladies-in-waiting or, more commonly, marry into another family. They act as bridges between their birth family and their new one. But for a third or fourth daughter of a lesser noble, unless she's exceptionally beautiful or talented, landing a good match is tough. That's why many daughters of lesser nobles, aside from the eldest, end up as maids or even knights in service to higher nobles. Alisa and Tanya are prime examples. Alisa's the fourth daughter of a viscount, and Tanya's the third daughter of a baron. By status alone, they're just lesser noble kids. But as a maid and knight in a ducal house, they're untouchable by most petty nobles. Mess up, and they could wield more influence than their family's heir. In that sense, being a companion is a golden opportunity for a noble child who won't inherit a title. And in my case, I'm technically royalty, third in line for the throne, no less. If something happened to Elliot and Father, I'd be propped up as an empress. Not that the odds of that are high, so I get why I need a companion. I really do. But, actually, we've already called her here, Father said with a grin. Come on in. What? I yelped. I froze at his words. Talk about sudden, I don't need surprises like this. Excuse me, came a voice. The living room door swung open, and a girl stepped inside. She looked about my age, brimming with energy. But the moment I laid eyes on her, the blood drained from my body in a cold rush. Short silver hair, violet eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Likely from a knightly lineage, she stood tall with a salute, exuding a refined dignity. Instead of a dress, she wore light armor, a child-sized short sword hanging at her hip. I am Bianca Lacia Serenade, she declared. I pledge to serve Lady Sakurail with all my might as her companion. Bianca Lacia Serenade. The villainess of Jean's Root and the fourth daughter of Viscount Serenade stood before me. Wait, what? Why is a walking doom flag showing up at my house? Father, don't tell me she's, I stammered. That's right, he said proudly. Bianca will be your companion, she will be your bodyguard from now on. Oh no, seriously. A villainess serving another villainess, what kind of twisted fate is this? I want to interrogate the goddess of destiny for a solid hour. In Jean's Root, Bianca's the villainess who drives one of the worst endings. I use beast summoning to call forth a horde of magical beasts indiscriminately, only to get devoured by them myself. Total disaster. I don't have the beast summoning gift right now, so I'd like to believe that ending's off the table. But Jean's Root has another way for Sakurail to meet her doom. As her status at the Academy wanes, Sakurail approaches Bianca, who also sees the heroine Estelle as a rival. She proposes a deal. Why don't we team up to take down Estelle? If Jean's affection for Estelle is high at this point, Bianca, driven by jealousy and insecurity, agrees. It's a tricky route to trigger, though. You'd have to focus solely on Jean from the start. The two villainesses plot against Estelle, but Jean thwarts their scheme before it can succeed. Bianca, swayed by Jean and Estelle's words, reforms and turns against me. In the end, I fall to her sword and get arrested as a criminal. To be fair, Gamey treated Bianca as a pawn, so it's pretty much self-inflicted. At least I don't die in this version. Small mercy, I guess. To serve the Princess of the Holy Sword is an honor, Bianca exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. I'll do my very best, so please take care of me. Sure, I managed to reply. She's staring at me with these dazzling, starry eyes. Stop it, don't look at me like that. She's totally misunderstanding something, isn't she? Oh, right, she was there when I fought the dragon too. Is the whole Princess of the Holy Sword thing taking on a life of its own? Does she think I'm some saintly figure? Is this what they call reputational damage? Her father, Viscount Serenade, is the captain of the 1st Night Squadron, Father explained. Bianca's been training with a sword since she was little. They say she's quite skilled for her age. I already knew that from the game. She trained alongside Jean, right? Childhood buddies, sharing the same pot of rice, or something like that. Maybe not. I've been taught by the knights since I was 4, Bianca said, hesitating slightly. Among kids my age, well, among girls, I hardly ever lose. Yeah, Bianca's strong, but she still loses to Jean and his older sister Cecil, if I recall. Even 10 years before the game starts, that gap existed. As for me, my strength comes from the Holy Sword. I'm no swordmaster myself. In pure swordsmanship, I'd lose to both Jean and Bianca. Since Bianca's becoming your companion, she can't train with the knights anymore, Father continued. So we've decided to hire a sword instructor here too. It'd be good for you to learn the basics, Sakurail. A companion and a sword teacher. Father's way too into surprises. Couldn't he consult me just once? I'd been thinking it'd be smart to learn some self-defense, though, noble or not, I won't always have a guard around 24/7. Your new instructor's waiting at the summoning grounds, Father said. Let's go say hello. I've started to figure out Father's patterns. That glint in his eye means he's plotting another shock. The surprises just keep coming. I'm full, thanks. At the summoning grounds in the garden, a woman stood holding a wooden sword. She wore light armor like Bianca, her long flaxen hair tied into a single braid. A female teacher, huh? Wait, she looks familiar. Oh, Estelle's mom, I blurted. Greetings, Lady Sakurail, she said with a polite bow. It was Yuria, Baroness Euphonium, Estelle's mother. What? Why is Yuria here? Father, don't tell me, Yuria's our sword instructor? I asked, incredulous. Haha, surprised, he chuckled. Yep, she came highly recommended by her father-in-law. Yuria, once known as the greatest swordmaster of the frontier, will be training you both. Surprised, you bet. I thought she'd gone back to her territory. The greatest swordmaster of the frontier, wait. Bianca piped up, thrilled. Master Yuria, are you the Flashblade Yuria? That's an old nickname, Yuria replied with a wry smile. I was called that, yes, though I never used it myself. Flashblade Yuria. I tilted my head, puzzled, as an excited Bianca launched into an explanation. You don't know, she exclaimed. Her movements like thunder, her blade like lightning. She wields a sword so fast it's invisible to the eye. There's even a bard's song about how she took down the bandit King Jahara, and his 40 men single-handedly. Seriously? Oh no, my friend's mom turns out to be some kind of legend. Are you sure this is okay? I asked hesitantly. A baroness teaching swordsmanship. It's no trouble at all, Yuria assured me. If I can aid Lady Sakurail, my savior, I'd be delighted to take on the role. Savior, that was mostly Estelle's doing, I think. Between Princess of the Holy Sword and this, everyone's seriously overestimating me. For now, we decided training would start tomorrow. Today, we just align our schedules. As a ducal lady, I have to study regular academics plus noble etiquette, internal affairs, diplomacy, and estate management. Naturally, Bianca won't tag along for all of that. Those gaps will be her sword training time with Yuria. My own sword lessons will be with her, of course. To think I'd end up learning the blade alongside another villainess, I just pray, fervently, that her sword never turns on me. Chapter 3. Training begins. The day after Bianca became my attendant. Good morning. Bianca arrived at the ducal residence bright and early, her voice ringing out cheerfully. Due to my father's consideration, thinking it would be too harsh to separate Bianca, who hasn't yet reached adulthood, from her family, she's commuting from the Serenade Viscount household. Once she turns 15 and comes of age, she'll officially become a knight of the Philharmonie ducal family. It's almost like she's already secured a job, isn't it? For the fourth daughter of a Viscount family to become a knight of a ducal house is apparently quite a prestigious position. Otherwise, if she wanted to earn money with a sword, her only options would be becoming an adventurer or a mercenary. It seems Bianca was absolutely determined to become a knight, so she jumped at this opportunity without a second thought. In the game, 10 years later, Bianca still hadn't joined a knight order. She had planned to take the entrance exam for the Imperial Knight Order after graduating from the academy, though. That aside, I can understand her enthusiasm, but isn't she here a bit too early? Even Yuria hasn't arrived yet. If I recall correctly, sword training was supposed to start at 9. It's only 7 right now. No need to worry, I just came early to warm up before training, she assured me. Oh, I see, I replied, still half asleep. She's so full of energy in the morning. Having just woken up, I left Bianca, who had already started swinging her sword in our training grounds, and joined my family for breakfast. The meal consisted of soup, salad, bacon, and sunny-side-up eggs. There was also salt and pepper-seasoned grilled chicken, a variety of fruits, vegetable juice, and bread. But this wasn't the hard bread I'd eaten when I first arrived here. This was soft, fluffy bread. After our head cook tasted the bread from the food truck, he'd lost confidence and sulked, so I shared some vague knowledge I remembered. It was a method of making natural yeast by putting apples or other fruits into a jar of water. I'd only heard about it from a senior and never tried it myself, but with just that bit of information, our head cook experimented tirelessly and managed to create this bread. Compared to the food truck's bread, it's still a work in progress, but it's delicious in its own right. That said, I'm a rice person at heart, so I can't help but crave rice for breakfast. I have to make sure the next shop I summon is a convenience store. After breakfast, I carried out my daily routine of summoning shops. The summoning area is far enough from the training grounds that Bianca wouldn't notice. Today, I summoned 2 food trucks and a liquor store, at my father's request, of course. The servants entered the liquor store and began carrying out goods one after another. As always, thank you for your hard work. Once we'd bought out all the stock, I sent the liquor store back. It'd just be in the way otherwise. The food trucks, however, I left in place. They're useful in case of emergencies, but they also serve as lunch for the servants. They've become so popular that on days when I don't summon the food trucks, everyone gets visibly disappointed, though the head cook always has a complicated expression. With my daily task complete, I changed into comfortable clothes. I couldn't exactly learn swordsmanship in a dress, after all. I put on an outfit similar to Bianca's, pants and a simple top, and had my maid, Alyssa, tie up my hair. Just then, word came that Yuria had arrived. I couldn't be late on the first day. Accompanied by my guard knight, Tanya, I headed to the training grounds. When I arrived, Yuria had already finished preparing and was talking with Bianca. But then, Estelle. Good morning, Lady Sakurail, she greeted me. There, alongside Yuria and Bianca, was Estelle, dressed in similar practical clothes like us. Didn't you return to your territory? I asked, surprised. My mother was hired to teach swordsmanship at the Philharmonie Ducal House, so I stayed with her. I wanted to learn swordsmanship too, Estelle explained. What? Estelle's training with us too. Yuria stepped in to clarify as I stood there in shock. The Duke has given his permission. He said it'd be fine for her to study lectures and dance alongside you, Lady Sakurail. Oh, father, your surprises are too much. You could have mentioned this at breakfast. Not that I mind, I'd much rather train with someone than alone, but still. Noticing my conflicted expression toward my father, Estelle hesitated before asking, am I being a bother? Huh? No, not at all. I'm thrilled to train with you, Estelle. Let's do our best together, okay? Yes, she replied, her face lighting up with a bright smile. So cute. What a great sight to start the morning. Lady Bianca, I look forward to working with you too, Estelle added. Likewise. Let's do our best together, Bianca responded warmly. The two shook hands. Unlike in the game, there's no tension between them, probably because the incident with Jean never happened. I hope they'll get along well like this. Now then, let's begin training, Yuria announced. I don't yet know the skill levels of you two, aside from Estelle. I'd like to start with a spar to assess your abilities and tailor individual training plans accordingly. Makes sense, she wants to gauge our skills first. When she said either of us could go first, I volunteered. Bianca's clearly more skilled, and going after her might make my inexperience stand out too much. Holding a wooden sword, I faced Yuria, or rather, Instructor Yuria. Here I go. Having barely ever swung a sword, I charged at her recklessly, slashing wildly. Instructor Yuria deflected my strikes effortlessly to the right and left, occasionally stepping aside to dodge. My wooden sword didn't even graze her. All right, that's enough. I understand now, she said with a gentle smile, calling an end to it. By then, I was already exhausted. Wooden swords are heavier than I thought. I trudged back to where Estelle and the others waited and collapsed onto the ground. Hey, are you okay, Lady Sakurail? Estelle asked, peering at me with concern. Why, yeah, I'm fine. Just a little tired, I replied with a laugh, though truthfully, my arms were screaming in protest. That took more out of me than I expected. Next, Bianca stepped up to face Instructor Yuria. She looked excited as she gripped her wooden sword. Is it really that fun? Please begin, she said, bowing deeply before assuming her stance. Wow, unlike my awkward, unsteady posture, she looked the part. Guess that's what years of training, even though she's still a kid, will do. Hiya, Bianca launched a sharp strike. But just like with me, Yuria deflected it calmly, right, left, brushing it aside with ease. Of course, Bianca's attacks had more variety than mine. Sweeps, thrusts, pushes, and slashes. She even mixed in what looked like feints. Yet Yuria parried them all effortlessly. The title of Sword Flash isn't just for show, it seems. All right, that's enough, Yuria called, halting Bianca. Though not as winded as I was, Bianca was breathing heavily. She'd clearly given it her all. Yuria tilted her head slightly, a curious look on her face. Was something up? Bianca, did you perhaps use a gift just now? Yuria asked. Wah, I am sorry, I didn't mean to, it just happened unconsciously, Bianca stammered, bowing hurriedly. She used a gift. Now that I think about it, Bianca's gift is. My gift comes from the god of change, change-sama, elasticity. It lets me alter the length of anything I touch. Like this, Bianca explained. The wooden sword in her hand stretched by about 5 centimeters, then shrank by the same amount. For something called elasticity, the range seemed pretty limited. Probably because her level's still low. I see, that explains it, Yuria said. I thought something was off with the dodging distance. Used well, it could be a valuable gift in swordsmanship. Yes, but for now, I can only stretch things like cloth or wood. I'd love to be able to stretch metal too, Bianca admitted. Don't worry, 10 years from now, you'll be stretching metal swords too. I think the range was about double what it is now. She only used it once in the game, so I'm not entirely sure. I've got a good grasp of both your current skills, Yuria concluded. Bianca, you've got more than enough ability to be a knight apprentice. However, the swordsmanship of a knight order differs somewhat from the adventurer's style I'll be teaching. Is that all right with you? No problem, as long as I can grow stronger, Bianca replied firmly. Right, in the original story, Bianca was supposed to train exclusively in the knight order style, likely under her father, the first knight commander. I wonder how her skills will differ from the game's Bianca now. Her father probably couldn't teach her directly every day, so there's a chance she might end up stronger this way. As for you, Lady Sakurail, we'll need to start with building stamina, Yuria said. Yeah, I figured. Growing up in the slums, I was confident in my ability to run away, but I've always known my stamina and strength are lacking. That's what happens when you don't get proper food until you come to a ducal house. I'm short, and my chest, well, it's still got time to grow. Yes, time, stamina, height, chest, all of it. In the game, Sakurail was the quintessential villainess with a stunning figure to match. I'd love to end up like that, but I can't slack off. I'll train hard and earn that perfect body. Once you've built up some stamina and strength, I think the backlash from using Holy Sword will lessen, Yuria added. Yeah, I agree. Once I've got enough stamina and muscle, I plan to train to wield Holy Sword properly. Why? Because some of Sakurail's doom flags are the caught-up-in-it type, situations where martial prowess could save the day. Like in Jean's route, where Bianca arrests her. With enough skill, I could have turned the tables. Not that I think that route's still in play, I hope. Unless Bianca gets fed up with me and quits being my attendant, which isn't impossible. I'll have to work hard so she doesn't abandon me. Starting with, "What is this?" "It's delicious, too delicious," Bianca exclaimed. Estelle told me about it, but it really is amazing. The red sauce and yellow sauce bring out the worst's flavor so well, Yuria chimed in. For lunch, I treated Bianca and Yuria to hot dogs from the food truck. Estelle too, of course. Step 1, win them over through their stomachs. Build friendship and loyalty. Okay, I'm not that calculating about it. But at the very least, I need to make sure they don't turn against me. If we can get along, all the better. Chapter 4. A game of Hanatsuki on break. A week has passed since training under Yuria's guidance began. For me, it's not an everyday affair. I'm training about once every 2 days for 3 hours or so. Though, at the moment, it's just stamina building, running around the estate with Estelle. Bianca, on the other hand, seems to be training every day. While she's at it, I'm studying dance and etiquette alongside Estelle. Estelle is incredibly talented, absorbing everything like a sponge soaking up water. As expected of the Saintess, I suppose. Determined not to fall behind, I've been putting in a lot of effort myself, and surprisingly, it's pretty fun. Geography and history, in particular, are fascinating. For me, it's like reading the game's lore book. The founding of nations, political upheavals, revolutions, and the struggles of legendary heroes, it's all so captivating. That said, we're not always studying or training. The three of us often play together too. Take that. Hiya. At the training grounds, Estelle and Bianca are smacking a shuttlecock back and forth with Hanatsuki paddles. Kakin. It's a game of Hanatsuki, traditional Japanese, battledore, and shuttlecock. The paddles and shuttlecock were bought from a pawnshop I summoned with shop summoning. Both of their faces are already marked with ink, circles and X's drawn as penalties. At first, they were hesitant about this game, but now they're completely engrossed in it. What? Why aren't I joining in, you ask? Just look at my ink-covered face. It's obvious I've been losing spectacularly. So now I'm watching the finals unfold. My lady, His Highness the Crown Prince and Lord Jean have arrived, came the voice of my maid, Arisa. Huh. I turned to see Arisa grimacing, alongside Elliot and Jean, who both looked startled. Oh no, they saw me. My lady, what in the world are you doing? Arisa asked, her tone pressing. Well, just a little competition. When you lose, this happens, I replied, forcing a smile. Arisa's smiling interrogation was intimidating. I get it. I know this isn't something a duke's daughter should be doing. I understand, but those are the rules of the game. Sakurail, you're up to weird stuff again, Jean muttered. What's that, even Bianca? He burst out laughing. Shut up, you try it, it's harder than it looks. Bianca snapped back at Jean, who was cracking up at my ink-smeared face. That's right, give it a shot. HMPH, so you just hit that feathered ball back and forth, right? Easy enough, Jean said, rolling up his sleeves and taking the paddle from Estelle. Oh, really? The shuttlecock's air resistance makes its trajectory unpredictable, and controlling your returns is no simple feat. The basic rule we set is a line drawn between the two players. If it falls on your side, you lose. You've got one swing to return it. Bianca served the shuttlecock. Here. Whoa. Apparently, it didn't fall where Jean expected, and though he barely managed to return it, the shuttlecock arced high right in front of Bianca. Her eyes seemed to gleam Curran. Gotcha! With a sharp cocko, Bianca smashed it back like a pro, and the shuttlecock stabbed into the ground right at Jean's feet. Erg. Estelle the ink. Here you go. Estelle cheerfully brought over the ink, and Bianca dipped a brush into it, drawing an impressive Kaiser mustache under Jean's nose. It suits you pretty well, Jean, Bianca said, stifling a laugh. Here's a mirror, Estelle added, holding one out. That mirror's another pawnshop find. What is this? Bianca, you little. Jean yelped, staring at his reflection. Hey, you lost fair and square, so no complaints. What's it gonna be? Want another round? You bet, don't cry about it later. Once again, the packin' of the paddles echoed through the training grounds. They're bickering, but they sure seem to be having fun. Bianca and Jean are childhood friends, and they've got that no-holds-barred dynamic. Could it be that Bianca hasn't fallen for Jean yet? Even in the game, her reactions to him always felt like she was confused about her own feelings. It was only when Estelle appeared as a romantic rival that Bianca seemed to realize her love for him. Wait a sec, does that mean if Estelle and Jean don't get close, Bianca won't fall for him? And come to think of it, their bond in the game deepened through training together in the Night Order, something that's not happening now. If that's the case, it might conveniently eliminate the route where Bianca turns against me. But it also feels a bit like I've stolen her first love, which leaves a weird taste in my mouth. My lady, please wipe your face already, Erisa interrupted my thoughts, holding out a steaming towel. Oh, sorry. Erisa scrubbed my face vigorously. Since we're using watered-down ink, it came off easily enough. Phew, refreshing. Estelle was wiping her face with a similar towel, while Bianca and Jean kept trading wins and losses. So, Elliot, did you need something from me? I asked. Not exactly a pressing matter. I heard Bianca became your attendant, so I came to check in, he replied. As Jean's liege, Elliot's pretty familiar with Bianca too. Guess he's just stopping by to see how his friend's doing? Estelle smiled and spoke up. My, there was no need for His Highness the Crown Prince to go out of his way. It seems you have quite a bit of free time on your hands. What's this? I can't shake the feeling there's a barb in Estelle's words toward Elliot. Isn't she basically saying, stop showing up all the time, you idle prince? Haha, well, the founding festival's over, so I've got some time to spare, Elliot replied cheerfully. Thankfully, he didn't seem to catch the subtext, or maybe I'm just imagining it. In the game, these two end up together, though Estelle also ends up with Jean in some routes. Oh, right, Elliot, there's something I wanted to ask you, I said. Something you want to ask? He replied, blinking in confusion. I want to go to the castle. Can't you just go? It's not like the Philharmonie ducal family is banned from entering, right? It's kind of a secret matter. When I lowered my voice, Elliot leaned in closer. For some reason, Estelle squeezed herself between us two. It's not like I mind her hearing this, though. What would you do if I told you there's hidden treasure sleeping in the castle? Why? Elliot and Estelle's voices harmonized in shock. Yeah, it's a surprising claim, but it's true. Hidden treasure? I've never heard of such a thing. Wait, hold on. Could it be the secret collection said to have been left behind by the first emperor? Elliot ventured. Exactly. The first emperor of the Symphonia Empire, our shared ancestor, started as the leader of a single tribe. After traveling the world and undergoing countless adventures, he united many tribes to establish the Symphonia Empire. During his journeys, he collected various magical artifacts and treasures from ancient ruins across the globe. It seems he had some sort of exploration-based gift, though the details aren't recorded in history. Anyway, our ancestor amassed a ton of treasure. But when he passed away, some of it went missing. Some say it was secretly sold off to fund the nation. Others claim it was stolen by opportunists amid the chaos of his death, and still others believe he hid it in a secret place to prevent misuse. Generations of emperors searched for this lost treasure, but not a single clue was found. Nowadays, most assume it was either sold or stolen. But I know where it is, thanks to a game event involving the two people in front of me. Why would you know about this, Sakurariel? Elliot asked, skeptical. Well, it's a long story. I'm not sure if it's true or not, so I want to check it out. It'd be bad if I started poking around the castle's stuff on my own, right? That's why I thought you could help me look for it. If I went around messing with the castle's belongings, it'd cause all sorts of trouble. But with Elliot, as long as it's not the king's personal property, it's fine. If we frame it as Elliot searching for the treasure and me tagging along, there shouldn't be an issue. You're not planning anything dangerous, are you? He asked cautiously. No danger. Well, I don't think so. We're just finding a hidden room. Elliot thought it over for a moment before nodding slightly. If it's true, finding it is our duty as descendants of the royal bloodline. All right, I'll help. W8, I want to help Lady Sakurel too, Estelle piped up, raising her hand. There's not much for her to do, but this was originally her and Elliot's event in the game, so I suppose she's got the right to join. Still, we can't exactly have a bunch of kids wandering the castle alone, so I'll bring my guard knight, Tanya, along. All right then, everyone, let's head to the castle for a treasure hunting adventure. Chapter 5. The Treasure of the Hidden Room. So, where's this hidden room supposed to be? Wait, why are you tagging along too? I had planned to go with Estelle, Elliot, and Tanya, but somehow Bianca and Jean ended up joining us. Bianca's fine, she's my attendant after all, but Jean has absolutely nothing to do with this. WL, it's not a big deal, right? Jean's my attendant too, Elliot said, defending him. Sure, that's true, but this kid's so loud he's bound to draw attention. You're too noisy, Jean. If an adult catches us, things could get messy. Got that? Bianca chimed in, echoing my exact thoughts. Exactly. If an adult spots us, they might say, "We'll handle this, kids, step back," and then we'd be stuck. That'd ruin everything. We are adults, you know, Tanya muttered awkwardly, standing nearby. You and the others don't count, I replied. Tanya, who'd come along as my guard, and Elliot's guard knight, who was smirking wryly, were exceptions. They're more like our chaperones. I just hope they'll indulge us and treat this as a childish adventure. So we just need to find it without the adults noticing, right? But the treasure gets split, yeah? Jean piped up. No, the treasure belongs to the royal family. You're not getting a single coin. Why does he think he'd get a share just for tagging along? I shot him an exasperated look, but Elliot interrupted. So, Sakurel, where do we look? Hi. Oh, it's at a staircase landing with a big full-length mirror. A landing with a mirror? I can think of 3 spots that fit that description. Let's check them one by one, Elliot suggested, starting to walk. We followed behind him. We passed a few people in the castle, but in this setup, it probably just looked like Elliot was giving us a tour. The first spot wasn't it, different from my memory. The second spot was off too. Here. This is the place, I exclaimed at the third location. This was it, no doubt about it. The mirror's position and its ornate frame matched perfectly. It was a secluded landing between the second and third floors, tucked away where few people ventured. The mirror itself was new, but the wooden frame around it was old, carved with various flowers. This is it. Do we break the mirror or something? Jean asked, saying something predictably dumb. Breaking it would just reveal a wall. The trick's in the frame. You press the flowers carved into the frame in the order of the seasons, I explained. How do you even know that? Elliot asked, understandably curious. When the flowers follow the cycle of seasons, the path of darkness shall open. It's a line from an old text supposedly left by the first emperor. I read a copy in the territorial capital's archives, but I think the original's in the castle library here. Back then, no one knew what it meant, and it became a rumor among the townsfolk. The book part's true, Elliot found it in the game, so the original should be in this castle's library. The bit about reading a copy is a lie, though. No such thing exists. I've never even been to the capital. Tanya, who knows my circumstances, gave me a complicated look but stayed quiet. Later, I'll just say I heard it from a traveling elf I met in the slums. I'll tell Father that too. Elves live long lives, so it wouldn't be strange for one to know. I'd realized the frame had flower carvings at the last party and thought, maybe, or so I'll claim. Let's see, I muttered. The Symphonia Empire has 4 seasons too. If you press the flowers for spring, summer, fall, and winter in order, the hidden door should, wait, which flowers are which? I'm not exactly a flower expert. Low on feminine charm, you say. Leave me alone. I know plenty about edible wild plants or useful ones, just not the pretty, decorative kind. Estelle, do you know? Sakura, hibiscus, bush clover, and snowdrop, I think, she replied. Oh, nice one. As expected. The flower names here are mostly the same as on Earth, though I still don't know which is which. Well, I can at least recognize Sakura. It's the origin of my name, after all. Following Estelle's guidance, I pressed the flower-shaped switches one by one, click, click. Then, with a loud gaggin', the wall next to the mirror slid open like an automatic door, zzzzz. There really was something, Elliot murmured, stunned. Ignoring him, I stepped into the hidden room, lighting the way with a flashlight I'd bought from the pawnshop. A staircase descended downward. Technically, since we're between the second and third floors, it's not really underground, but still. I handed flashlights to Estelle and the others, and we headed down. The air was dark, damp, and downright unpleasant. Hey, are we sure about this? What if the entrance closes the second we step in? Jean fretted. What's wrong, Jean? Scared already? Bianca teased. I'm not scared or anything, he shot back. Their bickering echoed from the back. So noisy. It's pitch black down here. In the game, Elliot had a torch-like light, but this flashlight might be better. Anyway, I know this staircase ends soon, so I'm not as panicked as Jean. Sure enough, the stairs ended quickly, and a large metal door blocked our path. Two lion heads faced each other on the door, their eyes set with red and blue gemstones, the keys to opening it. Only someone with the first Emperor's blood can unlock it by touching them. Elliot, touch those gems, both at the same time. That'll open the door, I instructed. But... Elliot hesitated, frowning as he looked up at the door. The gems were at adult shoulder height, about a meter apart. Oh no. In the game, an adult Elliot could reach them, but with a kid's height, doing it simultaneously might be impossible. Wait, if Tanya holds him horizontally and he stretches his arms and legs, maybe. Why does it have to be His Highness? Estelle interjected. This door can only be opened by someone with the first Emperor's blood. That's why Elliot. Then wouldn't that apply to you too, Lady Sakurail? Oh. Estelle's comment made me realize it. Right, I'm one of them too in the game. Sakurail wasn't there, so it never crossed my mind. Embarrassing. Elliot, you take that one, I'll touch this one, I said. You're kinda scatterbrained, Jean remarked. Shut up. Leave it alone. I snapped at Jean for his lack of tact. Insensitive guys don't get the girls. Since even stretching didn't work for me, I jumped to touch my gem at the same time as Elliot. The moment we did, the gems glowed red and blue. A clank sounded like something unlocking, and the door rumbled open. Go. This is, Elliot gasped. Whoa, a mountain of treasure, Jean exclaimed. The room wasn't huge, but it was packed to the brim with gold, silver, magical artifacts, weapons like swords and spears, rare documents, and monster materials, all perfectly preserved by preservation magic. Ignoring it all, I grabbed a crystal orb the size of a baseball from a table in the back, the sealing jewel. In the game, it was a magical tool used to seal the dark dragon. Since we've already defeated it, it's not exactly necessary anymore. This was an Elliot route event to obtain the jewel. With it, the good ending in Elliot's route, sealing the dark dragon, is pretty much guaranteed. Though if Elliot's affection is high enough, you can skip this event entirely since beating the dragon renders it useless. If my theory's right, this should level up my shop summoning. I think. We'll find out tomorrow, I guess. Section. Unbelievable, to think a hidden room like this existed in the castle. Your Majesty, this is undoubtedly the founding Emperor's treasure, a historic discovery. The Emperor and the Prime Minister gazed at the treasures crammed into the room, their excited voices rising in unison. His Majesty slapped Elliot's shoulder with a satisfied nod. Well done, Elliot. You've fulfilled a generations-long dream of our family. I'm proud of you. No, it wasn't me who. Cough. I cut Elliot off with an exaggerated cough as he started to say something unnecessary. We went over this already. Just quietly take the credit as the first discoverer. Well, it was just luck. A coincidence. And I didn't find it alone, Elliot stammered. No need for modesty. Whether by chance or not, the discovery of the first Emperor's treasure is a joyous occasion, the Emperor replied. Elliot managed a strained smile. We'd all agreed to say Elliot found the hidden room by accident. He'd resisted at first, but while I was the one who suggested it, we all discovered it together, so it's not exactly a lie to say Elliot found it. Plus, for our parents, who are part of the Emperor's faction, it's more convenient if Elliot gets the credit. Lately, some shady characters have been spreading rumors that perhaps the Princess of the Holy Sword, Lady Sackurail, ascending to the throne is an option worth considering. It's probably a ploy, a divide and conquer scheme to sow suspicion between the Emperor and my father, driving a wedge between them. Not on my watch. That's why Elliot has to be the discoverer. Besides, I owe him this much. I've already twisted his life route quite a bit. In the original story, Elliot and Estelle were the ones meant to find this treasure anyway, so this works out fine. But it was really Lady Sackurail who found it. Estelle muttered beside me, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. No, it was supposed to be you and Elliot who found it. That very day, news of the first Emperor's treasure discovered spread like wildfire through the imperial capital. Something once considered half-legend had been unearthed, and by the Crown Prince himself, no less. As people hailed him as the worthy successor to the Symphonia throne, Elliot looked distinctly uncomfortable. He doesn't need to feel bad about it. A king should have the capacity to embrace both the pure and the impure. Section. That night, Crown Prince Elliot visited the Emperor's chambers, his face heavy with resolve. Father, the truth is. Enough, it was Sackurail who actually found the treasure, wasn't it? Elliot's eyes widened in shock. Seeing his expression, the Emperor gave a wry chuckle. I could tell from your demeanor. That won't do, Elliot. A good king must never let his inner thoughts show, no matter the situation. A flustered ruler makes the people anxious. The Emperor spoke not to scold, but to impart a lesson. This boy is just too earnest. Sometimes I wish he'd take a page out of Jean or Sackurail's book and be a bit more flexible. Sackurail decided it'd be better for the kingdom if you were credited with the discovery. Does that upset you? Does it mean your pride matters more to you than this country? No, that's not it at all. I'd play any role for the sake of the kingdom. It's just, is Sackurail really okay with this? That girl probably doesn't care a whit about being called the treasure's discoverer. Think of it like she's been handed a piece of candy. According to my brother, she even dislikes the enviable title of Princess of the Holy Sword. The Emperor couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. His eccentric niece would have made a fine bride for Elliot. But some things just aren't meant to be. If you feel indebted to Sackurail, then you must grow into a splendid crown prince to repay her. Prove to her that her decision wasn't a mistake, the Emperor advised. Yes, I'll succeed you and ensure this kingdom prospers. I won't let Sackurail's feelings go to waste, Elliot vowed. As Elliot left with that declaration, the Emperor took a sip of wine from his glass. It was a cherry-colored rosé, a beautiful gift from his brother, the Duke of Philharmony. Sackurail's presence is a good influence on Elliot. He's still a bit rigid, but in time, he'll learn to think more flexibly. Pleased with his son's growth, the Emperor raised his glass slightly. To the Princess of the Holy Sword, my thanks. Imagining Sackurail's grimace if she heard that, a faint smile tugged at the corner of the Emperor's lips. Chapter 6. Shop Summoning 6. When I woke up in the morning, the emblem of Semania, the goddess of summoning, on my right hand had grown larger. A level up. As I'd suspected, my theory was correct. I struck a triumphant pose on my bed. In the game, triggering events causes my gift to grow. Why I'm the only one with this mechanic, I have no idea. It's probably a case of God's miso soup. Only God knows. But triggering events means progressing through events tied to the capture targets. And if I'm not careful, that could raise some doom flags. I'll need to proceed with utmost caution, layer upon layer of it. I have to avoid any decisive events that could lock in a doom flag. Some events can't even be triggered depending on the time or circumstances. For instance, Estelle and Elliot's founding festival date only happens during the festival itself. Though, even if it were happening, would those two actually go on a date? Estelle's affection toward Elliot seems to have dropped for some reason. Why's that? On top of that, most of the capture targets events are tied to happenings at the academy, so pulling them off now, 10 years earlier, is pretty tricky. Events that just involve meeting someone might trigger if I get acquainted with the character, but I'd rather not get involved with such dangerous people if I can help it. Well, that aside, time for a new shop summon. This time, it's gotta be a convenience store. I hopped out of bed and called for my maid, Erisa, to help me get dressed. Section. You've received another blessing from Samonia. Could this be related to the discovery of the first emperor's treasure? Father asked keenly. Spot on, Father. It's totally connected. But I can't exactly tell him that. It wouldn't make sense to him anyway. Talk of past lives and video games would just confuse him. What kind of shop will it be this time? Last time it was a liquor store for Father's taste, so maybe you could summon one I'd like this time, Sakura-chan? Mother chimed in. Well, that's entirely up to the gods, I replied. Seriously, if I could summon whatever I wanted, I wouldn't have any trouble. I'd call up a department store if I could. This time, alongside Father, Mother, and the estate's servants, Bianca, Estelle, and Estelle's mother, Yuria, were also present at the summoning grounds. I figured it'd be a good chance to explain my gift to them. They've already seen the food trucks, after all. So Lady Sakurail's gift isn't Holy Sword? Bianca muttered quietly from behind. Oh no, did I disappoint her somehow? Estelle jumped in with a smug look to clarify. No, Bianca, Holy Sword is one of Lady Sakurail's gifts. She's a saintess blessed by both Samonia and Holy Sama, two gods. No, Holy Sword is your gift, Estelle. And Bianca, don't just nod like I see. Yuria's nodding along too. Stop it, don't hype me up too much. I'm already stuck with the Princess of the Holy Sword title. I don't need any more weird labels piled on top. Sigh, I'm already tired before even summoning, but let's get this new shop called up. Shaking it off, I focus the magical energy in my body. All right, here goes shop summoning. A dazzling vortex of vibrant light swirled across the summoning grounds. Wait, it's huge. Bigger than Fuji no Yu. Bigger than a convenience store. And no way did I summon a department store. As the light faded and I opened my eyes, a familiar shop stood before me. Through its large glass windows, I could see a colorful array of clothing inside. A simple one-story building with white walls, adorned with red letters spelling out Fashion Center Imamura. Oh, this place, I murmured. It's a chain clothing store with tons of locations, mostly in the suburbs. I relied on it a lot in my past life. Great quality, tons of variety, and best of all, cheap, perfect for a broke student like I was. Who'd have thought I'd be shopping here in another world? Oh my goodness gracious. Sakurail-chan, this is a clothing store, right? Mother exclaimed, peering through the glass at the clothes. Yes, it is, I confirmed. Her excitement was palpable, and I get it honestly. Thank you, you summoned a shop just to my taste. You're amazing, Sakurail-chan. No, it's completely random. Come on, let's go inside. I tried to explain that I can't control what gets summoned, but she wasn't listening. With Mother pulling my hand, I headed toward the clothing store I'd called forth. There's no door, how do we get in? Mother wondered, wandering around the entrance. Here, it's this way, I said, stepping forward. I triggered the automatic door, and she gasped in amazement. Right, automatic doors are a first for her. The liquor store had a glass door too, but it was the push-to-open kind. Is this a magical device? All this just to open a door? Impressive, Father mused, stepping in and out to test it. Don't play with it too much, Father. Inside, fluorescent ceiling lights brightly illuminated a variety of clothes and mannequins welcoming us. The store carried both women's and men's clothing, though women's made up the majority. Tops, pants, skirts, dresses, outerwear, you name it. That said, the styles felt a bit dated. Is this the version of the store from my first visit? It's got that vibe, clothes my mom might have worn when I was a kid. Which means the kids' clothes are like what I wore back then. It's a weird feeling. As a fast fashion chain that mass-produces trendy, affordable clothes, it really covers all sorts of styles. And it's not just clothes. There are umbrellas, raincoats, small cushions, and even batteries and snacks by the register. Why's a clothing store selling snacks? The clothes here are rather plain, aren't they? Is this a shop for commoners? Mother remarked, surveying the store. Well, yeah, you can't compare it to the lace, frill, and embroidery-laden dresses nobles wear. To an aristocrat, this might seem drab. But these kinds of clothes are nice too. Would they suit me, I wonder? She mused. Why not try them on? I suggested, pointing to a mannequin's coordinated outfit. In this world, noble clothing is almost entirely custom-made. It's tailored to your size with the assumption you're already buying it, so there's no concept of trying it on to decide. Naturally, Mother didn't know about fitting rooms either. You change into the clothes here to see if they suit you before buying. Since we're here, why not give it a try? She said, picking up an outfit and heading to the fitting room eagerly. Her personal maid followed her in. Upper-class nobles don't typically dress themselves. I get the same treatment from Arisa. When I tried doing it myself once, she got upset, saying I'd be taking her job away. I've been compliant ever since. The fitting rooms here are pretty spacious, so 2 people should be fine, but will they figure out how to put it on? Soon, the door opened, and Mother emerged, fully coordinated from head to toe. What do you think? She just copied the mannequin's outfit exactly, but it suited her perfectly. I know it's weird for me to say, but Mother's gorgeous and has a great figure. She could outshine any model. A lace blouse, a denim jumper skirt, an off-white shoulder bag, and chic shoes. She looked like a casual, girly college student. It suits you wonderfully, I said. Not bad at all. That style looks good on you, Father added. Mother seemed pleased with our praise, though the blouse's buttons looked a bit strained. Maybe the size isn't quite right. It's not something I could wear to a ball, but it'd be nice as casual loungewear. Though the chest area's a little tight. Oh, may I? Bianca interjected, reaching toward Mother's ample chest. With a touch, she activated her gift. Elasticity. Oh my goodness. It fits perfectly now. Thank you, Bianca-chan. I see, she used elasticity to adjust the size of the clothes. Not the whole thing, just the chest area. So elasticity can be used like that too. I sometimes stretch out clothes that have gotten too small so I can keep wearing them, Bianca explained, blushing at the thanks. Since Bianca and I are both in our growth spurts, favorite clothes quickly become unwearable. But with Bianca around, we can tweak their sizes to an extent. Elasticity is pretty handy. Mother took a liking to her, and Bianca ended up adjusting sizes for her repeatedly. Sorry about our mom, Bianca. Oh no, we need to get clothes for Sakurel-chan too. No, I'm fine really. I tried to refuse, but Mother grabbed my arm without a word. Deja vu, this is just like the party prep all over again. I'm about to become a dress-up doll. Glancing aside, I saw Yuria picking out clothes for Estelle. They looked like they were having fun over there. Not that I hate this, mind you. Father, meanwhile, was browsing shirts and jeans with the servants. He's as model-esque as Mother, so I bet he'll pull off some dashing looks. Wait, hold on, that embroidered jacket. Sure, the embroidery's gorgeous and flashy, but it suits him, and I'm kinda jealous. Sakurel-chan, how about this? Mother asked, holding up an anime-printed sweatshirt. No, that's a bit. I gently declined. Isn't that more for kids younger than me? It might fit size-wise, but still. I'd rather wear something from the adult section. Bianca's elasticity can only adjust things by a few centimeters, apparently. She can revert something she's changed back to its original state, but she can't keep altering it, like shrinking it further after shrinking it once. Oh, there's a kid's tracksuit too. That'd be good for sword training, looks comfy. Though as a duke's daughter, I couldn't wear it casually. Chapter 7. To the Night Order headquarters. How did it come to this? I muttered as I stepped into the living room. The culprits were my parents, lounging there. Father was in a dress shirt and slacks, while Mother wore a striped shirt with a waist-high flare skirt. What was once a fantasy world setting now felt like a slice of everyday Japan, though, with their model-like looks, it still retained a touch of the extraordinary. When they're relaxing at home with no visitors, they've taken to wearing earth clothes more often. They say it's just more comfortable. For going out or meeting people, they stick to their usual noble attire, but they've admitted there's no going back when it comes to underwear. I get it, I feel the same. The women's undergarments here are way cuter than drawers, and though he won't say it, I'm sure Father's pleased too. Anyway, today's another day of studying to become a proper noble lady. I can't afford to slack off, not when a fate of ruin awaits me if I dawdle. Etiquette, embroidery, horseback riding, languages, the history of the empire and its neighbors, swordsmanship, arithmetic, dance. I'm managing to handle them all decently enough. Thankfully, having Estelle and Bianca with me makes it bearable. Friends really make a difference. I even had Estelle's mom, Yuria, learn to drive the food truck. It's tough for Estelle and Bianca to walk to our place every day, you know. Since they both have estates in the 2nd district, we summon the truck in the evening for them to ride home together, then they come back in the morning. With my level up, I can now summon up to 5 food trucks, so lending one out's no issue. Bianca's a key figure who could lead me into Jean's route, so I'm cautious with her, but so far, there's no problem. We're just normal friends, I think. I'm not sure how she sees it. And then, out of nowhere, Jean, the potential harbinger of my doom, sauntered in. The three of us were having a nice tea time in the garden gazebo, and this guy had to show up. "What are you here for?" I asked warily. "Not a big deal. I came for Bianca more than you," he replied, brushing past me to approach her. "For Bianca? So, what are you doing about next month's match? You switching your affiliation from the Knight Order's custody to the Philharmonie Ducal House to compete?" Jean asked her. "Oh no, I forgot," Bianca gasped, her mouth dropping open. "A match? What's that?" "It's a joint squire match hosted by the Knight Order every 6 months. They split it by age group for combat. If you catch a Knight Commander's eye, you might even get a recommendation to join, though that's rare," Jean explained. "Squires, a match for Knight trainees, huh? Makes sense if you prove your skill there. It could give you an edge for joining the Knight Order." Up until now, Bianca had been registered as a squire under the First Knight Order, led by her father, and participated in the matches that way. But since becoming my attendant, she's supposed to compete as a squire of the Philharmonie Ducal House. Seems she forgot to update her registration. In the game, Bianca didn't have a confirmed spot in the Knight Order yet, while Jean was set to join. Maybe he got recognized at this joint match. "You've got to register by today if you're switching. Though sticking with the Knight Order's custody like before wouldn't be a problem," Jean added. "No, since I've become Lady Sackurail's attendant, even as a trainee, I'm a knight of the Philharmonie Ducal House. Naturally, I should participate as their squire," Bianca declared firmly, staring at Jean. She's as serious as ever. She was like this in the game too, earnest to a fault, though that can make her stubborn and inflexible at times. "Sorry, Lady Sackurail, may I head to the Knight Order headquarters for a bit?" she asked. "Sure, that's fine." As I started to reply, I realized I didn't have anything else planned for the day. "In that case, I'd like to visit the Knight Order headquarters too. In the game, I only went there a few times in Jean's route, and Bianca and Jean's fathers are probably there. I should greet them properly at least once. There are some doom flags I can't overcome without the Knight Order's help, not in Jean's route, but still." "No issue if you're just observing, right? As long as you don't disrupt training," Jean said. "Tea then, I'll come too," Estelle piped up. "Oh, Estelle too? All right, let's all go check out the Knight Order headquarters then. Since we're heading out, Tanya's coming along as our guard. Bianca alone wouldn't be enough if something happened. She's my attendant but still a knight trainee. My official guard is Tanya. Before we head to the academy, I'll need Bianca to take over that role from Tanya. If I can just crush any Jean-related doom flags before then." Section. The imperial capital is centered around the royal castle, with major roads running north, south, east, and west, divided into 4 concentric districts from 1st to 4th. The Symphonia Empire's Knight Order headquarters is in the 2nd district. We took the ducal family's carriage into the 2nd district, heading straight for the headquarters. Soon, the Knight Order headquarters came into view, a building resembling a modest old castle. Not a lavish, ornate one, but a sturdy, practical fortress, complete with a moat. Is this set up so they can hold out if something happens in the capital? Thanks to the ducal crest, our carriage passed the gate guards without a hitch and rolled right into the headquarters. When we reached the entrance, Jean hopped out energetically, greeting us with a smug grin. "How's that? This is the Knight Order headquarters." "It's not like it's your house," I retorted. Though, since Jean's father is the Grand Commander overseeing all the Knight Orders, I can kinda see why he's proud. As we stepped out of the carriage, some young knights scattered around the area glanced our way. The Knight Order includes 3rd or 4th sons of high-ranking nobles, but most members are 3rd or later sons of lesser nobles. There are some heirs of lesser nobles and commoners too, but they're the minority. Jean, an earl's heir, is aiming to join the knights. In families with a knightly tradition, there's a trend of heirs becoming knights too. Whether the Grand Commander's son can become Grand Commander himself depends on skill, but Jean's apparently got high expectations on him. With the ducal crest on our carriage, we've totally drawn attention. What to do? As I pondered this, Bianca spoke up beside me. "I'll go register at the reception." "What will you do, Lady Sackurail?" Guess I'll take a look around. Jean, can you show us?" Sure, though all I can show you is the training grounds and stables, he replied. No weapon storage, huh? I wanted to see real lances or giant ballistae, but that probably needs higher clearance. Oh well. After Bianca dashed off into the headquarters, we followed Jean to the stables first. Rows of stalls housed horses of all colors, bay, black, gray, chestnut, roan, each lounging as they pleased. They're so big, they feel different from the horses that pull our carriage, Estelle remarked. Course they are. These are war horses, trained daily, Jean answered, smug again. They're not your horses, dude. By the way, I've been training to ride too. For a noble lady or any noble, riding a horse is a must. In this world, horses are as commonplace to nobles as bicycles. They're not ridden daily, but horseback riding's an essential noble skill. You'd be in trouble if you couldn't ride alone in an emergency. For me, though, the food truck means I'm fine without riding. I can't drive yet, but once I'm an adult, I should be able to. Past the stables, we took a side path through the headquarters and emerged into an open area. It was as big as a school field, with dozens of knights training. Some sparring with wooden swords and shields, others swinging real blades, doing push-ups, or running laps around the perimeter. A few kids, some middle school-aged, others around our age were training too, probably squires like Bianca and Jean. There are quite a few squires, huh? I noted. If you want to join the Knight Order, becoming a squire early gives you an edge. You build skill and connections with knights. Still, only a handful pass the entrance exam, Jean explained. Unless you're an attendant like Bianca or Jean, squires are just trainees, not guaranteed a knight position. Fail the exam, and you're either a regular soldier or off to become an adventurer. There's more than one shot at the exam, but even that's limited. In this country, a knight is a one-generation noble with a knightly title. They're quasi-nobles with few privileges, better pay maybe, but that's it. The number of knights is capped, specific limits for the imperial knight order and each noble house. For noble families, it depends on their prosperity. For the imperial knight order, it might tie to the national budget. As a ducal house, we have more knights than most nobles, not just at the capital estate, but in our territory too. With a fixed number, a spot only opens when someone retires. It's not an easy gig. Though technically, you can quit duties without losing the title, so you're a knight until death, meaning their numbers grow over time. Some of these squires will probably end up at the academy later. Among the capture targets, only Jean's tied to the knights, so I doubt any weird flags will pop up here. Still, there might be some mob character like Lackey A from a CG or someone's attendant lurking. What's up, Jean? You're here, a voice called. Oh, Dad, Jean replied. Turning, I saw a rugged, middle-aged man, maybe mid-30s or a bit older. His red mustache and beard might make him look older. He wore the Imperial Knight Order's armor, a broadsword hanging beneath a red cloak. Jean's dad, Albert Ludra Staccato, Earl and Grand Commander of the Imperial Knight Order, known as the Tiger of the Empire. I'd seen him once from afar, at the founding festival, rushing to Elliot's side. So he is Jean's father. Dad, this is Sakurail. She wanted to check out, ow, Jean started, only to yelp mid-sentence. The Grand Commander had smacked a fist down on Jean's head. You fool. Calling His Highness the Duke's daughter this one, what a way to speak. A knight's not just about sword skill, learn some manners, he barked. Fair point. Father's right, calling a duke's daughter this one in public is a no-go. Still, since I told Jean to speak casually, I should back him up. It's fine, Jean's sort of a friend, and I'm not big on formalities, I said. See, she says it's fine, so it's fine, ow? Jean piped up, only to get another knuckle to the head. Even so, that's no excuse for lacking decorum in public. Show some remorse, the Grand Commander scolded. He's got a point. Chapter 8. Arrival. My name is Alberto Ledra Staccato, father of Jean. I serve as the commander of the Imperial Knight Order. I am well aware. There is no one in this imperial capital who does not know of the Tiger of the Empire. The commander greeted me courteously. It was likely an attitude directed more toward someone connected to the imperial family, rather than just a duke's daughter. It's said that in his youth, the commander served as an aide to my uncle, His Majesty the Emperor, so this demeanor makes sense. I took an immediate liking to this commander, who exuded the very essence of a knight. Indeed, a knight must be a gentleman to ladies. Jean, you should take notes. The commander, Jean's father, doesn't appear in the game. I believe he was away on an expedition and not in the capital at the time. That's precisely why that incident occurred in Jean's route. To give a rough rundown of Jean's route, a series of slashing attacks breaks out in the imperial capital. Jean steps up to resolve it but ends up getting overwhelmed. Shockingly, the culprit turns out to be a knight Jean knows from the Order. I'll skip the finer details, but with Estelle and the Knight Order's help, Jean defeats the rogue slasher knight in an intense battle, leading to a happy ending. That's the gist of it. The event where I, facing a doom flag, get cornered by Bianca, Jean, and Estelle is just a part of this main route. In a way, my event is merely a sub-event meant to deepen the bond between Estelle and Jean. For now, it doesn't seem like Estelle has any romantic feelings for Jean, so I think I'm safe. While I was lost in such thoughts, ignoring the commander politely greeting Estelle, my eyes suddenly caught sight of knights sparring in the training grounds. Huh? Are they fighting with real swords? Is that safe? Oh, that area is covered by a special barrier that prevents injuries. Training with real swords is essential for us. The commander answered my unspoken question. Apparently, it's a field barrier that applies a skin-like shield to living beings. Within this barrier, physical damage is significantly reduced thanks to that shield. That said, since it's a skin barrier that only reacts to living things, clothes still get torn and armor gets dented. It's a bit of a mixed bag. Plus, it only reduces damage, it doesn't eliminate pain entirely. They say if there's no pain, people neglect their defense. Perhaps there's something to be gained only through experiencing pain. It seems there are several similar barrier zones, with a few other people training with real swords as well. I was surprised to see some kids around our age among them. Are they already training with real combat in mind? Meanwhile, I'm still working on building stamina. The swords they're using all look like short swords, though. I suppose long swords might be too much for kids. Sakurail-sama, sorry to keep you waiting. While I was watching the Squire kids training, Bianca came over from the headquarters. It seems she'd finished arranging the joint match. Oh, Commander, it's been a while. When Bianca reached the commander, she snapped a crisp salute in greeting. Bianca, huh? Are you working hard as Sakurail-sama's aide? Yes. I'm living fulfilling days. I see. Then it was worth recommending you to His Highness, the Imperial Brother. So the commander was the one who recommended Bianca. Thanks to that, I've had all sorts of worries piled on me. Well, complaining about it now won't help, and since I've gotten along with Bianca, maybe it's all worked out for the best. Bianca, let's spar, it's been a while. But I'm Sakurail-sama's aide, so. Bianca tried to decline Jean's invitation, but I could tell at a glance her eyes were itching to test the results of her daily training. Why don't you go? Tanya's here with me, so I'll be fine. Why yes, then excuse me. Bianca hurriedly dashed off toward the training grounds with Jean. Glancing over, I noticed Estelle staring at the sword on the commander's hip. Since when was Estelle interested in swords? The commander seemed to notice her gaze too. Young lady, something the matter? Oh no, I just sensed a strange magic leaking from that sword, so I got curious. Oh, to pick up on that, you've got quite a sharp sense. Most people wouldn't notice. Saying that, the commander smoothly drew the broad sword from his hip. The wide blade shimmered with a reddish gold. A black hilt with ornate decorations on the guard held a red gem embedded in it. Even I, a novice with swords, could tell this was an extraordinary blade. The magic sword, Pesante, forged by the dwarven master smith Gildrain from Hyricane. A magic sword. A supreme blade said to be born from a combination of an enhancement-type gift and a master smith's skill. As expected of the Tiger of the Empire, even his sword is top tier. It's not just any sword, is it? Does it have some special effect? No, it's not that impressive. It just gets heavier with every swing, that's all. The commander grinned as he answered my question. Isn't that a big deal? Doesn't that mean each strike gains more force the more you swing it? But wouldn't it get too heavy to swing after a while? I've been granted the gift of strength doubling by the god of might, Power-sama. It's the perfect sword for me. I see, a perfect synergy between the magic sword and his gift. Of course, without the skill to wield it, you'd just be flailing around helplessly. It's still no match for your holy sword, Lady Sakurail. If they clashed, my sword would surely snap in two. With that, the commander sheathed, Pesante. Well, that's unavoidable. Comparing a sword forged on this earth to one bestowed by divine favor is unfair. They serve entirely different purposes. The holy sword is specialized for dispelling evil and vanquishing magic. It's overwhelmingly effective against monsters, magical beasts, and evil spirits. And that's not all, it's also strong against anything infused with magic. Or rather, it negates it. So if the commander's magic sword clashed with my holy sword, the magic sword would lose its properties and become just a lump of metal. And the blade of the holy sword, said to cut through anything in this world, would undoubtedly cleave the magic sword in half. But if I actually fought the commander in holy sword mode, I'm not sure who'd win. He's superior in skill, while I have the edge in weapon and physical enhancement. It'd come down to whether he'd even let me land a proper hit. In the end, I'd probably lose from stamina depletion. I really need to work on my endurance. As I mulled over such concerns, I noticed some commotion from Bianca's direction. It seemed she was arguing with someone. What's going on? HMPH again. Can't those two get along for once? The commander beside me let out a deep sigh. The girl arguing with Bianca looked about our age. Her flashy blonde hair, styled in dramatic vertical curls, stood in contrast to Bianca's silver locks. The light armor she wore also looked expensive. Her slightly upturned eyes brimmed with confidence, and she smirked mockingly at Bianca. Who's this girl, straight out of the Villainess playbook? Is she a rival from another love interest's route? No, I don't recognize her. She's not a game character. Who's that? Gloria Grimm Barcarola. The third daughter of Viscount Barcarola, the second knight order's commander. For some reason, she and Bianca don't get along, and they bicker every time they meet. It might have something to do with their fathers being the commanders of the first and second orders. The daughter of the second knight order's commander, huh? Yeah, I don't know her. With such a distinctive character, they should have put her in the game. A scrapped character, maybe? The game is from Estelle's perspective, after all. Characters with no connection to her wouldn't appear. Even my dad, His Highness the Imperial Brother, only gets a name drop. Take back what you said. I merely stated the truth. As their argument heated up, the commander headed toward them. We followed along casually. What's all this commotion? I taught you knights to always remain calm and composed. Gloria insulted me. I didn't insult her, I just stated facts. Even after the commander's words, the two kept glaring at each other. Both daughters of knight commanders, rivals, I suppose. The commander sighed again. What did Gloria say to you? She said I'm not skilled enough to be Sakurail-sama's aide. Oh, this involves me, because it's true, isn't it? In the last joint match, I placed third, while Bianca was fifth. By skill, I'm clearly superior, so it's ridiculous that Bianca is Sakurail-sama's aide. That's because I faced Jean early on due to the matchups. You lost to Jean too, didn't you? Bianca retorted to Gloria's claim. From what I heard, in last month's Squire tournament, Jean's sister Cecil took first place, and Jean came in second. The tournament is mixed gender and uses a bracket system. Bianca, who faced Jean early on, ended up ranking below Gloria. Like Bianca said, this format doesn't prove Gloria's stronger than her. It'd be different if Gloria had beaten Jean, who beat Bianca. I did lose to Jean-sama, but I don't feel like I'd lose to you. I've got much stronger since then. Want to test it? If you don't mind embarrassing yourself, that is. You little, fine, I'll take you on. Bianca barked back, caught up in the heat of the taunt. What's with that girl? It's like she provoked her on purpose. Does she have absolute confidence in winning? Bianca's been training hard with Yuria every day and has gotten pretty strong herself, I think. With a smug look, Gloria made a suggestion to the commander. Commander, may we have a barrier match? If you're both in agreement, I don't mind. The commander glanced at Bianca. A barrier match is that real sword sparring thing, right? Isn't that scary, even with the skin barrier? I'm fine with it. I think it'll show our true skill. Bianca nodded firmly. The two walked to the barrier-enclosed training area, faced each other, and bowed. A young knight stepped up to referee. If there are no objections, draw your swords. Both drew their real swords from their waists. They were both short swords. Bianca's was a rugged, dull-colored blade, well-worn and carrying the aura of a seasoned warrior. Gloria's, on the other hand, was a rare single-edged short sword. Slightly wider, it wasn't a straight blade but had a slight curve, closer to a Japanese katana, no, a cutlass, maybe. The dark-tinged blade gave off an eerie vibe, A ruby adorning the hilt glinted ominously. Wait, haven't I seen that sword somewhere? Begin. At the referee's signal, the two charged and clashed immediately. Their swords sparked off each other as they stepped back. Yeah, Gloria's black blade, I've definitely seen it before. In the game, if so, I remember now, that's the magic sword Discord. It's the manslaying magic sword wielded by the slasher knight in Jean's route in the game. Chapter 9. The Wager. The clash of steel reverberated through the training grounds. The match between Bianca and Gloria seemed evenly matched, a back-and-forth struggle. No, if anything, it looked like Bianca was being pushed back. That's it, that magic sword drains its opponent's stamina or magic power. It doesn't seem to have the full strength it did in the game yet, but Discord is a troublesome magic sword that grows by stealing power. That sword Gloria's using, it's a magic sword, right? It appears so. I pointed out to the commander that Gloria's sword was a magic sword, but he brushed it off with a casual there's no rule forbidding the use of magic swords in a match. Part of a knight's skill is discerning whether a weapon is a magic sword beforehand. Bianca had the chance to point it out before the match started. She didn't, so she can't complain now. Fair point. When he puts it that way, it's true there's no rule violation. But still, why does Gloria have that magic sword? In the game world, 10 years from now, the magic sword Discord was wielded by a male knight from the Order. Does that mean it passes from Gloria to that knight sometime after this? The magic sword Discord comes with a curse. In exchange for power, it erodes its wielder's mind, driving them to madness. And as it steals strength from defeated foes, it grows into an even more sinister weapon. Judging by Gloria's demeanor, the mental corruption hasn't progressed much yet, but if she keeps using it, eventually. Could it be that by the time the game starts, Gloria's mind has already broken, leaving her a husk? If she's still a mentally immature child, that's plausible. And then Discord ends up in the hands of that slasher knight? Come on, what's the matter? I haven't even gotten serious yet. Gloria, wearing a gleeful expression, launched a flurry of attacks. Could her mind already be showing signs of instability? I feel like I'm catching glimpses of it during this fight. Bianca was managing to fend off Gloria's onslaught, but only barely. You're quite stubborn, aren't you? How about this then? Gloria's figure suddenly vanished. What? For a split second, I thought she'd jumped upward, but there was no one in the air. When she reappeared, Gloria was right in front of Bianca. Bianca barely managed to block the downward swing and deflect it sideways, but it seemed the return strike had grazed her. Her pants were torn at the thigh. Was that Gloria's gift just now? A gift bestowed by the god of invisibility, Invisible Sama. It lets her turn invisible for just 1 second. Is it okay to use a gift in a match? Whether it's a match or real combat, fighting as if your life depends on it is how you gain experience. In a real battle, no one's going to say gifts are off limits. The commander answered my question. True, in real combat, enemies might use their gifts too. If this training is meant to prepare for that, there's no reason to ban them. But invisibility? That's insane. It's only for a brief moment, but having that pulled mid-duel would be brutal. You'd have to predict her movements based on what she did beforehand. In manga, they'd sense her killing intent or presence, but I doubt Bianca can manage that. Someone like the commander or Yuria might pull it off effortlessly, though. Damn, Bianca's in trouble. She took a hit to her leg. Jean, who'd come up beside me at some point, watched the match with a grave expression. Her leg, the barrier prevents injuries, doesn't it? It prevents injuries, sure, but not pain. Getting slashed full force still hurts from the impact. Plus, when you take a hit inside the barrier, that part of your body gradually goes numb. If you can't move, you lose. Otherwise, the match would never end. Oh, right. If the skin barrier made both sides impervious, they'd keep fighting forever without collapsing. The numbness must be there to force an end. Vital areas don't go numb, apparently. In a real fight, that hit to Bianca's leg would have injured her, slowing her down. And sure enough, Bianca's movements were sluggish now. Her right leg, where she'd been struck, seemed to lack strength. Ha! Bianca swung her sword horizontally with all her might. Gloria stepped back casually to dodge, when suddenly, the tip of Bianca's blade stretched out. Gloria barely evaded it, and the smugness vanished from her face. So close. If it had extended just a bit more, it would have reached her neck. It seems Bianca's gotten good enough to stretch metal with her free expansion too. Or was it a fluke? No more holding back. Take this. GH. Gloria, her face flushed with anger, raised, discord. I saw something being drained from Gloria into the magic sword as a dark aura emanated from its blade. With a dull clang, Bianca's sword, which had blocked discord, snapped in two. The broken blade clattered dryly as it hit the ground. Staring at her shattered sword and the blade pressed to her neck, Bianca dropped to her knees. That's enough. The winner is Gloria. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Gloria let out a triumphant laugh while Bianca hung her head. She lost. Bianca's improved a lot. To push Gloria with that magic sword that far. Does that mean, if Bianca had a similar magic sword, she'd have one? Who knows? Victory depends on luck sometimes. You don't know until they fight. The commander dodged the question. So it came down to the difference in their weapons? But that magic sword drains its wielder's life, leaving it with Gloria feels dangerous. So, did you realize how weak you are? KH. If you feel any shame, why not step down as an aide? Wouldn't that be better for Sakurail-sama? Don't you get that you're out of your depth? Hold it right there. Unable to stand Gloria's taunts piling onto the defeated Bianca, I walked over to them. I stepped in front of Gloria, shielding Bianca. I've been listening, and you keep talking like Bianca's incompetent. Could you correct that? Correct what? She just lost to me, didn't she? You only won because of that magic sword. Bianca's using a normal sword. Doesn't that skew the measure of true strength? Gloria shrugged slightly, as if mocking me. It's getting on my nerves. That's not something I'd expect from the princess of the holy sword. A knight's weapon is part of their strength. I thought you, with your holy sword, would understand that. I don't think my holy sword reflects my skill in the slightest, but I get what she's saying. Still, that sword's a problem. Then, as the princess of the holy sword, let me say this. That magic sword is shortening your life. You should get rid of it. And where did you even get such a dangerous thing? Doubly where I got it doesn't matter. You can't trick me into giving it up. Gloria faltered. A cursed magic sword like that couldn't have come from any legitimate source. Now, what to do? If Gloria keeps using that sword, she might end up dead. If she dies, discord could very well end up with that slasher knight. If so, I'd rather confiscate or destroy it here. Then how about this? In the Squire joint match 1 month from now, if Bianca beats you, you give up that magic sword. Sakurail-sama. Bianca, who'd been hanging her head, looked up. Her worried gaze met mine, but it's fine, no need to worry. That's a strange proposal. You just saw this girl lose pathetically. Bianca's true strength is more than this. If you're scared of losing, feel free to refuse. A fluke win is still a win, and I'm sure you'd love to walk away with that victory. What did you say? I deliberately provoked her, knowing she couldn't back down. From how heated she got in the match, I pegged her as impulsive and quick-tempered. She loves to taunt but isn't used to being taunted herself. After a moment of thought, a smirk crept onto Gloria's lips. Fine, I'll take that bet, but if I win, will you make me your aide, Sakurail-sama? What? Don't decide that on your own. Are you kidding me? There's no way that'd be allowed. As Gloria made her proposal, Bianca started to protest, but I raised a hand to stop her. Fine, I'll ask my father for you. Though I doubt it'll matter. Bianca's going to win anyway. Sakurail-sama. Haha, this is going to be fun. Everyone be my witnesses. Bianca-san, you'd better train hard. See you in a month. Gloria walked off, laughing loudly. I glared at her back, no, at the magic sword dangling from her waist. I won't let it grow any stronger. I won't let a slasher run loose in this capital. I took the dejected Bianca's hand and returned to where Estelle and Jean were watching the match. Sakurail-sama, why would you make such a promise? I lost. If I get removed as your aide on top of this, I'll... Bianca was panicking. I only said I'd ask my father. I never promised to dismiss her. Sneaky, call it what you will. That said, I doubt my father would allow Gloria, who isn't part of the Emperor's faction, to become my aide. Worst case, both Bianca and Gloria could end up as my aides. Well, I'll take steps to prevent that. Didn't I tell you? You only lost because she had a magic sword. So, all we need is a magic sword of our own. Huh. Exactly. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. A magic sword for a magic sword. And if it's one superior to discord, our victory is assured. Hey, I get how you feel, but magic swords aren't something you can just pick up easily, you know? This is why amateurs. Jean chimed in with an exasperated tone. A pang of guilt flickered through me for involving Jean, who knows nothing about this, but I can't let that magic sword slip away here. I'll apologize now. Sorry, Jean. Hi. The magic sword I'm about to acquire was originally meant for you. In the Jean route of Starlight Symphony, Jean obtains the magic sword, Fortissimo. I've decided to secure it as Bianca's magic sword instead. Chapter 10. The Legendary Blacksmith. So I decided to acquire the magic sword, Fortissimo, which Jean obtains in the game, but to be precise, that sword doesn't exist yet. It's going to be forged from now on. Me, forge it? Don't be ridiculous. There's no way a 6-year-old girl could craft a magic sword. In the game story, a legendary magic sword blacksmith makes it for Jean. Of course, getting to that point involves quite a few twists and turns. And now, we're on our way to the town where that blacksmith lives, traveling in a food truck I summoned with shop summoning. Convincing my father and mother to let me leave the capital was the hardest part somehow. I managed to get their permission. But this carriage is really fast. No, since it's not pulled by horses, maybe it's not a carriage. It's called an automobile, grandfather. That's right. My parents only agreed because grandfather insisted on coming along as an escort. Seriously, isn't this a bit too overprotective? In the lead vehicle, driven by Tanya, our escort, I'm in the passenger seat, while grandfather's in the kitchen area. In the second vehicle, driven by Estelle's mother, Yuria, are Estelle, Bianca, and unfortunately Jean. When he heard I had a lead on a magic sword, he declared, "I'm coming too," and tagged along. He probably figured he might snag a magic sword for himself if the chance arose. I could have refused, but since I'm technically stealing Jean's magic sword, guilt gnawed at me, and I couldn't quite say no. Darn it. It just so happens that the palace is hosting a string of noble parties right now. Elliot, being royalty, can attend, but Jean, a mere apprentice, is left out in the cold. In other words, he's got free time. What about me? Don't I have to go? They said I don't, since it'd definitely turn into a hassle. Apparently, tons of nobles with ulterior motives want to cozy up to the princess of the Holy Sword. Honestly, I wouldn't go even if they begged me. But is this blacksmith really in that town, Foco? Tanya, gripping the steering wheel, voiced her skepticism. The town of Foco, where we're headed, is a small place south of the imperial capital, Symphonia, known for its many blacksmiths. Even by carriage, it's less than a day's trip. With the food truck, we can get there and back in a few hours. A town any weapon or armor enthusiast has visited at least once. Even so, you won't find magic swords just lying around there. Magic swords require a suitable gift and top-tier forging skills to create. Such craftsmen are rare, and even when they do appear, many go into hiding due to the sheer number of people seeking magic swords. The blacksmith I'm after is living incognito under a false name. In the game, he'd been in that town for 20 years, so he should already be there. By the way, when my father asked how I knew this, I dodged it by saying I'd heard it from an old apothecary woman while living in the slums. We traveled from town to town back then, so it's not strange I'd pick up info like that. So, Sakurail, what's the name of this magic sword blacksmith? I think it was something like Balmber or Balclay. Honestly, I don't remember the name perfectly. I wasn't that into dwarf characters, but his face was distinctive, so I recall it clearly. Wait, no way, Balkbury, the dwarven master smith, Gildrain's teacher. I can't believe someone like that's so close to the capital. Grandfather got so excited he nearly stood up in the kitchen. Stop, the kitchen's cramped enough as it is. Tanya, driving the food truck, looked shocked too. Is he that famous? The dwarven blacksmith Balkbury is renowned for forging a magic sword for the Empire's founder. For anyone who wields a blade, owning one of his magic swords is the ultimate honor. He's truly a legendary blacksmith. What? The founder was centuries ago, right? Oh, dwarves live long lives, so I guess it's possible. He forged a sword for my ancestor too. What a weird connection. Grandfather, you don't have a Balkbury magic sword. No, I do have one I snagged at an auction. But it's not a sword, it's a small axe. Even that cost me nearly 30 royal gold coins. Nearly 30 royal gold coins, that's like 300 million. For one axe, that's insane. It was an auction, so the bidding probably drove the price up a bit, but still. Now I'm worried. Will he really make one for Bianca? I've got a trump card, prepared just in case. The food truck, carrying my anxious self, arrived in Foco by early afternoon. Since the truck stands out, we dismissed it before entering the town. Foco was a stone-built town with smoke rising from everywhere. The countless kilns and forges made it feel a bit hot. The sound of hammers striking, clang, clang echoed from all directions, and the metallic scent of iron filled the air. The town was full of dwarves, along with beastmen and other demi-humans. Humans were actually in the minority. Probably because of all the dwarves, I barely saw any elves who don't get along with them. Not that there are many elves in the capital either. It's been a while since I last came here, hasn't changed a bit. Grandfather walked beside me, gazing nostalgically at the town. Known as the Lion of the Empire, he'd visited this blacksmith town many times. So, Sakurale-sama, where's this blacksmith's house? Tanya, walking ahead, turned back to ask. Oh, where indeed? The game didn't exactly give an address. A house on the outskirts with a red roof, a big chimney, and an apple tree nearby, or, well, that's what I heard. Isn't that it? Reacting to my words, Jean pointed to the right. Squinting, I saw a small house with a red roof standing alone on a hill. It had a tall chimney. An apple tree, I couldn't tell from here, but there was some kind of tree nearby. That's probably it. Let's check it out anyway. The house on the hill at the town's edge was a sturdy brick building with a large chimney jutting out. A sign hanging from a pole on the roof bore the silhouette of an anvil. No doubt this was a blacksmith's workshop. In front of the house, an elderly dwarf sat on a chair, splitting firewood on a stump with a hatchet. Noticing us approach, he stopped. Hooray, you lot. Are you Balkbree? When I asked, the old dwarf raised an eyebrow. Don't know him, I'm Barry, no Balkbree here. He answered curtly and went back to splitting wood. Playing dumb, huh? I've got your face memorized, buddy, but I expected this. I pulled something out of my pouch. I want you to forge a magic sword. Go home, naive little miss. Magic swords aren't forged that easily, don't you know that? I do, but you can do it right. The legendary magic sword blacksmith, Balkbree. I told you I'm Barry. Barry's movements froze as he looked up from the firewood. His eyes locked onto me, or rather, the bottle in my hand. I opened the single malt whiskey and poured it into a small glass I'd taken out. The amber liquid's rich aroma wafted around us. A 30-year-old whiskey, one my college senior had raved about wanting to try at that shop. It cost a fortune, but if not here, where else would I use it? I brought this as a gift for Balkbree, but if he's not here, grandfather, here you go. Huh, oh, I can drink it. Grandfather took the glass with a goofy voice and, at my prompting, sipped it. Gah-ha, what is this liquor? I've never tasted anything like it, so deep, so rich. Grandfather let out an odd sigh after one sip, and I heard a loud gulp from the dwarf in front of us. Liquor for dwarves. Liquor, the dwarf slayer, or dwasley for short. Don't forget it. Normally, this would be an event where Jean begs and pleads, sitting outside the house for days through rain and wind until Barry gives in out of exasperation. Sorry, but I'm skipping that. What's that liquor? That smell, it's not from this country, is it? A new imperial brew. Impressive, he can tell that much from the scent alone. Dwarves are hardcore about their booze, but nope, wrong guess. Sorry, it's not from the Empire either. It's a drink from another world, courtesy of my gift. Another world's liquor. Barry's eyes widened in shock as he reached for the bottle. Whoa, not so fast. This is one-of-a-kind stuff. Well, I've got more at home, but still. Will you forge a magic sword? GRR, you little brat pulling tricks like that. You won't grow up to be any good. Well, yeah, I'm the top villainess here. I'll use whatever works. Grandfather, another glass. I'll take it. I poured more whiskey into Grandfather's already empty glass. Oops, I got a bit too eager and spilled some over the edge. Pouring's tricky. The spilled whiskey stained the ground. Nuha, what are you doing, you fool? What a waste. Fine, fine, I'll hear you out, just give me a sip. Yes, if he'll listen, I've got this in the bag. Barry will definitely forge the sword. I pulled another glass from my pouch and carefully poured the whiskey this time, making sure not to spill. Barry took it with slightly trembling hands, his face melting into bliss just from sniffing it. He tilted the glass back with a gulp. Savoring it, he kept his mouth shut tight, then suddenly snapped his eyes open. 3 bottles. Huh. 3 bottles of this a week, for a year, then I'll forge your magic sword. Wait, what? He's agreeing to forge it without even hearing me out. Just how much do dwarves love their booze? Chapter 11, The Trial Magic Sword. So that's why I need a magic sword to beat Discord. A magic sword to match a magic sword. I keep the lame pun that popped into my head to myself. Barry had been listening cheerfully while sipping the whiskey poured into his glass, but the moment Discord came up, his face soured into a scowl. Discord, huh? If that sword's involved, I've got no choice but to forge one. At Barry's words, Bianca, who'd been watching nervously beside me, showed her first hint of joy since arriving in this town. Grandfather, not understanding the meaning behind Barry's statement, asked him about it. Pardon me, Barry Dono, but is there some history between you and this magic sword, Discord? History's a strong word. That sword was forged by my idiot disciple. That's right. The magic sword Discord was crafted by one of Barry's former apprentices. That apprentice was a talented blacksmith from a young age, but his obsession with creating a powerful magic sword got the better of him. Without Barry's knowledge, he forged Discord using a method involving a curse ritual. In the end, that curse took the life of the apprentice who made it. After his death, Discord, a magic sword that grows stronger by draining its wielder's life, was deemed dangerous and locked away in the workshop storage, or so it was supposed to be. I realized it had been stolen about 10 years ago. Discord slowly chips away at its wielder's life to grow stronger. Eventually, it erodes their mind too, until all they can think about is cutting. Once that happens, you've got a vicious murderer on your hands. Can't just let that be. That's the state of the slasher knight 10 years from now. By then, his mind had split into two personas, like Jekyll and Hyde, a noble knight and a ruthless, demonic killer. If left unchecked, Gloria might end up the same way. I have to prevent that at all costs. From what you're saying, little miss, it doesn't sound like the mental corruption started yet. I'm not so sure. When she was attacking Bianca, she looked like she was having way too much fun. Nah, that's just how she is normally. She loves cornering weaker opponents more than eating 3 meals a day. Jean piped up and Bianca nodded in agreement. That's terrifying in its own right. Whatever. So you want me to make a magic sword for this silver-haired miss? Why, yes, sir. Please, I'd be grateful. Bianca snapped to attention and bowed deeply. Don't get excited yet. I'll test whether you can handle a magic sword first. If you don't pass, no magic sword for you. Hold on, you just said you'd forge one. Jean snapped at Barry's words. This is starting to feel sketchy. This didn't happen in the game. A promise is a promise. I'll forge a magic sword. But I only said I'd forge one, not that it'd be custom-made for someone specific. I could make it for the Lion of the Empire over there, couldn't I? He'd be able to wield my sword just fine. Grandfather grinned for a moment, but coughed and straightened his face when he felt Bianca's gaze. I get it, the thought of getting a legendary blacksmith's work is exciting. Wait, so Barry knows Grandfather? There ain't a blacksmith in this town who doesn't know the Lion of the Empire. Heard you won my axe at an auction, huh? If you just asked, I'd have made it for 1/10 of the price. Ha. Oh, Grandfather's face is twitching. He spent nearly 300 million on it. Well, no helping it now. So, if he's your grandfather, that makes you the princess of the Holy Sword. Huh. Barry pointed at me with his whiskey glass. Yeah, reluctantly so. But seriously, my reputation's spread even out here. Who's been blabbing? Sorry, but could I get a peek at that holy sword of yours? I want to see a sword made by a god's hand. I don't mind, but no one else can touch it, okay? That's fine. Just looking's enough. The holy sword can't be touched by anyone but its contracted master. Even Estelle, who summoned it originally, can't. Well, looking's fine, I guess. I summon the holy sword into my hand. What kinda magic power? No, divine power is this. Barry groaned as he laid eyes on the radiant holy sword. Even I can feel the divine power, as Barry calls it, leaking from it. It's like the cold mist seeping from dry ice. Sorry to interrupt while you're freaking out, but this is its normal state. There's also a holy sword mode above this. What? In holy sword mode, the divine power goes from dry ice to a flashbang. Oh, and it'd probably blow this house apart. And no way, that's crazy. Enough, I get it. Put it away. At Barry's flustered request, I dismiss the holy sword. Just summoning it without going into holy sword mode doesn't tire me out too much. I'd rather not end up bedridden with muscle soreness again. Barry let out a big sigh and downed the rest of his whiskey in one gulp. Yeah, no comparison. Even my magic swords can't hold a candle to that holy sword. That's why comparing them is pointless. There's no sense pitting a human-forged sword against one made by a god. But it gave me a benchmark. Thanks to that, I've got a vague idea of the shape for the next magic sword I'll forge. Barry grinned. In Jean's route, you obviously don't go down Elliot's route. So Barry, who only appears in Jean's route, never gets to see the holy sword. I wonder how this'll affect the magic sword he's going to make. It shouldn't make it worse, at least. It won't match your holy sword, little miss, but a magic sword tailored to its wielder can draw out more than its base potential. Naturally, I don't make 'em for just anyone. I'll test if she's got what it takes. How about it, you up for it? I'll do it. For Sakurail-sama, who's helped me this far, I'll make sure you forge that magic sword. Bianca met Barry's gaze head-on and answered with conviction. I'm touched, but is she okay? In the game, Barry learned about Discord from a worn-down Jean and forged Fortissimo pretty quickly. Does that mean Jean, 10 years from now, already had the skill to wield a magic sword? Is Bianca being tested because she's not at that level yet? There's no way she could match Jean's skill from a decade later right now. All right, come over here. Barry led us to an open area behind the house. What's he planning? Wait a sec, he said, then went to a shed or storage room and brought back an unsheathed sword. It was a short sword, about 50 centimeters long. The tip was missing, making it look broken midway. The blade was covered in dense, intricate engravings. Barry casually tossed it to Bianca. Swing that 100 times, and I'll make you a magic sword. If you can't, sorry, but no sword. Oh, that's it. Man, that's easy. Jean let out a relieved breath, like he'd been let off the hook. You're not the one doing it, Jean. This is a magic sword, isn't it? Does it have some special effect? Estelle, peering at the sword handed to Bianca, spoke up. Wait, seriously? Did Barry make this one too? And why's he keeping a magic sword in storage? Sharp girl, huh? Yep, it's a magic sword, called the Trial Magic Sword. It lets you fight a phantom enemy in your mind. If you can't beat it, you just waste a magic sword. Might as well give up now. A mental enemy? Like fighting Gloria in her head, some kind of image training. Bianca hesitated for a moment but walked to the center of the backyard and held the sword in a proper stance. 100 times right. Yeah, 100. I'll count, so just swing it with a clear mind. Bianca drew the sword back and swung it forward sharply. It was a clean swing, almost like you could hear the whoosh of the wind. 1. Barry started counting. It went smoothly 2, 3, 4, 5, but around 20, Bianca's swings began to slow. At first, I thought she was tired, but something seemed off. Her movements were like slow motion, both drawing back and swinging down. The light faded from Bianca's eyes, and she occasionally grimaced in anguish. It started. Wait, this is safe, right? If Bianca's in danger, I'll stop it right now. Relax, she won't get hurt. Mentally, though, I can't say. Mentally, you can't say. That's not reassuring at all. What's going on? Explain. Right now, that girl's fighting her own shadow in her mind. If she loses, the swings will stop. But she's still moving, even if just a little, so she's still fighting, deep inside her head. Her own shadow. Bianca swung the sword down slowly, her face twisted in pain. To me, it looked like she was trying to break through her own shell. Chapter 12, The Inner Shadow. Before I knew it, I found myself standing in a dark void. In my hand was no longer the magic sword I'd been swinging, but my beloved short sword, the one Gloria had broken, now restored to its original form. I see, this must be inside my mind. This short sword was a birthday gift from Father. Mother didn't approve much, saying a girl shouldn't have a sword, but I was overjoyed. Since then, I swung it whenever I had the chance, training until it felt like an extension of my own limbs. When did I first dream of becoming a knight? I think it started when I saw Father and my older brother, admiring how cool they were. I swore to myself I'd become a knight like Father and trained relentlessly, eventually earning my place as a squire. I was so happy. It felt like one of my dreams had come true. But in truth, I'd only climbed the first step of the staircase. Among the squires, there were plenty stronger than me. Jean, his sister Cecil, and Gloria. No, I don't think Gloria's stronger than me. She only won because of that magic sword. In terms of skill, I shouldn't have lost, I think. Jean and Cecil are geniuses. Pure talent. They learn quickly and wield their swords with innate finesse, backed by effort that makes them unbeatable. All I have is effort. All I can do is swing my sword tirelessly, doggedly pursuing strength. Then she appeared before me. Sakurail la Philharmonie, niece of His Majesty the Emperor, a duke's daughter, wielder of the divinely bestowed Holy Sword. The Princess of the Holy Sword, who felled the Dark Dragon, a foe the Empire's knights couldn't defeat with a single strike. I was captivated by her. Not by the strength of her sword. Truth be told, Sakurail-sama's swordsmanship isn't exactly praiseworthy. What drew me in was her courage. It's embarrassing to admit, but when the dark dragon appeared, my legs froze and I couldn't move. Me, someone aiming to be a knight who protects the people, couldn't save anyone. It couldn't be helped. I'm just a kid, after all. Even Cecil, standing beside me, was trembling and helpless. But Sakurail-sama was different. She shielded Estelle from the dark dragon with her own body, heedless of whether it would shatter her. I believe that selfless resolve is what summoned the Holy Sword. It wasn't just admiration. I genuinely wanted to become someone like her, someone with the courage to protect others. That's when the offer to become Sakurail-sama's aide came to me. Of course, I jumped at it without a second thought. To be a knight protecting her, what a wonderful future that would be. As her aide, Sakurail-sama was kind to me. Most highborn ladies I'd met at parties were insufferable, but her heart must be why she was granted the Holy Sword. I also made a friend Estelle, and my days felt full. Training under Estelle's mother, Yuria-sensei, I could feel myself growing stronger bit by bit. But when I lost to Gloria, it felt like everything I'd built up crumbled to dust. No matter how much I tried, was it all for nothing? Before geniuses or superior weapons, was my strength meaningless? Did I even have any worth at all? So you want a magic sword for that? Who's there? Startled by the sudden voice, I called out, and from the darkness, me slithered into view. A perfect mirror image of myself, down to every detail, but her mouth twisted into a mocking sneer. With a strong magic sword, you could pretend to be a mighty knight even without skill, right? No, that's not why I want a magic sword. It's nothing to be ashamed of, is it? Sakurail-sama has her holy sword. Deep down, you think if you had it, you could be the princess of the holy sword, too, don't you? The words my shadow flung at me were undeniably true. If I had the holy sword, I could have defeated the dark dragon. I could have been the princess of the holy sword. Then I'd be a knight no one could beat, not Jean, not Cecil, not even Gloria. That desire had indeed taken root inside me. If only I had a strong weapon, because I'm not strong, because I lack skill, because I'm weak. A weakling like you thinks a magic sword will make you strong. How's that any different from Gloria? With a smooth motion, my shadow drew a sword. It wasn't the dull gleam of the blade Father gave me, it was Gloria's magic sword. She lunged at me. Her movements weren't mine, they were Gloria's, exactly as I'd faced before. I barely blocked her strike with my drawn short sword. Her attacks rained down from left and right without pause, each blow sending shocks through my arms, threatening to make me drop my weapon. For a fleeting moment, I thought, maybe if I let it fall, this would all be over and I'd be free. No matter how much you try, it's pointless. You'll never beat geniuses like Jean or Cecil. You're just a nobody after all. Going to waste your life on futile effort. Her voice pressed down on me like a relentless hammer. Maybe it's enough. What's a talentless person like me clinging to a sword going to achieve? A certainty grew within me. If I let go of this sword here, I'd never wield one again. But that's fine. I wouldn't die. Being a knight isn't the only path in life. There are plenty of other ways to live. I'm just this kind of person anyway. I don't want to keep getting hurt so pathetically. It's over. Unable to block her strike, my sword snapped in two, just like in reality. My heart broke along with it. I hear voices from somewhere, not my shadows. Whose could they be? In my fading, hazy consciousness, I strained to listen through the darkness. Don't give up, Bianca. Sakurail-sama. Hearing her voice, the fog clouding my mind cleared in an instant. Her cheers reached deep into my heart. Don't give up, you're almost there, keep going. Bianca-san, you can do it. It wasn't just Sakurail-sama. Estelle's voice came through too. The flame in my heart, nearly snuffed out, flared back to life. I gripped my broken sword tightly. What was I getting so weak-kneed about? I'm not alone. I have a master who cares and cheers for me. I have friends, that's right. I still have reasons to keep trying. People who believe in me, Dreams I can't abandon. I put strength into my legs. It's okay, I can still do this. I can still stand. I can still move forward. So what if I'm weak? What's that matter? Step by step, even if it's small, I'll keep going. Even if I fall, I'll fall forward and I'll stand up again, no matter how many times it takes. A nobody? Fine, no talent, so what? I'll never ever lose to you. Yeah. The broken sword I swung erupted in blinding light, illuminating the darkness. Like the holy sword, it sliced through my shadow. Section. Bianca stood motionless, her sword still lowered. Her eyes were unfocused, her hands trembling faintly. Her face bore a look of anguish and sweat beaded thickly on her forehead. She'd swung 99 times, just one more. Raising and swinging it down, just that felt agonizingly out of reach. Well, will she break here or rise? This'll be worth watching. Barry sat at a table with chairs in the backyard, sipping whiskey. Across from him, grandfather shamelessly joined in. While Bianca's suffering, these adults, I shot them a sidelong glare. Don't give me that look, Sakurail. This is something she has to overcome herself. No one else can do it for her. You just have to believe and wait. I do believe, sure. But I don't even know what she's fighting, so I can't offer advice. All I can do as her friend is cheer her on. Bianca, you can do it. Don't lose. I know she's a hard worker. A diligent, earnest girl. Clumsy maybe, but straightforward and determined. A cool girl. That's why I'm sure she can do it. I believe in her. Don't give up, Bianca. Keep going. You're almost there. I don't know if my voice is reaching her, but I can't stop shouting. Bianca-san, you can do it. Beside me, Estelle yelled with all her might too. As if our voices reached her, Bianca slowly raised her sword. The light seemed to return to her eyes. Lifting it above her head, she swung it down with a fierce cry. Ha! Dropping to her knees, Bianca let the magic sword slip from her hand. Erg-ha-ha-ha. Sweat poured from her forehead as she panted heavily. Without thinking, I ran toward her. You did it, Bianca. Sakura il-sama. She could barely speak, so I told her to stay seated. It had been 5 hours since she started swinging. Of course she's exhausted. Every time she nearly stopped, my heart was in my throat. 5 hours? I was swinging that long. Well, she was mostly just standing there, but yeah. She said it didn't feel that long to her, though. Anyway, she's cleared this trial. Now Barry has to forge her magic sword as promised. Yep, on my dwarven pride, I'll forge a sword worthy of this little Miss Bianca. Look forward to it. Thank you so much. Still kneeling, Bianca bowed so low it was almost a prostration. Good, good. With this, the match should work out. So, about this Jean guy next to me? Bianca asked with a puzzled look. Oh, you're curious? Figures. See, after Bianca started swinging the trial sword, Jean went straight to Barry, begging, I want a magic sword too. Luckily, or not, there was another trial sword, so Jean lined up beside Bianca and started swinging too. He's past 60 swings now, I think? Grandfather's counting for him, so I'm not sure. He's raising the sword with an absolutely miserable expression. This'll take another 2 hours at least, but here's the thing, Jean. Barry's just testing if you're worthy of a magic sword. He didn't promise to forge one for you. Can you cough up over 150 bottles of otherworldly liquor, or the equivalent cash? I'm paying for Bianca's since this was my idea, but I'm not covering yours. If he makes it, it'll be on credit or a loan, I guess. In the game, he ends up in debt to forge a sword anyway, so not much changes there. Barry just said, put it on your tab, but that sure didn't mean free. Good luck, Detritan Knight. Chapter 13, Toward the Tournament. Well now, I've got no issue forging a magic sword, but there's one little problem. Moments after it was decided that Bianca would have a magic sword forged for her, old man Barry threw up another hurdle. Hey, what now? Don't tell me he's just angling for more booze. It ain't that. It's about what we're gonna use to make this magic sword. What we're using? You mean the material for the sword? Exactly. If you don't care about quality, iron or steel'll do fine. But for a magic sword, you'd want something like adamantite, hihiricane, or mithril, wouldn't you? Okay, but when he says wouldn't you, like that I'm kinda lost. I don't even know what those are. In the game, they never explained what Jean's magic sword was made of. Maybe it was in some supplemental lore book, but I don't remember a thing. What's Gloria's magic sword made of? Adamantite. That stuff's tough as nails, makes for a sturdy blade. Hihiricane's great for channeling magic, letting you craft a sword with versatile enchantments. Mithril, though, it stores and amplifies magic like nothing else. If you're aiming for top tier, Mithril's the only choice. Anything less than adamantite feels like a gamble. Do you even have the materials? Asking a magic swordsmith if he's got materials, that's a rookie question. But if you're set on Mithril, I'm gonna need a little extra incentive. Barry's eyes flicked toward the half-empty whiskey bottle. Called it, it's always about the booze with him. Fine. I'll throw in 2 more bottles of a different brand each month. Just make this girl the best mithril sword you can. Now that's the spirit, kid. Leave it to me. I'll forge you the finest magic sword you've ever seen. Barry downed a swig of whiskey and slammed his glass on the table with a thud. Hearing this, Jean, who was standing nearby, piped up. He'd also cleared the trial of the magic sword and earned the right to have Barry forge him a blade. Then I'll take mithril too. Sure thing, kid, but you sure about that? You're just piling on more debt. Though, if you join the Knights, you might earn enough to pay it off in, 10 years or so. Hey. Looks like Jean's stuck footing the bill himself. A 6-year-old with millions in debt? Harsh. Sure, he could probably sell the sword to clear it, but still. Of course, Jean can't get a sword forged without parental consent. Unlike me, who's paying up front with liquor, mind you, he needs at least a guarantor. If Jean runs off with the sword without paying, his dad, the Knight Commander, would be on the hook. Or they could get someone with the God of Contracts gift to enforce a contract. A contract sealed by a gift is absolute. For example, if they agreed, miss a payment for a year and you lose your right arm, the god's power would make it happen. Naturally, both parties have to consent for it to take effect. How long will it take? The tournament's a month away. Plenty of time. I'll start today and have it done in 2 weeks. Though, if you've got another bottle of something special, I could manage it in 1. Without a word, I slammed a bottle of pure rice Daijinjo sake onto the table, pulled straight from my satchel. Take that, you old drunk. You'd better make it properly. I don't want you slacking off just because you're guzzling booze. Relax, kid, I always do my job right. I'll go dry for a week and get it done. This beauty here. I'll save it for a celebratory toast once the sword's finished. Is he for real? Well, I've got no choice but to trust him. With the sword commission settled, we made to leave. I promised to return in a week, and we bid Barry farewell. On our way out, Grandfather mentioned he'd also asked Barry to forge him a magic sword, paying out of his own pocket, of course. Unlike Jean, Grandfather can probably afford it no problem. Section. Wow, sounds like everyone's having a blast without me. You could have invited me, you know. Oh, come on, Elliot. Weren't you at that Imperial Gala? Besides, Jean only tagged along by forcing his way in. When Elliot heard we'd gone to get magic swords forged, he showed up at our place, sulking for some reason. News travels fast. Did Jean spill the beans already? Jean wasn't with Elliot today, probably busy begging his dad to sign off on his sword. Having the legendary swordsmith forge a magic sword is something to celebrate, sure, but the price tag. Most parents would hesitate to drop that kind of coin on a kid's weapon. I know it's a bit late to ask, but is it really okay for someone like me to have a magic sword? Bianca posed the question the night we got home. Talk about late to the party. I'm having the sword made for my personal attendant, so it's fine. And don't worry, I won't make you pay for it if it breaks. It's basically a necessary expense. Skimping on gear for the person protecting me would be like saying I don't value my own life. Plus, the ducal family wants my attendant to have a bit of prestige. Tanya, my guard, gave me a bit of a sour look, but don't worry, I'll get Barry to make one for her too once this is sorted. Since Jean's Prince Elliot's attendant, why doesn't His Highness cover the cost of his sword, like Lady Sacurail's doing for Bianca? Estelle, smiling sweetly, dropped a savage suggestion on Elliot. Jean may be Elliot's attendant, but he's still just an apprentice. Elliot's official knight escorts are a different matter. If they needed magic swords, His Majesty would likely cover it from the royal treasury. But for Jean, that's trickier. If it comes down to it, Elliot would have to pay out of pocket. Even a crown prince doesn't have the cash to casually drop on a top-tier magic sword. Not that we're ones to talk. Our deal with Barry's basically a steal since we're paying in whiskey. Fraud? Nah, it's just supply and demand. Barry wants rare booze, we want his swords. It's a win-win, probably. Move your feet more, sway side to side, don't let them predict your movements. Yes, ma'am. Uria's voice echoed across the training grounds at the ducal estate. Bianca was getting knocked around but kept swinging her sword. Even I'm starting to think this is overkill, but seeing her pour her heart into it makes it hard to tell her to stop. Estelle's using her gift to heal and support her, but I don't want Bianca pushing herself too far. Word is, Gloria's gotten even stronger, probably thanks to her magic sword, Discord. It siphons power from her opponents and boosts her own. She might think she's grown stronger, but it's just the sword's effect. The corruption might be starting to creep into her mind, too. According to Barry, it begins with restlessness and irritability. After that, the user calms down unnaturally, but in battle or high-stress situations, their emotions explode uncontrollably. That's how the magic swordsman in the game was. Cool-headed knight one moment, unstoppable berserker the next. I don't think Gloria's there yet, but Barry says every magic sword has an affinity. Some wielders mesh well, others don't. Here's hoping Gloria's a good match. If worst comes to worst, I might have to use my holy sword to shatter Discord. In holy sword mode, it should be able to sever the sword's curse. I can't let that blade turn her into the serial-killing maniac from the game's timeline 10 years from now. It has to be destroyed. As I quietly steeled my resolve, Jean showed up, looking conflicted. Jean, what's with that face? Oh, Elliot's here too. It's just, I talked to Dad about the sword. According to Jean, he told his father, the Knight Commander, about getting a magic sword forged by the legendary Balkberry and asked him to be his guarantor for the cost. At first, his dad thought it was a scam. Fair enough, who wouldn't? But when he heard Grandfather, the Lion of the Empire, was involved, he figured it had to be legit. The issue was the price. Even for an Earl's family, a magic sword isn't cheap. The real question was whether it was appropriate to give one to a kid like Jean. Still, a sword forged by the legendary Balkberry isn't something you can just buy. Not wanting to miss the chance, the Knight Commander came to a decision. Dad's covering the cost, but he's keeping the sword himself. That's how he's playing it. What does that mean? Estelle blinked, clearly confused. It means the Knight Commander's buying the sword Barry forges. He's taking on Jean's debt. Since he's the one paying, he decides whether Jean gets to use it. If Jean insisted on taking the sword and handling the debt himself, his dad probably wouldn't sign as guarantor, and the deal would fall through. Jean's got no choice. At least you're getting it forged. Lord Staccato might give it to you as a gift when you enroll in the academy or join the Knights. That's years away, I want it now. Jean grumbled to Elliot. Oh, come on, in the game you didn't get it until around then anyway. No need to mope. Back in the game, you were saddled with that debt, working it off for 10 years in the Knights. Your dad's covering it for you, be grateful. Chapter 14. Lessons and Training. Very well, my lady. Countless gods dwell in the heavens, but among them, a select few hold particular significance. With that, my elderly tutor, Professor Arwen Stram, began writing the names of these gods on the blackboard before us. This much I knew. These were the 9 goddesses said to have created this world. Eumenalia, the goddess of judgment who sees the future. Linzavale, the goddess of fate who weaves destiny. Elzavale, the goddess of courage who honors martial prowess. Yeet, the goddess of the blade clad in storms. Lushiet, the merciful earth mother goddess of abundance. Sushiara, the goddess of life who cherishes all living things. Lienbert, the goddess of knowledge who governs all magic. Hildlirt, the proud and noble goddess of justice. Sacuracleria, the guardian goddess of music and song. These are the primordial deities recorded in the Church's Genesis, the sacred text. Collectively, they're known as the 9 goddesses of creation. These 9 stand apart from the gods who bestow gifts upon humanity. It's said that this world was first shaped by these goddesses, and only afterward did other gods take interest, granting people the extraordinary powers known as gifts. However, it is said that these 9 goddesses never bestow gifts upon mortals. The temple scholars believe this is because their divine power is directed toward the world itself, not its inhabitants. In this world, gods aren't some vague concept, they're undeniably real. With gifts existing, you'd be hard-pressed to deny the gods' presence. Still, as someone who suspects this world might be a game, I can't help but think of gods as game developers. Or maybe even the gods here were created by those developers. If this is a game world, the thought's a bit dizzying. I'd much prefer this to be a unique other world that just resembles a game. If it's truly a game, the otome game framework's already starting to crumble. The dev team, gods, would probably be panicking if they saw this. I'd be like a bug in the system, wouldn't I? Please don't patch me out. That's why I choose to believe this is an otherworld, not a game. Wishful thinking maybe, but it keeps me grounded. Many parents name their daughters after these 9 goddesses. You, Lady Sakurail, are one such example. Sakura, right. Indeed, Lady Sakura governs music and song and is also the patron of cats. It's said her sacred beast is a bipedal cat. A bipedal cat. Like some fairy tale cat in boots? A tiger I could understand, but a cat as a guardian beast? Well, it's a divine creature, so it's probably ridiculously strong. Oh, it's already noon. Let's conclude today's lesson here. Thank you, Professor. Professor Stram gathered the books he'd brought as teaching materials and left the room. He's a proper educator, having taught at the academy before my father recruited him upon his retirement. His teaching is top-notch, engaging, tailored to my interests and clear, making noble etiquette, history, and more easy to grasp. Thanks to him, I've come to enjoy studying, something I loathed in my past life. Bless him. Your name comes from the 9 goddesses, Lady Sakurail. Yeah, but it's also tied to cherry blossoms, apparently. I gave Estelle a wry smile. In this world, Riel means flower. Estelle's name, meaning star, likely ties to the game's title, Starlight Symphony. Fitting, given her role as the heroine. After the lesson, we headed to the courtyard, where, as usual, Bianca was training relentlessly with Yuria. Since it was decided she'd get a magic sword, her training's gotten even more intense, almost obsessive. I've told her to take breaks, but she sneaks off to train whenever I'm not looking. I'm worried she's heading straight for meathead territory. Thwack! Bianca dropped her wooden sword, wincing as Yuria's strike landed on her wrist. Caught off guard, Yuria rushed to her side. We hurried over too and saw Bianca's right arm, bruised black and blue, the mark vivid and painful. She was sweating, clutching her hand. Estelle, can you handle it? Got it. At her mother Yuria's request, Estelle raised her hand over Bianca's arm. Holy miracle. A burst of radiant particles spilled from Estelle's hand, scattering like sparks. The dark bruise faded, her arm returning to normal. That gift never ceases to amaze. Thanks, Estelle. Now I can keep training. Bianca, ready to dive back in, was met with my sweetest smile and a glare. Bianca, didn't I tell you to take breaks? Lady Sakurail, but to prepare for Gloria. You think I don't know you've been at it nonstop since dawn, swinging your sword for hours even before Yuria got here. WL. Bianca stammered, looking guilty. Yuria sighed, clearly exasperated. It's obvious overwork. No wonder she took that hit, her reflexes must be shot. I thought your movement seemed sluggish, Yuria said. Sorry, Bianca shrank under her gaze, everything in moderation. Overdoing it is as bad as not doing enough. She's still a kid, pushing too hard could stunt her growth. All right, Bianca, you're taking a break. Yuria, let's have lunch together. Shop summon. Boom, a food truck appeared in the training yard. Estelle had requested hot dogs for lunch, and I'd planned to share some with Bianca and Yuria anyway, so this worked out perfectly. The weather was nice, so we spread a leisure sheet from the pawnshop on the grass and sat down to eat. So good, fried potatoes are the best. I could eat these every day, Estelle exclaimed, happily munching on her fries. Every day might not be the best idea, isn't that an L-size portion? You'll gain weight if you eat those daily. They're fried in a ton of oil. Root vegetables are high in carbs, too. At my words, Estelle's hand froze mid-reach. After a brief hesitation, she popped another fry in her mouth. Even a saintess can't resist food, huh? I'll stick to S-size next time. Good call. Estelle doesn't eat them every day, and she trains with me in dance and swordplay, so I doubt she'd gain weight easily. Still, you can't be too careful. Fat creeps up when you least expect it. Bianca's been exercising so much lately, I'm not worried about her gaining weight. I'm more concerned she'll collapse from exhaustion. Oh ho, Sakurail. There you are, and eating something tasty, I see. Grandfather. As we ate our hot dogs, Grandfather, the Margrave, approached from the mansion. I don't mean to nag, but isn't a Margrave supposed to stay in his territory, guarding against invasions? His lands border the hostile Allegretto Empire. Shouldn't he be there, keeping watch? Is it really okay for him to hang out in the capital so much? When I asked, He waved off my concerns while biting into a hot dog, joining us on the leisure sheet. No need to fret. My son's handling things back home. If anything happens, I'll hear about it right away. Besides, with this thing, I can be back in less than a day, right? He tapped the food truck lightly. Fair point, I suppose. By the way, his son, my mother's older brother, is my uncle. I've never met him, but he's said to be a talented man, skilled in both academics and combat. While grandfather is called the Lion of the Empire, my uncle's known as the Young Lion. Maybe Jean'll be the young tiger when he grows up. Lord Margrave, if I may, could you offer me some guidance in combat? Lunch was barely over when Bianca made her request. This girl's still raring to go. Is she seriously on the path to becoming a musclehead? I get that losing to Gloria has her anxious, but still. Very well. If you're to serve Sakurail, you'll need to be strong. I'll teach you the techniques of a knight forged in the borderlands, different from Uria's or the Central Knights. Thank you, my lord. Bianca's eyes sparkled as she bowed deeply. And so, Bianca's intense training resumed. With a sigh, I resolved to force her to rest before she collapses. Chapter 15. 2 Magic Swords. A week had passed. We were once again heading to the town of Foko with 2 food trucks. The difference from last time was that the second truck carried Jean's father, the knight commander, as well. Well, considering the commander was the one paying, it's only natural he'd be here. No, wait, he's definitely tagging along to get a sword made for himself too. I'm sure of it. As for that matter, I don't mind leaving it to Barry and the commander to sort out between themselves. It's none of my concern. When we arrived at Barry's house, we found him sitting at a table set up in front of his home, enjoying a drink in a tipsy mood. Oh, he's definitely ready in more ways than one. Hey, holy sword girl, good to see ya, Barry greeted. I'm here to pick up the magic sword, I replied. No worries, it's all done and ready, he assured me. Barry placed 2 swords, one in a red sheath and the other in a blue sheath on the table, leaning them against the wall of his house. 2 swords. Felt in top form for once, Barry said with a hearty laugh. Ended up forging the kid's sword too, just for kicks. Barry chuckled loudly. Whoa, he made Jean's sword in just a week too? I hadn't heard about that. What kind of gift does Barry have anyway? Something like high-speed magic sword forging? Jean, clearly not expecting his sword to be ready, raised both fists in a triumphant pose. I hate to rain on his parade, but isn't that magic sword about to be confiscated by his dad? Maybe he shouldn't get too excited. I didn't want to spoil his moment, so I kept my thoughts to myself. The one in the blue sheath is Bianca's magic sword, Ensemble, Barry explained. The red one's the kid's magic sword, Fortissimo. Wait a second. Isn't Fortissimo supposed to be Bianca's? In the game, Fortissimo was the magic sword Jean obtained. Since we had Barry make it ahead of time, I assumed Fortissimo would be the one completed. Well, it is completed, but still. Is there a difference between the two? I asked. Obviously, Barry replied. Magic swords are crafted to suit their wielder. A magic sword that leaves its true owner's hands can't even muster half its power. I see. So, a magic sword that's sold or parted with for some reason can't unleash its full potential. Magic swords are supposed to be custom-made for their wielders. Though, it seems they can sometimes end up with someone who's just as compatible as the original owner, like with the Highwayman Knight in the game. In the case of that Highwayman Knight, the compatibility was too perfect. He ended up being possessed by discord, which had accumulated too much magical power. That probably wouldn't happen with a normal magic sword, though. Even if Gloria isn't the true wielder, I doubt she'd be possessed, but using it for too long would still wear down her spirit. We need to take it from her soon. Since magic swords are tailored to their wielders, does that mean no matter how it's made for Jean, it'll always end up as Fortissimo? If so, this ensemble must be an original magic sword, not from the game, crafted specifically for Bianca. Bianca's more about speed and technique than brute force, right? Barry said. I made the perfect sword for her. Of course, it'll take years of training to master it. Naturally, Bianca declared, gripping the ensemble handed to her. I will become, a knight worthy of this magic sword. Bianca drew ensemble with a swift motion. The sword had a blue hilt and a mithril blade that glimmered brilliantly. It wasn't ornate, but its simple, elegant design was beautiful. The blade's length was somewhere between a short sword and a long sword. It seemed a bit large for a child like Bianca, but since she has the flexible extension gift, it probably wouldn't be too much trouble. Plus, magic swords apparently adapt to their wielder's growth, taking on the ideal form for them at any given time. So, when Bianca and Jean grow up, their swords will grow with them. Bianca assumed a proper stance and swung ensemble once. "Amazing! It's so light and fits perfectly in my hand," she exclaimed. "That's how I made it," Barry said with a grin. Mithril is lighter than iron or steel, yet incredibly durable and highly conductive to magic. That also means it can deflect attacks infused with someone else's magic. This sword should be able to counter Discord's ability to drain an opponent's power. "Whoa, so cool," came another excited voice. Jean was equally enthralled by his magic sword, Fortissimo. It had a red hilt with a red line running from the guard down the center of its broad blade. The sword was about the length of a longsword, which looked quite large in Jean's hands. But that must be the ideal size for him right now. Fortissimo was exactly as I remembered it from the game. As expected, Jean's magic sword was destined to be Fortissimo. The kid's Fortissimo amplifies even the smallest spark into a raging inferno, Barry explained. That's not all. If you contain that flame within, the blade heats up, and with mastery, it can slice through anything. Yup, that's how it was in the game. It ended up cleaving the Highwayman Knight in two when cornered. It was like a glowing red photon saber or laser blade, leaving a trail like a red meteor with every swing. It's the perfect magic sword for Jean, who already has the flame sword gift. What about Bianca's sword? What does it do? I asked. Ensemble is a time-space attribute magic sword, Barry said. You'll see when you use it. Have her spar with the lion or tiger of the Empire. I'll take her on. The Knight Commander, known as the Tiger of the Empire, volunteered. So Barry knew about the commander too, huh? Well, he is a famous figure in this country. We moved to the backyard, where Bianca and Jean had undergone their magic sword trials a week ago. Bianca readied her newly forged ensemble, while the commander drew his own magic sword, Pesante. "I won't attack," the commander said. "Come at me with everything you've got. Otherwise, the magic sword won't respond." "Yes, sir," Bianca replied. Bianca gripped her sword with both hands, while the commander held his with one. Like an arrow released from a bow, Bianca charged straight at the commander, slashing fiercely. Ensemble and Pesante clashed with a high-pitched metallic ring. Bianca attacked from the right, then the left, but the commander deflected her strikes with a calm expression, not moving an inch from his spot. "Ha!" Bianca shouted. "HM," the commander responded. The commander blocked Bianca's strike. Wait, was it my imagination, or did Bianca's form flicker for a moment? I rubbed my eyes, thinking I'd seen wrong, but as Bianca lunged at the commander again, her form flickered once more. No, it wasn't a mistake. Bianca had split into two, one on the right and one on the left. "Yeah!" both Biancas cried in unison. "What?" the commander exclaimed. Even the commander had to step back under the dual assault from both sides. In the brief moment he gained, he deflected both magic swords. Bianca, now won again, dropped to her knees, breathing heavily. What was that? "For a first try, duet is about the best you can manage," Barry muttered, stroking his bearded chin with satisfaction. So that was the power of Bianca's magic sword. "Is it a magic sword that creates illusions?" Tanya asked. "No, Lord Staccato blocked both swords," Yuria replied. "That means both were real, not illusions." "What does that mean? A clone technique?" "A clone technique? I don't know about that," Barry said. "Ensemble can summon a duplicate of its wielder from another timeline and anchor its existence here for a brief moment. So both of those Biancas were the real deal. So it is a clone technique, isn't it?" I mentally retorted to Barry's explanation. "No, wait, the clone techniques used by ninjas are about moving so fast it looks like there are two people, like an afterimage, right? Bianca's ability goes beyond that. This is an incredible magic sword, isn't it? Being able to become two people means fighting 2-on-1, and the fact that even the magic sword duplicates is just insane. Doesn't this go against the spirit of chivalry or something?" I asked. "The code of chivalry varies slightly by country," the commander answered. "In our nation, it means giving your all for what you must protect and acting without shame. A magic sword is part of your strength. Holding back and bringing shame upon yourself, That's what goes against the spirit of chivalry. If the head of the Night Order says so, it must be fine. Master ensemble and you'll be able to summon more duplicates, Barry said. Duet, trio, quartet, how far you can go depends on you. On me, Bianca murmured, gazing at ensemble in her hands. 3 weeks until the joint tournament. Could she master it by then? That duet just now only lasted a moment and seemed to drain her stamina completely. You'll need to create duplicates freely and extend their duration, Barry said. When the magic sword and its wielder become one, you'll wield it like an extension of yourself. That should reduce the stamina drain too. Indeed, my grandfather nodded. A magic sword is like a wild horse. It's tough to tame, but once it acknowledges its master, it becomes obedient. So it all comes down to training, huh? Dad, me next. Let me try my magic sword, Jean shouted. It's not your magic sword, the commander said coolly. Since I'm paying, it's still my magic sword. Jean groaned as the commander doused his excitement. He said still, though, so maybe he'll hand it over eventually. Fine, give it a try. Come at me, the commander said. Hell yeah, here I go, Jean roared. Jean's magic sword flared with flames. That wasn't the sword's power, but Jean's flame sword gift. Brandishing the flame-wreathed sword, Jean swung at the commander. The commander, used to sparring with his gift-wielding son, casually deflected the fiery strikes, swaying them left and right. What's wrong? Draw out the magic sword's power, the commander taunted. You got it. Watch this, Jean replied. Jean focused, gripping his sword tightly. The flames cloaking the blade suddenly surged as if exploding, then were sucked into the sword, disappearing. At the same time, the silvery blade turned a glowing, heated red. No good, Barry muttered under his breath. Huh, I said, distracted by Barry's comment. A sudden scream of ow hot came from the front, and I saw Jean toss his magic sword aside. Ow, 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 water, water, Jean yelled. Jean flailed his hands and ran around, plunging them into a bucket of water nearby. What happened? I asked. He couldn't control the magic sword's power, Barry explained. If you let the heat spread to the hilt, that's what happens. I nodded in understanding. So that's why Jean burned his hands. The burns didn't seem too severe, but the commander confiscated Jean's magic sword. He told Jean to first master complete control over his flame sword gift. Apparently, Jean's flame sword is currently in a constant full-throttle state, like flooring the gas pedal in a car. That was fine until now, but to wield a magic sword, as the commander said, Jean needs to learn to adjust the flame's intensity freely. Weak or strong, or it's dangerous. Jean was dejected about losing the sword, but the commander promised that if he could master his gift by the joint tournament in 3 weeks, he could use the magic sword in the event. That instantly reignited Jean's motivation. Talk about a quick turnaround. It's all about money, man. Chapter 16, Store Summoning 7. The day after Barry forged the magic swords, the crest on my right hand leveled up again. As expected, it's probably because we completed an event from Jean's route. However, I'm not entirely sure if it's because Jean received his magic sword or because Barry crafted them. The details are a bit unclear. Or maybe it's simpler, perhaps reaching a scene like a still image triggers the level up. But there are a few landscape stills, and some events don't have stills at all. Oh well. This time it couldn't be helped, but I'll try to avoid events tied to capture targets and focus on smaller events from the common route whenever possible. If I get the chance, that is. By now, my parents, who have grown accustomed to me receiving blessings from Samania, and Estelle, who came for morning training, head with me to the usual summoning grounds. Bianca and Yuria stayed behind at the training grounds, eager to squeeze in even a little more practice for the upcoming tournament. I think they could take a break every now and then, but anyway, I'm starting to feel like it's about time my desired shop gets summoned. So what's the deal, Samania-sama? To put it bluntly, I want rice. I haven't eaten rice once since coming to this world. I'm not even sure it exists here. When I was traveling with the apothecary granny, I never saw it either, so it's probably not in neighboring countries. There might be rice in far-off lands, but I have no idea if it's the rice I'm craving. In that case, using store summoning to call forth a shop that handles rice might be the fastest solution. A convenience store, a restaurant, a diner, a judon shop, a curry place. Heck, even a straight-up rice shop would do. Please, give me rice, gimme rice. Store summoning. With all my longing poured into it, I summon a shop. Oh, it's pretty big. Could it be a restaurant? As the dazzling light faded and I saw the blue signboard in front of me, I slumped to my knees in disappointment. This shop, capsule toy vending machines, lined the storefront. Through the glass wall, I could see rows of small boxes. No matter how you look at it, this isn't a restaurant. The sign read Date Model Shop. It's the model store near the vocational school I attended in my previous life. The design department I studied in had a 3D modeling class. I bought materials and paints for it a few times, but... Sakurail, what's this shop? My father asked. It's a model shop. They sell small models you assemble yourself. Models like miniature buildings or ships made before construction, he ventured. Well, he's not wrong. This shop probably has models of ships and houses too. But most of the models are of things that don't exist in this world, or even in my original world for that matter. Like robots or space battleships. Oh, like those things at the candy store that you assemble into armored dolls, right? My mother chimed in proudly. Yes, exactly. This is a specialty store for those kinds of things. She's talking about robot plastic models, I bet. Since cheap plastic models were sold at candy stores, she probably gets the idea. Oh, this cat figure is so cute, Estelle exclaimed. Estelle was fixated on one of the capsule toys at the storefront. It is cute, but those cost 200 yen a pop, which is about 2,000 yen in this world's currency, you know. Despite my warning, Estelle really wanted that cat capsule toy. She popped in her pocket money and turned the crank, clack clack. Delighted with the cat toy that came out, Estelle inserted 2 more copper coins and cranked again, clack clack. Huh, did she not get the one she wanted? This one's for Bianca, she said. She'll definitely want it. So it was a souvenir for Bianca. Those two have gotten pretty close, haven't they? A heroine and a villainess being buddies. Unthinkable in the game. Well, I guess Estelle and I are in the same boat. We passed through the automatic doors and entered the shop. The store was packed with boxes of plastic models. Most were from robot anime, but there were also cars, motorcycles, airplanes, and battleships. In the back, they sold brushes, paints, and other small tools for model making. Oh, I need to warn them about the instant adhesive and thinner. Those can be dangerous. My father, holding a plastic model box and staring at it intently, let out a thoughtful hum. This looks incredibly sturdy. Is this a fortress of some kind? No, that's a castle. Kumamoto Castle. Kumamoto Castle was famously called impregnable. It's no wonder my father got that impression. When he opened the box and looked inside, his brows furrowed, though he'd been impressed by the box art. You assemble this, and it becomes that castle. It doesn't look like it at all. Could my gift fix it? No, it's made to be disassembled from the start, so object restoration won't put it back together. I see, my father's object restoration gift could undo mistakes in assembly or painting. He might actually be well suited for model making, but the instructions are entirely in Japanese. Still, people here can read numbers, and the diagrams are clear enough, so it's not impossible to assemble them. It's a strange shop, Estelle said. It's overwhelming with so many things I've never seen. Well, yeah. Cars, motorcycles, tanks, airplanes, rockets, even spaceships. Those are all incomprehensible to people in this world. My mother seemed more interested in the brushes and paints than the models themselves. She was eyeing the small plastic paint bottles and, probably, disposable plastic gloves to keep paint off her hands. Is this flying in the sky? My father marveled, holding a fighter jet model box. Does the other world have vehicles like this that fly? This world does have flying vehicles, but they're magic airships from a lost ancient civilization. They're far slower than the fighter jet my father was holding, and they require heaps of magic stones to operate, so they're not flown lightly. Oh, magic stones are translucent crystals found in magical beasts, storing magical energy. They're used as like batteries or melted down and crushed for various purposes. They're handy stones, used as cores for magic tools. Depending on their rank, magic stones fetch a high price. That makes magic airships money pits, only flown in dire situations. I've heard rumors that the Empire is developing magic airships that don't need magic stones, but is that true? To me, that just sounds like a regular airship. It won't explode or anything, will it? Anyway, enough about magic stones. For now, we decided to try making something. I bought enough simple, beginner-friendly, deformed car model kits for everyone. Since they've seen the food truck, cars don't seem too alien to them. That said, I've never made a plastic model myself. Wait, no, I did once. When I was in 3rd grade, I made one for my younger cousin who couldn't do it himself. I remember thinking, if you can't make it, don't buy it. That was an anime robot model, but this deformed car looks simpler. This kit doesn't require glue, so it should be even easier. It has fewer parts, and you just slap on stickers instead of painting. The shop had a workspace, so we decided to build them there. 2 large tables and tools for assembly made it convenient. First, follow the instructions and assemble it step by step, I explained. See, these 2 parts, A3 and A4, you cut them off the sprue with these nippers. I cut the 2 parts from the sprue, as per the instructions, and snapped them together with a click. Everyone else caught on quickly, cutting parts and snapping them together, click click. My father was impressed by the nippers' sharpness. Once I explained the basics, they seemed to grasp what plastic models were and started assembling without my guidance. I silently worked on my own car. There's something about detailed tasks like this that makes you go quiet, isn't there? Done, my father announced. He finished first. He's surprisingly dexterous. Holding the completed car, he examined it from every angle. His childlike excitement made me chuckle. Glancing over, I saw my mother laughing too. Everyone finished their deformed cars without major issues. Japan's model precision really lives up to its world-class reputation. Even beginners could assemble them easily. So, you make models like this, my father said. They're for display, not practical use. They're also for the joy of assembling and making them as realistic or close to the real thing as possible. It's a personal hobby. This shop might not be very useful in this world. Plastic models are a niche hobby, and without that hobby being widespread, there's little demand. Spreading it would be tough when the models are of unfamiliar things like robots or cars. Maybe sailing ships could sell, but those models probably require some skill to build. What about brushes or paints? Honestly, tools like tweezers, nippers, cutters, or glue might sell better than the models themselves. I quite like it, my father said. Assembling each piece and completing it is fun. You grow attached to what you've made. Looks like my father's hooked on plastic models. Is it just that boys, even in another world, are drawn to similar things? I made sure to explain the precautions for handling glue, paint, and thinner, basically reading the manual aloud. Ventilation and fire hazards are serious concerns. I'll write down these warnings in this world's script and hand them over. Since this world has dangerous chemicals too, they should handle them with care. Needless to say, my father's room later became filled with cars, motorcycles, robots, and more as he dove deeper into his plastic model obsession. Chapter 17, I Don't Need a Fiancé. The day of the tournament was fast approaching. Every single day, Bianca trained relentlessly with Yuria, honing her skills with the magic sword ensemble. For now, ensemble could only produce 1 duplicate, and it didn't last very long. To win with it, she'd need to land a one-hit knockout. It should be saved as a finishing blow for a critical moment. Once it's revealed, opponents would be wary of it. The tournament brackets for the Joint Squire tournament had already been sent to each participant. With Bianca's current abilities, the only ones she couldn't afford to underestimate were Jean and his older sister, Cecil. I was worried it'd be tough if she faced either of them before Gloria, but luckily, they were in a different block. Even if they advanced, Bianca wouldn't face them until the finals. That means Cecil and Jean would clash before then, so one of them would be eliminated. However, if things went smoothly, Bianca would face Gloria in the semifinals. If Bianca defeated Gloria and then either Cecil or Jean in the finals, she'd take the championship. But for Bianca, winning the tournament didn't seem to matter much. Victory would give an edge for joining the Knight Order, but she was already an apprentice knight of our Philharmonie ducal house. The benefits of winning were minimal for her. Far more important was defeating Gloria to prove she was worthy of serving as my retainer. Of course, I'll aim for the championship as well, Bianca declared. As an apprentice knight of the Philharmonie ducal house, I intend to give my all. What's with this girl? Her seriousness is admirable, but she's so inflexible, stubborn even. If she pushes herself too hard and collapses before the tournament, it'll all be for nothing, right? When I cautioned her about that, she replied, "It's fine. I have Estelle's healing magic. That's not the point. My retainer is turning into a musclehead. This calls for drastic measures. I'll have to order her to rest the day before the tournament, no matter what." "The joint tournament, huh? Maybe I'll go watch," Elliot said casually, munching on cookies at our terrace overlooking the training grounds. "My, is His Highness the Crown Prince so free?" Estelle teased. "Free? Well, it's just that being left out feels kind of lonely, you know." "Left out? Oh, how could we dare call ourselves companions of His Highness? We're merely lord and vassals. If you showed up at the tournament, everyone would be too intimidated to perform." I tuned out the exchange between Estelle and Elliot, adopting a policy of non-interference. She's basically saying, "Don't come," isn't she? Elliot doesn't seem to pick up on it, though. He's pretty dense. Since Jean is Elliot's retainer, it wouldn't be strange for his master to attend. "Still, it's amazing you got a magic sword forged by the master craftsman Barukubure," Elliot remarked. "Even the royal family only has a handful of those." "Oh, the one the founder used?" I asked. "Yes, a magic sword passed down through generations of kings. So, a magic sword that'll eventually be passed to Elliot. It didn't appear in the game, probably because Elliot obtains the even stronger holy sword." "Speaking of which, is Jean allowed to use his magic sword in the tournament?" I asked. I wondered if he'd gotten better at controlling his troublesome gift. If he's still burning himself, I doubt the commander would give him permission. "He's gotten somewhat better," Elliot said, "but that's just his flame sword gift. He hasn't fully mastered wielding the magic sword's power." "Well, that makes sense." Even 10 years later in the game, Jean struggled with burns while trying to harness the magic sword's power. Thanks to Estelle's devoted healing magic, he eventually succeeded and defeated the Highwayman Knight. I glanced at Estelle. "Lady Sakurail, is something wrong?" she asked. "No, nothing," I replied. For now, Estelle didn't seem the least bit interested in Jean. It felt unlikely she'd enter Jean's route. But if the magic sword Discord claims Gloria's life and later falls into the Highwayman Knight's hands, it could suddenly trigger Jean's route flags 10 years down the line. In Jean's route, my bad endings are either being devoured by my own summoned beast through beast summoning, or being defeated and arrested by a reformed Bianca, the villainess of that route. Right now, I don't have beast summoning, and I haven't done anything wrong, so I shouldn't be arrested, I think. If my doom events don't trigger, I don't care who Estelle ends up with. As her friend, I don't want her paired with some unreliable guy, of course. In that sense, Elliot seems like a promising candidate. But for some reason, Estelle's oddly hostile toward him. "By the way, has your fiancé been decided, Elliot?" I asked. "What's that out of the blue?" he responded. "Not yet. A lot's been going on lately, so I haven't had time for that." "Still undecided, huh?" Choosing the future queen is a major decision, and I understand it can't be made lightly, but if he doesn't hurry, he might run out of options. He was probably rejected by Luca, the princess of Prelude Kingdom, and Tiffania, the princess of Menoet Queendom. The marriage proposals were likely handled behind closed doors, and Elliot probably wasn't informed. A crown prince getting rejected doesn't reflect well on the kingdom's image, and it'd be a blow to Elliot's pride. Perhaps sensing this, Estelle's gaze toward Elliot carried a hint of pity. "Well, I'm sure you'll find someone great eventually." "Probably," I said. "Yes, if your highness's luck holds, surely. Most likely," Estelle added. "Why am I being consoled?" Elliot asked, looking puzzled by our subtle encouragement. "What about you, Sakurail?" he countered. "My uncle says you've been getting piles of marriage proposals from noble houses." "What? Is that true, Lady Sakurail?" Estelle exclaimed, shocked for some reason. "Huh, didn't I mention it? Ever since the Dark Dragon incident, our house has indeed been flooded with such proposals. That said, as a ducal house, we haven't received any from lower nobles like viscounts or below. Being an unmarried high noble and the princess of the Holy Sword who saved the nation, it's no surprise that ambitious nobles are making their moves. Of course, my father has been rejecting them all with a smile so terrifying it makes the suitors quake. He's so dependable. I don't need something as bothersome as a fiancé right now, I said. I've got a lot of other things to deal with. Things to deal with? Elliot asked. Doomflaw studying dancing and stuff. Manners too, I blurted, covering my slip. That was close. I almost said, I need to crush my doom flags. I did crush the doom flags for Elliot's route, which means I derailed the lovey-dovey true end for him and Estelle. That's why I can't help feeling a bit guilty around them. Anyway, I don't need a fiancé, I said firmly. Right, you don't need one, Estelle agreed enthusiastically. I tilted my head. Why's Estelle so thrilled about this? Does she just want a buddy who's also fiancé-free? What about you, Estelle? Any proposals? I asked. Me, she squeaked. My family's just newly ennobled. I haven't gotten any offers like that. I see none yet, but Estelle can use healing magic, or so it's claimed. In truth, her gift is far more advanced, but even a basic healing gift is rare and valuable. If a high noble pressured her into an unwanted marriage for her healing magic, her fledgling barren house might not be able to refuse. If some high noble tries to force an unwanted marriage on you, you better tell me, okay? I said. We'll handle it. Yes, thank you, she replied. I doubt any noble connected to our ducal house would dare do something so reckless, but fools exist everywhere. I've heard from our maid Arisa and guard Tanya that spoiled noble heirs are rarely any good. Fortunately, Elliot and Jean don't seem to have been spoiled. Come to think of it, there was a mob character like that in the game. Some idiot earl's son who hit on the protagonist Estelle, spouting nonsense like, "Be my woman." He was just a minor character who got scolded by a capture target, protecting Estelle and slunk away in defeat. But as nobles, political marriages are a reality, especially for someone like Elliot, whose choice of spouse could sway the entire nation. He needs to choose carefully. In that light, the game's Elliot could be said to have followed his heart. After all, his partner was a low-ranking baron's daughter. Well, Estelle was the saintess, and the kingdom had various agendas, I'm sure. According to my father, there have been whispers among the nobles about making me the princess of the Holy Sword, Elliot's fiancée. But I refuse, I muttered. Refuse what? Elliot asked. Oh, nothing, I said, brushing it off. Doom flags aside, becoming a queen? No thanks, too much hassle. I'm just a slum-raised girl masquerading as a ducal lady. In my previous life, I was a proud commoner. I'm simply not cut out for high society. The only reason I'm staying with this ducal house is because of my father and mother. Their love is what motivates me to keep going here. If they were cold parents who saw their daughter as nothing but a tool for political marriage, I'd have run away from this ducal house and back to the slums without a second thought. That's why I want to be a good daughter for them. To do that, I need to keep crushing those doom flags. I won't let myself be exiled, ruined, or, worst of all, killed. I've crushed Elliot's doom flags. Next, I'll crush Jean's. I'll smash every doom flag and aim for my own good ending. Chapter 18. The joint tournament begins. The day of the joint squire tournament had arrived. At the Night Order's headquarters training grounds, a special arena had been set up, complete with a barrier to prevent serious injuries to the competing squires. Surrounding the arena were many knights and fellow squires watching the matches. Since today's event was the youngest division, for ages 5 to 8, it seemed the parents of the participating squires were also in attendance. Those born into knightly families often followed in their parents' footsteps to become knights themselves. While a knight's title lasts only one generation, if a parent serves honorably and their child also becomes a knight, serving 2 generations, it earns favor with the higher-ups. Even without notable achievements, diligent service over a few generations could lead to elevation to quasi-baron or baron status, especially if a noble house is dissolved or falls. For this reason, a high percentage of the Night Order's children were participating. Jean, his sister Cecil, Bianca, and Gloria all had parents serving in the Night Order. That said, being the youngest division, it wasn't drawing much attention. Most of the knights here were likely off-duty, and none of the Night Order's captains were present. They had work to do. Even Bianca's father, the captain of the 1st Night Division, wasn't here. He'd probably attend the matches for the older divisions hoping to join the Night Order. Of course, people like me, who weren't directly tied to the Night Order, were allowed to spectate. It wasn't fully open to the public, but entry was permitted with the Night Order's approval, so it wasn't surprising that he was here. I never would have guessed Barry would show up, I said. HMPH. I've got to see how far those kids can handle the magic swords I forged, Barry, the legendary magic swordsmith Baruch Bure, grumbled. And we can't just ignore that discord sword either. Barry was seated in the same viewing area as us. Next to him sat Jean's father, the knight commander, and somehow Elliot had slipped in as well. Our seats were slightly elevated compared to the others, like a VIP section. These seats were reserved for Knight Order executives, royalty, and high nobles, but their companions could sit here too. So, Elliot's guards, Barry likely permitted by the commander, and my companions, Estelle, her mother Yuria, my swordsmanship instructor, and my guard Tanya, were all seated with us. Grandfather wanted to come too, but he'd been neglecting his territory by staying in the capital too long. He got an angry letter from his son, my mother's brother, my uncle telling him to come back, so he reluctantly returned to his lands. I glanced down at the tournament bracket in my hand. There were 64 participants. The numbers would dwindle, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, so 6 consecutive wins would secure the championship. The first round had already begun, with matches taking place in the 4 arenas before us. They'd need to do this 8 times. The first round alone would take quite a while. At the 4 corners of the lined arenas stood dragon statues holding crystals in their mouths. Those generated the barrier, granting participants a skin barrier and a paralyzing effect. "Look, Lady Sakurail. It's Bianca," Estelle exclaimed. I turned my gaze toward her voice. Bianca appeared in the arena closest to us on the right. At her waist was the blue-sheathed magic sword ensemble. Her opponent was a stocky older boy. Isn't he a bit big for 8 years old? He looked like he could compete in a kids' sumo tournament. His weapon was a spear, or rather, something like a spear and axe combined. I've seen that somewhere before. Oh, right, the castle guards carried those. It's a halberd, Tanya explained from the seat behind me. A versatile weapon capable of thrusting, slashing, and striking. For a squire to wield it, effectively requires considerable strength and skill. So that opponent must be pretty capable. "Begin," the referee, a Knight Order member, called out. At the signal, Bianca crouched low and darted forward. The stocky boy swung his halberd horizontally to intercept her. Bianca ducked even lower to evade, and as they passed, she slashed the boy's right leg with ensemble. The arena's barrier ensured no injury, though his pants were torn. The barrier's paralyzing effect should numb his right leg soon. With his leg compromised, the boy's movements slowed, and his halberd swings lacked force. Bianca deflected his attacks 2 or 3 times before landing a precise strike with ensemble on the boy's neck. The next moment, the stocky boy collapsed with a thud as if he'd lost consciousness. "Here, winner Bianca Lacia Serenade," the referee knight declared. "Wow, a total victory. That's our Bianca. Bianca won," Estelle cheered. "Way to go," I added. Estelle and I high-fived with a triumphant "yeah." "In a real fight, that would have taken his head off," Yuria remarked from behind. "It took a bit too long. If we're being picky, I'd have liked her to finish it with the first strike," Tanya added. "Their critiques are harsh. She won, so let's celebrate." The defeated boy was carried off on a stretcher. "Is he okay?" Attacks to vital areas like the neck, head, or chest render the opponent incapacitated like that, the commander reassured me, noticing my concern. "No threat to his life. He'll wake up in a few dozen minutes. Good to know he's fine." Bianca seemed intent on saving Ensemble's power for her match against Gloria, aiming to win without it. I understand her reasoning, but I hope she uses it if things get dicey. Losing would mean nothing. "Oh, it's Jean's turn now," Elliot said, pointing to the arena next to where Bianca had fought. There stood Jean, carrying the red-sheathed magic sword Fortissimo. So, the commander gave him permission. That means he's gotten control over his flame sword. "Begin." As the match started, unlike Bianca's fight, Jean's opponent charged at him. Wielding a sword like Jean, the opponent struck from the right and left, but Jean blocked every attack. "Here we go, Fortissimo." With a whoosh, Fortissimo burst into flames, only for the fire to be swiftly absorbed into the blade, which began to glow red. Leaving a trail like a red meteor, Fortissimo slashed horizontally, cleaving the opponent's sword in 2. As the opponent stood stunned, his sword broken, Jean pointed Fortissimo's tip at his throat. "Match. Winner, Jean Ludra Staccato," the referee knight announced. Cheers and applause rained down from the stands. That was a flashy finish. "Not bad. He's getting the hang of using Fortissimo," Barry said. "Barely," the commander added. "He's managing with gloves." "Gloves, so it still gets a bit hot. He probably can't maintain that state for long. But was it wise to use the magic sword right from the start? After seeing that, his next opponents won't engage him directly. Magic swords have an element of surprise, for better or worse. I recall a senior from my past life saying that in real combat, one-on-one life-or-death fights, you rarely face the same enemy twice. Makes sense, the loser's dead. So, mastering one signature move and elevating it to a lethal strike makes lesser techniques unnecessary. But if you miss that strike, you're left with nothing. I think having some backup moves is important. The matches continued, and Jean's sister, Cecil, breezed through her first round without issue. Then came the final match of the first round. A girl with blonde ringlets stepped onto the arena, wielding a magic sword with a black blade. "Gloria," I muttered. Even from a distance, she seemed different from a month ago. Her mocking gaze was the same, but there was a hint of sadistic pleasure seeping through. "She's the current wielder of discord," Barry said, arms crossed, glaring not at Gloria but at the magic sword. "The corruption's progressed quite a bit. Seems she's pretty compatible with it." Gloria's opponent was an older boy with a shield and one-handed sword, striking a confident stance. The boy drew his sword, and Gloria did the same, signaling their readiness. "Begin." At the start, Gloria lunged at her opponent. The boy managed to block with his shield and sword, but Discord's tip gradually nicked his body. Shoulder, arm, cheek, side, thigh, bit by bit, she sliced into him. No actual wounds formed, but his body was likely growing numb from the barrier's effect. "She's toying with him," Barry spat, clicking his tongue. The skill gap was obvious. She could end it instantly if she wanted. But Gloria didn't, deliberately prolonging the fight, like a cat tormenting a mouse before killing it. "She's smiling," I whispered. A look of delight curled Gloria's lips. She wasn't just enjoying the fight, she was reveling in tormenting her opponent. It seemed Discord's mental corruption had advanced significantly. Suddenly, Gloria's form vanished. Her gift, colorless transparency. Even a 1-second invisibility was enough to slip behind her opponent. Reappearing abruptly, Gloria slashed the boy's back with Discord. The boy's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious with a thud. "Here. Winner, Gloria Grim Barcarola," the referee declared. Without sparing a glance at her opponent being carried off on a stretcher, Gloria left the arena. She seemed stronger than a month ago. Discord absorbs an opponent's strength and converts it into its own. In this past month, it must have amassed even more power. Will Bianca be okay? No, Bianca will be fine. She won't lose to Gloria. She won't lose to power stolen from others. All I can do is believe in Bianca's victory and cheer her on. Do your best, Bianca. Chapter 19. A brief respite. The first round of the youngest division in the joint Squire tournament had concluded. The 32 victors would now compete in the second round. With 4 arenas, they were split into blocks of 8. Fortunately, Bianca, Jean, his sister Cecil, and Gloria were all in different blocks, so they wouldn't face each other yet. The second round had already begun, and battles between young boys and girls unfolded across the 4 arenas. Everyone was taking the matches seriously. It was only natural. Outstanding performance here could pave the way to knighthood. By the way, how many people from this tournament actually become knights? I asked the knight commander, curious. To become a knight, one must complete squire training and pass the entrance exam, which anyone can do, he explained. Typically, about a third of the participants make it. However, those who excel in this joint tournament may earn a recommendation from a knight division captain. A recommended entrant starts as a squad leader upon graduation, commanding a small unit. I see. So, it's like getting a head start on a career, similar to how elite police officers in my old world might begin as inspectors. A squad leader would be a direct subordinate of one of the 7 division captains, so the captains don't hand out recommendations lightly. The decision considers a squire's training, past tournament performance, character, and personality. Strength alone isn't enough to lead. The second round progressed, and it was Bianca's turn. Her opponent was a boy around her age, but she deftly dodged his attacks and struck at openings, securing an easy victory. It was a rather plain match. For Bianca, the real fight was against Gloria. She might be conserving her energy. Is Bianca's girl holding back Ensemble's power to counter Discord? Barry asked, sipping whiskey from a glass he'd brought from somewhere, my stash, no doubt. Dwarves really love their liquor. If she reveals it early, opponents might prepare countermeasures, I replied. Better safe than sorry, right? Fair point. Ideally, she'd draw out enough of the magic sword's power to overwhelm any countermeasures, but that's probably still too much for her, Barry said, taking a small sip of his whiskey. The second round continued smoothly, with Jean, Cecil, and Gloria advancing with ease. With the second round over, the top 16 were decided. Now things were getting serious. Even to my untrained eye, Bianca, Jean, Cecil, and Gloria stood out as the strongest, but there could be a dark horse lurking. No room for complacency. Not that I could do anything but cheer them on. There was a 1-hour break before the third round, conveniently around lunchtime, so we decided to eat. Eating hot dogs here feels a bit weird, doesn't it? I mused. Come on, Sakurail. You get to eat these every day, but we don't get the chance often, Elliot said. I eat them every day with Lady Sakurail, Estelle boasted, oddly competitive. No, we don't eat them every day. The servants ask me to summon the food truck sometimes, but still. Estelle comes over daily for our studies and etiquette lessons, so she gets plenty of opportunities to eat them. So, this is your gift, huh? Barry said, inspecting the food truck parked beside the VIP seats with keen interest. Hey, go easy on it, okay? I added. It's ridiculously sturdy and won't break, but still. I'll have a roast beef dog, small fries, and a cola, Elliot ordered casually. The items appeared on a tray at the food truck's built-in table. Food just appears, Barry exclaimed. Can anyone use this thing, lass? As long as they pay, I replied. There's a limit to the quantity, though. Barry, clearly intrigued, studied the menu, translated into this world's language. No booze, huh? He muttered. Nope, I said. Not everything revolves around alcohol. If I summoned a liquor store in front of this guy, he'd probably lock himself inside and never leave. While Barry pondered the menu, Estelle, Yuria, and Tanya placed their orders one after another. Not wanting to leave him out, I handed the commander a menu too. I wonder if Bianca and the others are eating, I said. It's not an issue if they do, but most competitors don't, the commander replied. It can disrupt focus, and many are too nervous to eat. Though some, like my Jean, are bold enough to chow down. Is that boldness or just being oblivious? Jean does seem like the type to eat. Still, as they say, you can't fight on an empty stomach. Eating a little might be wise. I gave Bianca a sandwich from the food truck, but knowing her, she probably hasn't touched it. All right, I'll take a hot sauce special, Barry declared. What? I yelped. The hot sauce special? The translated menu clearly marked it as extremely spicy. Before I could say anything, Barry grabbed the summoned hot dog and chomped down half of it in one bite. He actually ate it. Chen, Barry's eyes widened as he took a bite. Another victim, is there anyone who can eat this normally? Delicious, he roared. The spicy sauce pairs perfectly with the meat. It's been ages since a dish hit me this hard. No way, I muttered. Barry scarfed down the rest in one bite and ordered another hot sauce special. He wasn't just enduring it like my father might, he was genuinely enjoying it, raving about how tasty it was. What, is Barry just weird? Or are dwarves built like this? Dwarves can down harsh liquor like water, so maybe they have some kind of tolerance. Barry could probably chug pure ethanol without flinching. No, he definitely would. Influenced by Barry's enthusiasm, even the commander ordered a hot sauce special. I ordered a vanilla ice cream and quietly slid it in front of the commander, whose face had turned from red to blue. Section? Phew, I sighed. I hadn't touched the sandwich Lady Sakurail gave me. It wasn't a lack of appetite. My mind was too preoccupied with the upcoming matches to feel liquidating. I'll face Gloria in the semifinals. I've done everything I could to prepare. All that's left is to give my all, but even so, anxiety lingers. There are no guarantees in a fight. A small mistake could lead to a major blunder. I gently touched the magic sword ensemble at my waist. The sword Lady Sakurail entrusted to me. Am I truly worthy of wielding it? Ha! I sighed again. The night order's waiting room echoed with my sighs. The other participants around me, preparing for their next matches, seemed oblivious to my fretting. Some polished their weapons with intense focus, others meditated to center their minds, and one was scarfing down a meal, Jean, of course. Does that guy even know what nerves are? I'm almost jealous of his carefree attitude right now. Ha, I sighed once more. My, that's quite a heavy sigh, a voice teased. A figure stopped in front of me, wearing a smug grin. Gloria, I muttered. Sitting in my chair, I felt as though she were looking down on me. Compared to a month ago, Gloria's face had faint dark circles under her eyes, and her cheeks were slightly sunken. Yet her eyes blazed with a fiery intensity. In that state, can you even make it through the third round? She taunted. It'd be troublesome for me if you didn't advance. No problem, I shot back. You'd better not lose due to some careless mistake. Ha ha ha, what a funny joke, she sneered. You'd best savor your position as an apprentice knight of the Philharmonie ducal house while it lasts. I can't wait to see your face when you're dragged down from serving Lady Sackerail. Gloria smirked, her words dripping with malice. Lady Sackerail told me that even if I lose, she won't remove me as her retainer. The deal Gloria made with Lady Sackerail was that if she won, the Duke of Philharmonie, His Highness the Imperial Brother, would be asked to take her on as a retainer. My dismissal wasn't part of that. Even if I lose, I could likely serve alongside Gloria as Lady Sackerail's retainer. But if I lose, I'm prepared to resign as her retainer honorably. Even if I stayed on, Gloria would never accept it, and more importantly, I wouldn't forgive myself. Clinging to Lady Sackerail's kindness and continuing as an apprentice knight, that's not the knight I aspire to be. Don't you forget your promise to give up that magic sword if you lose, I countered. Of course, Gloria said with a bold smile, though that's hardly likely. Now, if you'll excuse me. With a confident smirk, Gloria tossed her ringlet curls and strode away. I can't lose, for Lady Sackerail's sake and for my own. The anxiety filling my heart gave way to renewed resolve. I must win. No, I will win. Silently, I began eating the sandwich on my lap, my fighting spirit quietly blazing. Chapter 20. Sibling Showdown. The third round began after the break. Winning this would secure a spot in the top 8. With 8 matches in the third round, the 4 arenas would host 2 sets of fights. Checking the tournament bracket, I saw that Jean, Bianca, and Gloria's matches were scheduled simultaneously. I wanted to cheer for Bianca, but I also needed to keep an eye on our rival, Gloria. Jean, well, he could wait. All 3 were in the first set, already stepping into their respective arenas. Bianca's opponent was another older boy. Well, most skilled squires here were older, so that's no surprise. He wielded a 2-handed sword and carried no shield. Tall and well-built, his unkempt hair and gear suggested he was a commoner. While many squires in the knight order were younger sons and daughters of nobles, there were plenty of commoners too. Rumor has it, commoners often outshine the rest. Without noble connections, commoners earn their squire status through sheer skill, driven by grit and determination. In other words, this guy was not to be underestimated. The match began. The boy swung his 2-handed sword with brute force. Bianca dodged and tried to counter, but he spun his body, redirecting the downward strike into a horizontal slash aimed at her. Ho, swinging a heavy 2-handed sword like that? Barry muttered approvingly from beside me, tilting his whiskey glass. He's got some strength for his age. So, Bianca's opponent was a power type, yet he wielded the 2-handed sword with surprising dexterity. As expected of someone who'd advanced this far, his skill was undeniable. Bianca continued dodging the relentless barrage of 2-handed sword strikes. Taking even one of those head-on would send her flying. Perhaps from swinging too much, the boy's speed gradually slowed. Meanwhile, Bianca's movement seemed to accelerate. What's going on here? Bianca's tapping into Ensemble's power, Barry explained. She's using it to slightly boost her speed. Others who don't know the sword's nature wouldn't notice. He'd mentioned that Ensemble was a time-space attribute magic sword. Was it speeding up her movements? The boy, unable to keep up with Bianca's evasions, finally faltered. His heavy breathing was visible even from here. He's terrible at pacing his stamina, the commander remarked, evaluating the boy. I keep telling him you can't go full throttle from start to finish. So an all-out kind of guy, huh? Seizing the moment as the boy's movements dulled, Bianca kicked off the ground. Ducking under a horizontal swing of the 2-handed sword, she slashed Ensemble across the boy's torso. In a real fight, that would have gutted him, or maybe even cleaved him in two, an instant kill. Protected by the skin barrier, the boy was unharmed, but he collapsed to his knees and fell face first to the ground. Winner, Bianca Lacia Serenade, the referee knight declared. A stretcher was promptly brought, and the boy was carried to the infirmary. With healing gift users in the infirmary, he'd recover quickly. She did it! That's the third round cleared. Estelle cheered excitedly beside me. Top 8 already. Wait, how's Jean doing? Glancing at his arena, I saw his match had ended, and he was heading back to the waiting area. Looks like he won. Gloria, on the other hand, was toying with her opponent as usual, flaunting her superiority and dragging out the fight. Her match ended up being the longest of the 4, drawing a warning from the referee knight for unsportsmanlike conduct. Only then did she finally finish off her opponent. With all matches concluded, the top 8 were set. 4 of them were Cecil, Jean, Bianca, and Gloria, with the rest being older boys. For the 4th round, the arena was reduced to 1. The dragon statues generating the barriers were moved, and an earth magic user quickly crafted a slightly larger arena. Stone panels were laid over the raised earth, completing the new arena in no time. It wasn't flashy, but earth magic sure was convenient. The 4th round began with Cecil's match. She overwhelmed her opponent with sheer skill, breezing through to the next round. As expected of the previous champion, her presence was commanding. Next up was her brother, Jean. Wielding Fortissimo, he faced a boy who looked every bit the noble, armed with a sword. Apparently, his sword was also a magic sword, and a water attribute one at that, a terrible matchup for Jean. Their blades, wreathed in flame and water respectively, clashed, filling the arena with thick steam. Eventually, Jean channeled Fortissimo's fiery power, its blade glowing red. With a powerful swing, he sent the opponent's water magic sword flying out of the arena. Winner, Jean Ludra Staccato, the referee announced. Jean raised his sword triumphantly to the crowd's cheers. So, some of the top 8 wielded magic swords too. I couldn't help but wonder why kids were given such weapons. Parental ambition, perhaps? It couldn't be helped, but magic sword wielders were often wealthy, noble children. Magic swords were exorbitantly expensive, after all. Isn't it unfair to pit magic sword wielders against those without in a tournament like this? There's no such thing as fairness in battle, the commander countered. It's common to face overwhelming odds with a small force. Would an enemy with a magic sword back off because you cried unfair? Well, in a real fight, I suppose you can't afford such naive complaints. We're not just judging wins and losses here, he continued. We evaluate combat techniques, strategy, and how they build tactics to win. Mastering a magic sword is one aspect, as is countering an opponent with one. If you take that logic further, we'd have to ban gifts too. I see. My past life perspective made it feel off, but here, a gift is considered part of one's strength. Fighting with a sealed gift would be like handicapping oneself. True, a magic sword is useless if you can't wield it properly. Several magic sword wielders had already lost in earlier rounds. While I mulled this over, Bianca's match ended. Her opponent was a heavy knight-like boy with a large axe, a bad matchup for Bianca's swift, multi-hit style. The fight ended quickly in her favor. Gloria's match followed. Perhaps due to her earlier warning, she wrapped it up faster. Her opponent, another magic sword wielder, couldn't do anything. Using her camouflage transparency gift, Gloria vanished for a moment, reappearing behind him to slash his back, knocking him unconscious. With the 4th round over, the top 4 were set: Bianca, Gloria, Jean, and his sister Cecil. As expected, the predicted lineup remained. Apparently, it was rare for only one boy, Jean, to make it this far. Well, that's just how the brackets worked out. In the semifinals, Bianca would face Gloria, and Jean would face Cecil. It's almost time, Estelle murmured, clasping her hands in front of her chest, gazing at Bianca as if in prayer. Hold on, Jean and Cecil's match comes before Bianca and Gloria's. If you get this worked up now, you'll burn out before the end. Now, the first semi-final match, Cecil Ludra Staccato versus Jean Ludra Staccato, step forward, the referee called. The siblings ascended to the arena. A brother-sister showdown. Last time Cecil won, but now Jean had a magic sword. How would that change things? Here I come, sis, Jean shouted, charging. Raya. Honestly, still only capable of rushing in head first, Cecil sighed. As the match began, Jean swung his sword, blazing with his flame sword gift, charging at Cecil. Unfazed, she parried his strikes with deft movements, dodging with quick steps. It was like she was reading his moves in advance. Cecil and Jean have sparred countless times, the commander explained. She probably knows his movements like the back of her hand. But doesn't that mean Jean knows Cecil's moves too? I asked. That boy operates on instinct and reflexes alone, the commander sighed deeply. He doesn't think ahead. I keep telling him he needs to learn to strategize. Jean's raw talent to reach this level on instinct and reflexes alone was impressive in its own way. If he learned to fight more thoughtfully, he could reach another level entirely. As the commander said, Cecil was running circles around Jean. Signs of fatigue began to show on him. "Stop dodging all over the place, you lousy sister," Jean yelled. I caught Cecil's eyebrow twitch at his words. Oh, is she mad? "Oh my, looks like my foolish little brother got cocky with his new magic sword," Cecil said icily. "Time for some discipline." Dodging Jean's swing, Cecil stepped forward. Her right knee slammed into his stomach. "Gah!" Jean grunted. Cecil tossed her sword aside, seamlessly grabbed Jean's right arm, twisted his wrist, and pinned him to the ground. Fortissimo clattered from his hand. Was that an armbar? "So, who's the lousy sister?" Cecil asked, her voice dripping with menace. "Ow, ow, 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 ow," Jean yelped. The skin barrier didn't seem to help against joint locks. Cecil, smiling, tightened her grip on Jean's arm. It was terrifying. "I said, who's the lousy sister?" she repeated. "Ow, ow, ow, sis, please no more, it really hurts. It hurts," Jean wailed. His screams echoed across the arena. "Are joint locks allowed?" I asked. "They don't violate the match rules," the commander said with another heavy sigh. The victory conditions were rendering the opponent unconscious, forcing a surrender, knocking them out of the arena, or a referee's judgment if the match couldn't continue. Oh, and winning by an opponent's foul. What happens in this case? While I pondered, Jean apparently surrendered. Unable to escape, he gave up. "Winner, Cecil Ludra Staccato," the referee announced. Cecil retrieved her sword and waved to the cheering crowd with a smile. At her feet lay her exhausted, defeated brother. It was a bittersweet sight. Jean just had the worst possible opponent. Cecil was like his natural predator. I clasped my hands in a silent prayer for Jean as he was carried off on a stretcher. Now, the second semi-final match, Bianca Laccia Serenade versus Gloria Grim Barcarola. "Step forward," the referee called. Bianca and Gloria stepped onto the arena. The showdown was here. Could Bianca win? No, she would win. If we didn't believe in her, who would? Don't lose, Bianca. Chapter 21. Bianca versus Gloria. Now, the second semi-final match, Bianca Laccia Serenade versus Gloria Grim Barcarola. "Step forward," the referee knight announced. Taking a deep breath, I stepped onto the arena. Gloria was already there, standing on the opposite side with a bold smirk. Her cheeks were slightly sunken, her former vibrance dimmed by shadows, but her eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. "You didn't run away. I'll give you credit for that," she sneered. "You remember our deal, don't you?" "I know," I replied. "You'd better keep your promise to discard that magic sword if you lose." "Of course," she said, "though that's hardly likely." Gloria drew her pitch-black magic sword, Discord, from its sheath. Facing her now, I felt its malevolent aura was even stronger than before. Just how much power had it stolen? I drew my own magic sword, Ensemble, from my waist. Strangely, the oppressive malice emanating from Discord seemed to lessen. Was this Ensemble's power at work? We faced each other, swords at the ready, awaiting the referee's signal to start. "Begin," the referee called. At that moment, Gloria lunged forward. Stepping in with precision, she thrust her sword sharply, her body fully extended, aiming straight for me. "Gah," I grunted. I parried it at the last second. But the sword I thought I'd deflected slithered like a snake, tracing an eerie arc back toward me. I parried again. Yet no matter how many times I deflected, her blade persistently targeted me. Forced into a defensive stance, I leaped back to create distance. "You're not getting away," Gloria taunted. As I retreated, she closed in. I barely blocked Discord's downward swing with Ensemble, but the impact sent a numbing shock through my arms. Such monstrous strength. "Here, here, here, here," she shouted. "Ugh," I groaned. I could only focus on parrying Gloria's relentless sword strikes. For a while, I was on the defensive, but gradually, I began to anticipate the paths and angles of her attacks. Calming down, I realized her thrusts were far slower than those of my teacher, Yuria, whose sword flash strikes I'd endured countless times in training. To me, Gloria's sword seemed almost sluggish. Reading her moves allowed me to parry faster, and soon, I was deflecting her strikes before she could fully commit, turning the tables. You're persistent, Gloria snapped. Say what you want, I shot back. When I knocked Discord back with a strong parry, Gloria finally stepped back. As the flurry of sword clashes paused, I let out a small breath. I could do this. I could fight her. My swordsmanship wasn't inferior to hers. The grueling month of training under Yuria was paying off. Gloria was likely rattled. Against her previous opponents, exchanging this many blows with Discord would have drained their magic and stamina, leaving them exhausted. But unfortunately for her, Ensemble was immune to that effect. Forged by the legendary swordsmith Barukubure, Ensemble was made of mithril, which repels magic, and bore enchantments specifically designed to counter Discord. Her power-draining ability wouldn't work on me. It was down to pure skill now. HMPH, you've improved your swordplay, I'll give you that, Gloria said, but my victory is assured. She charged at me again. In the next instant, her form melted into the air and vanished. Her gift. The moment I heard the tap of her footstep, I threw myself backward, rolling to the ground. Scrambling to my feet, I saw Gloria materialize where I'd just been. I didn't expect you to dodge that, she said. A wild beast's instincts are not to be underestimated. Instincts, huh? I couldn't deny it. I'd reacted reflexively to her footstep, but if that had been a thrust, it might have hit me. Was it my imagination, or had Gloria stayed invisible longer than before? Then I'll change my approach, she declared. Her form vanished again. I strained my ears, bracing for her unseen attack. But then, with a faint whoosh of air, a sharp sting struck my shoulder almost simultaneously. Thanks to the barrier, there was no physical injury, just a small shock and a hole in my clothes. Instead of closing in to slash, Gloria was now thrusting from a distance. Thrusts required less movement than slashes, making it harder to catch the sound of her actions. Heh heh. Oh, this is much more fun, Gloria said, reappearing with a cruel grin. She vanished again, and this time my thigh was struck. Then my side, then my upper arm. The shallow hits didn't trigger much of the barrier's paralyzing effect, but if this continued, I'd eventually be immobilized. Why not admit defeat now and spare yourself further humiliation? She taunted. Mind your own business, I snapped. Then I'll keep piercing you, she declared. No choice. The moment I heard the faint sound of her stepping forward, I unleashed Ensemble's power. Duet duo, I shouted. What? Gloria gasped. In an instant, another me appeared behind me. Back to back, we both swung Ensemble horizontally in a flash. Clang, the sword of the me behind deflected something. The next moment, Gloria appeared, her face etched with shock. A magic sword, she muttered. My duplicate vanished. A clone pulled from another timeline. It was something I couldn't sustain for long. And now Gloria knew Ensemble was a magic sword. I'd wanted to save it as a trump card, but losing here would mean nothing. To think you had a magic sword too, Gloria said. Where did you get it? The black market, perhaps. The black market? Was that where she got Discord? As if I'd buy from some shady place, I retorted. This was given to me by Lady Sakurail. I see, as expected of the ducal house of His Highness the Imperial Brother, she sneered. They can afford to hand out 1 or 2 magic swords to an apprentice knight. She was wrong. This sword didn't come from the ducal house. It was a gift from Lady Sakurail herself. She believed in me and gave me this sword, forged specifically for me, to face Gloria. I couldn't fight disgracefully, not with this sword. Here I come, Ensemble, I shouted. I thrust at Gloria, activating Duet Duo only from my arms forward. My sword split into 2, both tips aiming for her. What? Gloria exclaimed. She blocked one sword with Discord, but the other grazed her upper arm. Too shallow. I thought it was a sword that created illusions, but I was wrong, she said. Both have substance, a magic sword that creates clones. I don't owe you an explanation, I snapped. Ensemble's ability, to be precise, was to manipulate time and space. Pathetically, I could only wield a fraction of its power. Even with 3 weeks of intense training, mastering a magic sword completely was impossible, even for the Knight Commander. In the end, I had to win with the cards I held. I thrust at Gloria again with Duet Duo. But she vanished, timing her disappearance with my attack. The moment she did, a sharp pain and shock hit my left shoulder. She'd circled around and slashed me. I swung reflexively in that direction, but Ensemble only sliced through air. Gloria reappeared slightly to my left. Damn, her colorless transparency gift was troublesome. Unlike camouflage, she didn't blend into her surroundings, so there was no shadow to track. I had to rely on sound, but with the crowd's cheers around us, picking out the sound I needed was nearly impossible. Worse, Gloria was now moving cautiously, avoiding loud footsteps. Reading her movements was practically impossible. If I could sense the faint air currents caused by her movements, I might have a chance, but... Gah, I grunted. My back shoulder was slashed again. At this rate, she'd slowly paralyze me until I couldn't move. If I could just pinpoint her location, even for a moment. Then, an idea sparked in my mind. I wasn't sure it would work, but I had to try. Each time Gloria vanished, I swung my sword wildly around me. Naturally, such attacks missed, and she slipped through to nick my body. Just a bit more. Moving across the arena's square stone tiles, I finished my setup. Now, I just had to wait for Gloria's move. "You're really tenacious," Gloria said. "But it's time to end this." Her form vanished. An attack was coming. I fixed my gaze on the arena's floor. My gift, Elastic Extension, allowed me to slightly stretch or shrink the length or height of anything I touched. And it worked even through gloves or other barriers. Furthermore, I didn't need my hands. Any part of my body in contact could trigger the effect. Yes, even the soles of my shoes could activate my gift. While moving earlier, I'd shrunk the height of several tiles around me. Supported by surrounding tiles, they appeared normal but were slightly raised off the ground. If Gloria stepped on one, what would happen? One of the tiles to my right sank slightly. "There," I shouted. "Duet Duo." Ensemble's power summoned another me. Connecting Gloria's last position with the sunken tile in my mind, I predicted her path. Both of us swung Ensemble at the calculated spot, our slashes forming an X. I felt resistance, not a miss. "Gah!" Gloria gasped. She appeared, her side torn open. She'd blocked one sword but couldn't stop the other. I'd finally landed a solid hit. Pressing the attack, I swung again, but she leaped back, and Ensemble cut through empty air. "You're such a nuisance," Gloria snarled. I was saving this for the finals, but plans change. With her shout, a black mist erupted from Discord, morphing into a long, slender shape. It snapped like a whip, and a tremendous shock slammed into me. Chapter 22. All or Nothing, Happy New Year. "Bianca," I cried. Seeing Bianca blown back by the black whip, I couldn't help but leap to my feet and shout. Beside me, Estelle covered her mouth, her face pale. Bianca skidded to a stop just at the edge of the arena, narrowly avoiding a ring-out loss, but she lay motionless. As the referee knight moved toward her, Bianca staggered to her feet, raising her sword. She seemed okay. I let out a relieved sigh. "What was that attack?" I demanded, turning to Barry, who likely knew Discord better than anyone here. "Is that part of Discord's power too?" That form hadn't appeared in the game. "That's Discord's true nature," Barry spat, downing his whiskey. "It uses the power it steals from others, transforming into the weapon most suited to its wielder. A magic sword that's not quite a magic sword. That's the cursed blade my foolish apprentice left in this world. A weapon suited to its wielder. So, in the game, when the Highwayman Knight used it, it just happened to take the form of a sword." I turned to the commander, watching the match beside us for his opinion. "Doesn't that violate the rules?" I asked. "If it's part of the magic sword's power, there's no issue," he replied. "Of course, if it posed a lethal threat, we'd stop the match. But judging by Bianca's condition, the barrier is working as intended. The match will likely continue." As if to confirm his words, the referee knight declared the match would go on. The barrier might reduce physical damage to some extent, but it couldn't fully absorb greater impacts or shocks. Even without cuts or scrapes, a bad hit could cause fractures, or worse, death. If Bianca took another attack like that, she'd be knocked out of the arena for sure. The whip, stretching several meters from a distance, left Bianca barely able to dodge. When she tried to close in, the whip lashed out as if to keep her at bay. Bianca's attacks couldn't reach, while Gloria struck freely. It was a one-sided match, with Bianca at a crushing disadvantage. She tried using duo to split into two and approach from different angles, but the whip's wide range blocked both attempts. It was like a barrier of whips, repelling all comers and striking foes. For Bianca, who lacked long-range attacks, it was the worst possible weapon. "Can't she cut the whip?" Estelle murmured. "Tricky," Barry replied. "It may look like that, but it's still the magic sword's transformed state. Not something you can just slice through." Barry's answer dashed Estelle's hope. A normal leather whip might be cuttable, but this was a magic sword in disguise. Indeed, each time Bianca deflected the whip, a metallic clang echoed across the arena. "This way, Bianca's completely helpless," I said, my voice heavy with despair. "Is she now?" Barry muttered under his breath. Section, fast, the black whip came from every direction. Its speed rivaled the sword flash of my teacher, Yuria. Unlike the heavy blow that knocked me back earlier, these were lighter, faster strikes. They lacked weight, so with care, I could parry them with my sword. But at this rate, my stamina wouldn't hold. "I have to get closer," I gritted. I tried slipping past the whip to approach Gloria, but it snapped back and struck again. I couldn't get near her. The only silver lining was that she didn't seem able to use colorless transparency in this state. Most of her magic was likely fueling the whip. If I kept dodging, maybe her magic would run out, giving me a chance. No, that was too risky. I'd be at a disadvantage. She could switch to a heavy strike and knock me out of the arena with one hit. I'd run out of stamina and fail to dodge long before her magic depleted. Here, just barely dodging, are we?" Gloria taunted. "Let's see how long that lasts." She saw through me. With a sadistic grin, Gloria kept lashing the whip, reveling in her dominance. She planned to toy with me until my stamina gave out, breaking my spirit in this hopeless situation. Before I received the trial sword, my resolve might have shattered already. But I had a reason I couldn't lose. No matter how tough it got, no matter how close to my limit, I'd sworn to never give up until the very end. I'd keep fighting for victory until I collapsed. Reading Gloria's movements, I anticipated the whip's trajectory and kept dodging. My legs were screaming in protest. But I clenched my teeth and persisted, and gradually the confidence faded from Gloria's face. She was nearing her limit too. The match wasn't decided yet. "Those eyes, I don't like them," she snapped. "Why don't you just give up already?" "I can't lose," I shouted. For teacher Yuria, who trained me, for Estelle, who encouraged me, for the ducal house that cheered me on, and above all for Lady Sakurail, who believed in me and entrusted me with this magic sword. I will become her knight. "Shut up with your nonsense," Gloria yelled. "Just get blown away already." Her black whip came faster than ever, the same heavy strike that had knocked me back before. I couldn't dodge it, or so I thought, but midway, the whip's movement slowed, as if moving through water. Surprised by the phenomenon, I tried to dodge, thinking I could avoid it now, but my body moved just as slowly. In this sluggish flow of time, only my thoughts remained normal. Or rather, was it the opposite? Were my thoughts sped up, making everything else seem slow? I barely managed to dodge the whip by shifting backward, its tip passing mere millimeters from my face. In that instant, time snapped back to normal. A wave of exhaustion hit me, and I realized a massive amount of my magic had been drained. Gloria stood before me, her face shocked. Even she must have thought that attack was undodgeable. I looked at Ensemble in my hand. I was certain that power was one of Ensemble's abilities. Lord Barry had called Ensemble a time-space attribute magic sword. Time and space. That phenomenon had Ensemble accelerated my thoughts. But this ability consumed far more magic and stamina than duo. At my current level, I could probably manage it one more time, at most. Even if I used it to dodge the whip, it wouldn't defeat Gloria. I had to do something about that whip or I'd lose. In that case, what a strange move, Gloria muttered. The whip lashed out again. This time, I deliberately accelerated my thoughts. As before, the whip approached slowly. "Now, right here, duo, I shouted. Ensemble's power split me into two. One of me charged straight at the slowly approaching whip. The black whip closed in on that me's side. Before it could connect, she released Ensemble and with perfect timing, grabbed the whip firmly with both hands. The next instant, searing pain shot through my side, and the me holding the whip was slammed to the ground. That me rolled across the stone tiles, the pain shared with the other me. Despite rolling, the me who took the whip refused to let go. The remaining me felt a wrenching pain course through my body. Thanks to the skin barrier, there were no injuries, but the impact's pain was shared. In a real fight, my hands would likely be shredded and my organs ruptured. "Let go," Gloria shouted. "Not even if I die," I growled. Gloria tried to retract the whip, but the other me clung to it tightly, refusing to let go. Gritting my teeth against the shared pain, I sprinted toward Gloria with all my strength. With the whip restrained, she was defenseless. There'd be no next chance. My magic and stamina were at their limits. I'd literally sacrificed my body to stop the whip. Before my clone vanished, I'd land my all-out strike. "Yeah," I roared. "Eek," Gloria squeaked. My all-or-nothing strike slashed across Gloria's torso. At the same time, my legs gave out, collapsing under me. I stumbled forward, tumbling across the stone tiles. Pain racked my entire body as I rolled. My side ached, and the hands that grabbed the whip would have been torn apart in reality. There wasn't a single part of me that didn't hurt. My legs trembled, my hands shook. My vision blurred, barely able to see ahead. Still, I had to stand. I had to keep fighting. As Lady Sakurail's knight, I had to stand until the very end. Move, legs, laugh off one or two limits and surpass them. With a tingling sensation in my legs, I used ensemble like a staff to haul myself up. Through my hazy vision, I turned, but Gloria was nowhere to be seen. "Huh," I muttered. Looking down, I saw Gloria lying motionless, eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. "Winner, Bianca Lacia Serenade," the referee knight declared, raising his hand high. "Huh," I said, confused. Glancing around, I was met with a storm of cheers and applause from the stands. I won, against Gloria. "You did it. You won," came Lady Sakurail's voice. "Congratulations, Bianca, congratulations." "Congrats, Bianca," Estelle's slurred cheer followed. Stunned and battered, I stood there as their voices reached me from the VIP seats. Only then did the realization hit. I'd defeated Gloria. I'd won. With a magic sword, in a fair fight, I'd proven Lady Sakurail's faith in me was justified. That was more than anything, my greatest joy and pride. Despite the pain coursing through me, I raised ensemble high, basking in the thunderous applause from the crowd. Chapter 23. The Black Knight. "You did it, you won," I shouted. "Congratulations, Bianca." "Congratulations." "Congrats, Bianca," Estelle slurred, her voice thick with emotion. Overwhelmed by Bianca's victory, I forgot myself, leaping to my feet and clapping with all my might. Beside me, Estelle's tear ducts had given way, and Yuria, with a wry smile, was wiping her face with a handkerchief. Gloria, struck by Bianca's blow to her torso, hadn't moved since. She was out cold. Just when it seemed Bianca could barely keep up with dodging Gloria's whip, she'd somehow pinned it down and turned the tables for a stunning victory. I had no idea what had happened. "She tapped into Ensemble's power," Barry said beside me, tilting his glass. "That lass is gonna get strong." I didn't fully understand, but it meant she'd won using the magic sword's power, right? A win was a win. Bianca had triumphed in her wager. She could stay by my side as my retainer, just as before. That was the greatest joy. In the game, we were both villainesses, yet here we were, forging such a bond. It surprised even me. I'd like to think the route where Bianca apprehends me is gone. She's my retainer and an apprentice knight of our ducal house, after all. The gene route, where I'm devoured by my beast summoning, is also out, so doesn't that mean the gene route is cleared? Well, a flag-breaking route, but still. Oh, we need to secure Discord, I realized. Right. We had to take Gloria's magic sword, Discord. It was fine for now, but if it fell into the hands of the Highwayman Knight 10 years later, triggering the slashing spree in the capital, this would all be for nothing. It's the last flag to break in the gene route, but taking it was tricky. Gloria was lying unconscious on the arena's stone tiles, wide-eyed, with Discord fallen beside her. Could we just take it? That was the deal, after all. It might be best to grab it while Gloria was out. If she woke up, she might make a fuss. The final match would be Bianca versus Cecil, but with Bianca's severe injuries, it was unclear if it would happen. The Knight Order likely had healing magic users or those with healing gifts, but would she be okay? As I mulled this over, knights arrived with a stretcher and loaded the unconscious Gloria onto it. The referee knight picked up the fallen Discord. I'd have to retrieve it later. But the next moment, a terrifying amount of black mist erupted from the young knight holding Discord. Wait, what? What's happening? Damn it, Barry cursed, knocking over his glass and standing. A harmonizer. A harmonizer? What's that? I asked. It's someone whose compatibility with a magic sword not made for them is off the charts, he explained. They're rare as hell, even I've only seen 2 in my life. Magic swords are crafted for specific wielders, so it's usually impossible for anyone else to draw out their full power. When the wielder dies, the sword is often passed to their children or siblings, who have slightly better compatibility due to shared blood and similar magic. Discord wasn't made for Gloria. Frighteningly, even she was only using it at roughly 50% capacity. But in extremely rare cases, someone not the original wielder has perfect compatibility. That's a harmonizer, or a chosen one of the magic sword. To think Discord's harmonizer was here, what were the odds? The referee knight, clutching Discord, groaned in pain. Wait, haven't I seen him somewhere? Oh, he's the highwayman knight from the game. He's younger than in the game, but that distinctive hawk-like nose and rare black hair are unmistakable. Why is he here? Oh, right, he's a Knight Order member, so of course he'd be here. He could have been in the Order 10 years ago. Why didn't I realize that? If he's the future highwayman knight, it makes sense he's perfectly compatible with Discord. That's how the scenario was written. Originally, Gloria's Discord would have reached the highwayman knight after 10 years, but my meddling with the scenario must have fast-tracked it. Or was the scenario's force so strong that no matter how I struggled, Discord was destined to end up with him, just like how he couldn't steal Fortissimo from Jean. Ooh-wah! The highwayman knight's groans grew louder as the black mist from Discord swirled around him. The miasma-like mist gradually solidified into a jet-black form, enveloping his body. "The Black Knight," someone whispered. The sky darkened, thick clouds gathering with the wind. Standing in the arena was the Black Knight, clad in armor darker than darkness itself. His face was hidden by a helmet, his expression unreadable. In his hand was Discord in its sword form, radiating a sinister black aura. What? That's the final boss of the Jean route, the Black Knight. A knight overtaken by Discord, driven to a rampaging state after amassing power through slayings. He's already reached that form, but he seems smaller than in the game. The Black Knight, there was a bulkier, heavy knight-like figure. Is this the difference between a Discord that's committed slayings and one that hasn't? Ooh-ah! Sensing danger, the 2 knights carrying the stretcher drew their swords toward the sinister armored figure. The Black Knight pointed Discord at them with a swift motion. "Gah!" one gasped. "Gah!" the other grunted. Black lightning-like sparks shot from the sword's tip, striking both knights. They collapsed instantly. The arena erupted into chaos, and guard knights scrambled to respond to the emergency. Section. I gripped Ensemble tightly in my hand. The appearance of the dark dragon at the Goodwill party months ago. The aura I felt from the Black Knight was the same as back then. A thick stench of death, the approaching footsteps of despair. Once I'd buckled under this aura, unable to muster the will to fight, resigning myself to everything. But not now. I had something I couldn't abandon. A resolve that wouldn't break easily. A heart ready to face any challenge. Dark Dragon or Black Knight, I wouldn't falter. The Black Knight turned his sword toward me. Black lightning surged, just like it had toward the other knights. "Duet duo," I shouted. The lightning passed between the 2 of me as I split. Charging from opposite directions, I attacked the Black Knight. Despite striking from completely different angles, both my swords were deflected by Discord, swung at an unbelievable speed. Such speed, I muttered. It wasn't just speed. His swordsmanship was on another level. Unlike Gloria's, these were the refined movements of a seasoned knight. Discord was likely amplifying the referee knight's power. I'd seen him at the Knight Order headquarters a few times, but never spoken to him. I'd never seen his swordsmanship, so I had no idea what he specialized in or how he moved. There was no way to strategize. Duet duo dissipated. I needed to create distance and analyze his movements, but before I could act, the Black Knight closed in instantly. "What?" I gasped. I raised Ensemble reflexively as Discord came down. Its force, greater than Gloria's, overwhelmed me. Unable to absorb the blow, I was slashed diagonally across my body. A paralyzing pain surged through me, though no blood spilled. It must be the arena's barrier. Realizing this, the Black Knight raised discord skyward, unleashing black lightning. The bolts scattered, destroying the crystal-holding dragon statues at the arena's corners. The barrier was gone. My slashed body ached. I was on the verge of passing out. I gritted my teeth, trying to stand, but my trembling legs spasmed, refusing to obey. Without the barrier, there'd be no paralysis, but my body was already wrecked from the fight with Gloria. I'd long surpassed my limits. Unable to rise, I faced the Black Knight looming over me, his body radiating a deathly miasma like a grim reaper. He slowly raised his black blade, and I could only stare. Bracing for the slash about to come, I shut my eyes and tensed. But a slash rang out, something was cut, yet no impact hit me. Cautiously opening my eyes, I saw my lord, her white hair flowing, clad in radiant light. "Lady Sakurail?" I gasped. "Are you okay, Bianca?" she asked. Holding the holy sword, she smiled at me, looking every bit the princess of the holy sword, no, a goddess of light. In the Black Knight's hand was a broken discord. Even a cursed magic sword couldn't withstand the divine holy sword. But before I could cheer, the broken discord absorbed the miasma leaking from the Black Knight, regenerating before our eyes. "No way," I whispered. Could that magic sword revive even after being shattered by the holy sword? How could it be stopped? Chapter 24. Shadow Legion. I muttered. The discord I'd slashed began to regenerate. Oh, right, I forgot it has that annoying auto-regeneration ability. Discord's core is the red gem in its hilt. Destroy anything else, and it regenerates using the gem's magic. Shatter the gem, and discord is done for. But the ruby that should have been in the hilt had moved to the center of the Black Knight's chest armor. Since the black armor was part of discord, it could shift the gem's position. So, to destroy it, I'd need to land a direct hit on the Black Knight. "Yeah," I shouted. I swung the holy sword Farnese, but the Black Knight dodged effortlessly. Wary after I'd sliced its blade earlier, he wasn't attacking me directly. "GRR. Ha, I yelled. I aimed for Discord's gem repeatedly, but he evaded every strike. In this holy sword mode, enhanced by the holy sword's power, my body was temporarily strengthened, granting me several times my normal strength. It even had stages, like shifting gears in a car, allowing me to amplify it further. But even at the lowest stage, I'd been left with crippling muscle soreness, bedridden for 3 days. It was a heavy toll on my still-growing body. Raising the enhancement to the next stage, I couldn't predict the backlash. 3 days of soreness would be manageable, but there was a chance of unforeseen damage to my body. The muscle pain from the holy sword couldn't be healed by Estelle's gift, Holy Miracle. The backlash from a higher stage likely wouldn't be either. But I couldn't just let discord run rampant. If I kept the activation short, I might minimize the damage and take it down. It was time for a brute force, short-term showdown. "All right," I said, steeling myself. As I prepared to shift Holy Sword mode up a gear, a knight's shadow darted into my vision, striking at the Black Knight. "Commander-san!" I exclaimed. The Commander-san's magic sword, Pesante, swung down at the Black Knight. The Black Knight parried with discord and countered with a slash at the Commander-san. The Commander-san blocked with a return strike. They traded blows, slashing, parrying, sweeping, deflecting, in a breathtaking display of swordsmanship unfolding before my eyes. Whoa, there's no room to jump in. As expected of the Knight Order's commander. He was holding his own against the Black Knight. If this kept up, we might actually win, or so I thought, until the Black Knight's shadow unnaturally flickered. "Commander-san, watch your feet," I shouted. "Ma," he grunted. As the Commander-san leaped back at my warning, a black blade swept through where he'd stood. It wasn't the Black Knight's sword. A hand emerging from his shadow had swung it. Slowly, a knight-shaped shadow crawled out from the darkness. Then, with a bubbling pop, more knight figures emerged from the shadow, one after another, until dozens of shadow knights had spawned. Not all held swords. Some wielded halberds, bastard swords, or dual blades. "This is," I gasped. "Shadow Legion?" Someone muttered. It was the Black Knight's trump card as Discord's vessel, a dark sorcery that summoned the shadows of wielders it had defeated and absorbed. Looking closely, I spotted shadows resembling opponents Gloria had beaten in this tournament. Though clad in armor, their builds marked them as the boys she'd faced. Unlike their originals, These shadows lacked emotion, making them cold, ruthless combat machines. Just like in the game. In the game, allies from the Academy rushed in, peeling off the Shadow Legion to set up a one-on-one between Jean and the Black Knight. All right, follow the commander. Who does this punk think he is, causing a ruckus in our turf? We'll crush him. Knights from the stands grabbed their weapons and charged the Shadow Legion. With invited guests and civilian spectators present, about half the knights stayed to protect them. But the arena quickly turned into a microcosm of the Imperial Knights versus the Shadow Legion. The Shadow Knights were corporeal, so they could be cut or struck. Enough damage would disrupt their form, making them vanish. Good thing this is the Knight Order's headquarters, I muttered. Even so, we were slightly outnumbered. But the Imperial Knights wouldn't go down easily. They could handle the Shadow Legion. The real problem was, where'd Discord go? I groaned. With the Black Knight blending into the Shadow Knights, it was impossible to tell him apart. Black armor amid black armor, who was who? The arena was surrounded by Imperial Knights and spectators, so he couldn't have escaped. As I searched for Discord, a shadow wielding a halberd lunged at me. You! Stay out of my way, I shouted. I cleaved the shadow in two with the holy sword Farnese. Struck by a blade that vanquished evil, the malevolent shadow dissolved into the air. No sooner had I dispatched one than another attacked. This is such a pain. As I aimed Farnese at the new shadow, it was suddenly sliced in half. From behind the dissipating shadow emerged Barry, wielding a battle axe. Barry-san, you can fight? I asked. What kind of magic swordsmith can't fight? He scoffed. Gotta clean up my idiot apprentice's mess properly. This is just what I need to sober up. Wait, this guy was drinking until just now. Is he really okay? I know dwarves have a high tolerance, but please don't start swinging at allies while drunk. Still, with this many, it's hard to tell which one's Discord's main body, he grumbled. The main body has a gem in its chest, but since it can move, that's barely a clue, I said. If it shifted to his back, we wouldn't see it from the front. In the game, Discord underestimated Jean and agreed to a one-on-one duel. Since I came out swinging with a holy sword, it's gone full alert mode. What do I do? Lady Sakurail, look out, a voice called. I turned. A Shadow Knight closing in on me was sliced in two. Standing there was Bianca, gripping Ensemble. Bianca, your injuries? I asked. I healed her. Estelle answered proudly from behind, her face beaming. Right, Estelle's gift Holy Miracle must have healed her. For the past month, Estelle had been healing Bianca's training injuries, so she was used to it by now. While severe wounds might be beyond her, regular injuries could be handled by the Knight Order's healers. No one around should suspect how extraordinary Estelle's gift is. Even if your injuries are healed, your stamina isn't restored, so don't push yourself, Yuria said, cutting down a shadow as she approached. As Estelle's mother and our swordsmanship teacher, Yuria lived up to her reputation as the former greatest swordmaster of the frontier, felling Shadow Knights one after another. If only Yuria could wield the holy sword, this mess would be over in no time. Doesn't this sword have a lending function? Lady Sakurail, are you unharmed? Tanya called, rushing over. As my guard knight, she had to follow after I jumped into the fray. Sorry about that. Glancing back at the stands, I saw Elliot surrounded by his guards. They were probably holding him back to keep the Crown Prince from charging in. Their job was to protect him, after all. Ideally, they'd evacuate him, but knowing Elliot, he'd probably insist on not fleeing alone. I feel like we've taken down a lot, but they don't seem to be thinning out, I said. Unless we take out Discord, the shadows will keep coming, Barry replied, fighting off a shadow. At this rate, we'll run out of stamina and be done for. Yeah, as expected. Not shattering the gem right away was a painful mistake. Isn't there some way to break through? I asked. These things have a dark attribute, so they're weak to light, Barry said. A strong enough light should wipe them out. Then light magic, I suggested. Light magic users are rare, he countered. You won't find any in the Knight Order. They're usually snatched up by the Magic Corps or the Church. Fair point. Someone with such a rare talent would be heavily recruited. Estelle has a rare attribute too, but hers is holy magic. Holy magic and light magic are similar but distinct, by the way. Light magic stems from the light attribute. Holy magic destroys evil entities. Light magic includes spells like Light for illumination or Light Arrow for attack. Holy magic has spells like Banish to destroy evil spirits or Purification for cleansing. Though different, they overlap in some areas. For instance, undead are generally weak to both. A holy attribute attack spell would probably work well against these shadows. I'm pretty sure it would, since the holy sword was effective. But Estelle hasn't learned offensive holy magic yet, so that's moot. Even if she could, I wouldn't want to expose her power here. If word got out, the Imperial family might snatch her up as Elliot's fiancée. I couldn't bear Estelle becoming a sacrificial pawn in my place. If she wanted that, it'd be different, but she seems to dislike Elliot. What did you do, Crown Prince Elliot? Even if not light magic, fire magic can at least stagger them, Barry said, like that kid over there. Following his gaze, I saw Jean, his magic sword wreathed in flames, slashing at a shadow knight. When did he get here? He seemed to have recovered from the damage he took against Cecil. Cecil was there too, fighting back-to-back with Jean against the Shadow Knights. The Shadow Knights seemed to falter under the blazing light of Jean's flames. Were their forms fading, becoming less substantial? Maybe a lot of fire could make them vanish. Oh, if we spilled whiskey on the ground and lit it, I mused. Stop, Barry roared. What a horrifying idea. That's blasphemy to drinkers. What a waste. I got a genuine scolding from Barry. I thought something like ethanol would burn spectacularly. Besides, that kind of fire wouldn't be enough to destroy them, he added. It'd just get in the way of our allies. True. A fire could hinder the fighting knights or even endanger them. Scratch that plan, but the Knight Order has its limits. We need to deal with this ever-growing Shadow Legion fast. Chapter 25, The End of the Magic Sword. To dispel the Shadow Legion, we needed a powerful light. But there were no light magic users here. Fire could make them flinch, but something like fireworks from a candy store wouldn't do much. If anything, it'd probably startle the knights more. What about reflecting sunlight with mirrors? No, it's cloudy. Wait a second, that's it. I pulled it out from my enchanted storage pochette. Good thing I stuffed all sorts of things in here. What's that? Barry asked. Some kind of magic tool. Something like that. I think it can temporarily wipe out the Shadow Legion. A magic tool like that, Barry said, surprised. Yuria-san, standing beside him, stared at the object in my hand with equal astonishment. But even if we find Discord, unless we destroy its weak point, the gem, it'll just keep happening, right? I said. To defeat it, we had to locate the gem on the Black Knight's body and shatter it. If we dawdled, the Shadow Legion would be summoned again. Do I have no choice but to boost the Holy Sword's physical enhancement further? How many days of muscle soreness would that cost me? I tossed the item from my pochette to Estelle. Estelle, move a bit away from here. When I give the signal, use this, I said. I explained the simple instructions for it to Estelle. I'd already set it up, so all she had to do was press the button. Testing it risked alerting the enemy, so it was a one-shot deal. Okay, got it, Estelle said. With a nod, she moved a short distance behind us. It might affect the knights a bit, but if it cleared the Shadow Knights, it shouldn't be too dangerous. The problem is figuring out where the gem is on the Black Knight's body. I mused. The gem draws magic essence from the air as its power source, so it's likely somewhere exposed, the sole of his foot. No, stepping on it himself would be pointless. I pondered. Lady Sakurail, Bianca interjected. Please leave that task to me. Bianca, I said. As I hesitated, Bianca stepped forward, volunteering eagerly. With Ensemble's power, I can track the Black Knight's movements precisely. I'll find it with my own eyes, so please, Lady Sakurail, deliver the finishing blow. With Ensemble's power. According to Bianca, using Ensemble made her opponent's movements seem slower. So that's why her performance spiked in the match earlier. Estelle would clear the Shadow Legion, Bianca would find the gem, and I'd destroy it. Teamwork, huh? All right, let's do this. Got it, let's go with that, I agreed. I'd hold off on raising Holy Sword Mode's gear until Bianca located the gem. If it took her too long, my stamina might give out first. Bianca and I turned our backs to Estelle, facing the Shadow Legion fighting the knights. From here, we should spot the Black Knight instantly. Estelle now, I called. Yes, she replied. Flash. A blinding light burst from the strobe in Estelle's hands. Who'd have thought a camera-less strobe from a pawn shop would come in handy? By the way, I bought the batteries at a fashion store's register. The dazzling light, usable on its own, washed over the Shadow Legion. The shadows, locked in combat moments ago, dissolved into the air with a fizzle, vanishing en masse. The strobe continued flashing at regular intervals. Flash, flash. Ate. What? So bright. Small cries escaped the knights caught in the light. I even got the commander's on. Sorry, please bear with it for a bit. Now where? There, I shouted. Spotting the Black Knight, still standing in the arena's corner, I sprinted toward him. Bianca should be following close behind. Now's our chance. Ha! I yelled. The Black Knight nimbly dodged my holy sword slash. Wary of being cut, he wasn't striking back. If we stalled, the Shadow Legion we'd just cleared would crawl back out of the shadows. I swung the holy sword a second and third time, but he evaded each by a hair's breadth. I should have taken sword training more seriously. No, my job was to keep him pinned. If Bianca could find the gem's location in the meantime. At a glance, it didn't seem to be on the front of his body. Was it on his back then? But Bianca, staring past the Black Knight's back, showed no sign of spotting it. Not there either. Don't tell me it's on top of his head. At my height, there's no way I could check that. Should I take a gamble and jump to look? With my current jumping ability, I could probably do it. "Yeah!" I shouted. Expecting him to dodge, I leaped over 3 meters high, slashing at the Black Knight. I caught a glimpse of his head from the air. The gem wasn't there. As my guess missed, the Black Knight aimed his sword at me. Oh no! Black lightning shot from the tip, targeting me midair. I raised the holy sword instinctively, slicing through the lightning and barely deflecting it, but I crashed to the ground on my back. The impact and pain stole my breath for a moment. I jumped too high. Seizing the chance, the Black Knight lunged at me for the first time. "Danger!" I gasped. As I twisted to dodge, Uriasan leaped in front of me, parrying the Black Knight's sword. That was close. Saved. Uriasan pressed the attack. The Black Knight blocked her rapid flurry of strikes. She was holding her own against someone with power rivaling the frontier's greatest swordmaster. No wonder my attacks weren't landing. Uriasan grunted. During one of their exchanges, her sword chipped with a crack. A normal sword couldn't stand up to a magic sword. At this rate, Uriasan would be overwhelmed. My stamina was nearing its limit. Should I gamble and raise the enhancement gear to go on the offensive? But without shattering the gem, I'd just collapse from exhaustion. I had to buy time until Bianca found it. "Lady Sacurail. It's under his right armpit." Bianca's voice rang out. She found it. Perfect timing. His right armpit. Checking the spot Bianca indicated, I couldn't see it clearly due to his arm, but there was definitely something red. That sneak. Hiding it there? Now that I knew the location, it was time to go all out. "Farnese!" I called. As if answering, the holy sword's power surged through my body. Boosted further by the enhanced state, I closed in on the Black Knight, dueling Uriasan in an instant, aiming a slash at the gem under his right armpit. Sensing danger, the Black Knight pulled back. My sword grazed the gem by the narrowest margin. So close. Was my step-in too shallow? But I won't miss next time. I pursued the fleeing Black Knight, determined to land the killing blow. To block me, black lightning erupted from his body in all directions. "Stubborn, aren't you?" I shouted. I sliced through the lightning with the holy sword. Charging at the Black Knight beyond, I swung again, but the gem was gone from his right armpit. Did it move? No, this wasn't the Black Knight. It looked similar, but this was a Shadow Legion. He'd swapped places during the lightning barrage. I swung the holy sword through, cutting down the Shadow Legion. "Where's the real Black Knight?" "Lady Sacurail, behind you!" Bianca shouted. Reflexively turning at her voice, I saw the Black Knight, a short distance away, aiming Discord's tip at me, about to unleash lightning. This is bad. I can't dodge this. What do I do? "Wait, store summon," I shouted. Boom, a food truck materialized in front of me. The Black Knight's lightning struck the truck, failing to reach me. How's that, store barrier? I dismissed the truck instantly and charged at the stunned Black Knight with full force. Caught off guard by the truck's sudden appearance and disappearance, he tried to dodge, but it was too late. My enhanced sword-swinging speed was on another level. Without a shred of mercy, I swung the holy sword. True to aim, the blade caught the Black Knight's gem, shattering it into pieces. Pop. The red gem under his right armpit exploded with force, scattering fragments. In that instant, a dazzling vortex of light swirled, and the black armor peeled away from the possessed knight as mist, rising into the sky. With a wail like tormented grudge, it dissolved into the air and vanished. The referee knight collapsed on the spot, and beside him, the gemless discord clattered to the ground. With a crack, fractures spread across discord, and the cursed magic sword shattered anticlimactically. "You did it! Lady Sakurail won!" Bianca cheered. I let out a sigh of relief, feeling the strength drain from my body. Phew, we pulled it off somehow. A ray of light pierced the dark clouds, and a refreshing breeze swept the ominous clouds to the horizon. The jubilant cheers of the crowd echoed around us. "Good job, lass," Barry said. "Barry-san," I replied. He approached, his battle axe slung over his shoulder. "Maybe now that idiot apprentice of mine will reflect a bit in the afterlife," he said, staring at the shattered discord. "A magic sword relying on cursed power ain't worth a damn." Gazing at the broken discord, Barry-san looked just a touch lonely to me. "Hey, get a stretcher over here," a knight shouted. Worried for their fallen comrade, knights gathered around the referee. The holy sword was like an extension of me, and I could choose what to cut or spare. I'd aimed only for the gem, but he might have cracked a bone or two. Better have a doctor or healing magic user check him properly. Maybe Estelle could heal him. As I thought that, my vision suddenly warped. The world spun, tilting upward. No, I was falling. My body wouldn't obey. Like a felled tree, I collapsed. "Lady Sakurail!" Estelle's near scream reached my ears. The next moment, the impact of hitting the ground snuffed out my consciousness. Chapter 26, The Goddesses of Creation. "Oh, you're awake," a voice said. "Ha," I mumbled. As I came to, an unfamiliar woman was peering down at me. She had long, pale, cherry blossom-colored hair, much like Mother's, or rather like mine. Her expression was hard to read, almost emotionless. With a small sigh, she stepped back. Sitting up, I found myself in a breathtakingly beautiful garden. Our ducal estate's garden is lovely, but this one was on another level. A riot of flowers bloomed in dazzling splendor, each petal shimmering with light. Standing, I saw a sky of endless, piercing blue with a gentle breeze blowing. Yet beyond the garden, a sea of white clouds stretched out, as if we were floating atop them. "Wait, did I die? Is this heaven?" No, you're not dead," the woman said. "I just called your consciousness here for a bit." Turning toward the voice, I saw two women seated around a large white garden table, having a tea party. One was the woman with my hair color who'd looked at me earlier. The other had silver hair in a short bob, adorned with a headband and a kind demeanor. "For now, please take a seat," the silver-haired woman said. "I'll pour some tea." Okay," I replied. At her urging, I sat at an empty chair at the garden table. A teapot and tea set appeared from nowhere, floating as if an invisible person were pouring. Tea filled the cups. Magic. Or perhaps some kind of gift. "No, it's neither magic nor a gift," the silver-haired woman said. Have you been reading my thoughts this whole time?" I asked. "Oh, my bad. I got carried away," she said. "It's been a while since I spoke with someone from the mortal world." She gave an embarrassed smile. "Wait, mortal world. This is a realm above the world you know, called the celestial realm," she explained. "This garden is our private space within it." "The celestial realm, so it is heaven," I exclaimed. Well, not exactly wrong," she said, "but you're not dead, okay? I just thought we could have a little chat, so I summoned your spirit here." "Summon my spirit? To a place like heaven where someone can do that? Could they be gods?" Well, yes," the silver-haired woman said. "I'm a newly ascended god, though. My name is Linz, or rather, Linzavale in your world. And this one is Sakura, Sakura Cleria." "Yo, call me Sakura, K," the other said. "Linzavale-sama and Sakura Cleria-sama. The two creation goddesses. Why would such goddesses summon me? Where to start?" Linzavale-sama mused. "Sakura-chan." "What?" Sakura Cleria-sama replied, turning to her. No, not you, Sakura-chan. The little Sakura-chan over here." "HMPH," Sakura Cleria-sama huffed. "Sorry, it's confusing. My name was taken from hers, after all." With a wry smile, Linzavale-sama turned to me. "Sakura-chan, you have memories of your past life, don't you? You were originally a girl from Earth, right?" "Why, yes, that's right," I said. "Did you, too, cause my reincarnation into this world?" "No, that's not it," Linzavale-sama said. "Your soul, lost in an accident, ended up in this world by pure chance." Or rather, you could say it was our mistake for not accounting for that possibility. She looked a bit troubled, while Sakura Clearyasama, barely changing her expression, nibbled on snacks from a cake stand. She seemed kind of childish. As I thought that, Sakura Clearyasama shot me a sharp glare. Not childish. I've got a husband and kids, you know, she said. Sorry, I stammered. She read my mind again. I'd better not think unnecessary things. More importantly, if they know I was from Earth, there's something I need to ask. Is the world we live in the world of the game Starlight Symphony? I asked. I knew you'd ask that, Lindsavale-sama said. In short, it both is and isn't, that's the best I can say. Both is and isn't, I echoed. It's not inside a game, she clarified. The world you're living in is undeniably a distinct other world, separate from the Earth you once knew. The game Starlight Symphony, released on Earth, was based on this world. But we used Earth as one reference when creating this world, Sakura Clearyasama added. That's what makes it complicated. Starlight Symphony was based on this world. What, how, and they used Earth as a reference. We have a friend named Eumenalia, Lindsavale-sama said. Oh, yes, I know her, I said. We learned about her in class. The goddess of judgment, Eumenalia-sama, said to see the future and considered the leader of the 9 goddesses. When the 9 of us created this world, we wondered what its future would hold, Lindsavale-sama continued. So we peeked into the future using Eumenalia's power. What we saw was a fascinating ensemble drama at the Academy, filled with romance and adventure. Wait, that's Starlight Symphonies? I asked. Exactly, she said. What you call the Elliott route. To summarize Lindsavale-sama's explanation. After enjoying the Elliott route, in their future vision, the goddesses thought, depending on how things branch, this could lead to all sorts of stories. Let's see those too. Using Lindsavale-sama's power, they simulated fate's divergences, enjoying the gene route and other love interest routes through future visions. The future is inherently uncertain, so even the goddesses didn't know which would become the true future. But they found the other routes compelling and felt it'd be a shame for the stories to fade. So they shared the tale with an acquaintance on Earth. An acquaintance on Earth? I asked. Well, more like a sister-in-law anyway, that doesn't matter, Lindsavale-sama said. She worked at a game company, so she pitched the story we told her to her company. And that's how it became. Starlight Symphony, I finished. Unbelievable. That game was like a prophetic book of what's to come in this world. As gods, we're generally forbidden from directly influencing the mortal world in major ways, Lindsavale-sama said. So we planned to quietly watch how the story unfolded in your world. But then an unexpected factor barged in, Sakura Clearyasama said. She pointed her cake fork at me. Am I being treated as a bug? Will I be erased? Don't worry, we won't erase you, Lindsavale-sama reassured. Even as a reincarnator, you're a person living in that world. But I've been wrecking things like the Elliott route, I said. That's fine, she said. History is shaped by the people of that world. It just means our predictions as gods were off. You bear no responsibility. Her words filled me with relief. I'd gotten the goddess's blessing to act freely, acquitted. Hooray, don't celebrate yet, Sakura Clearyasama said. Huh, I faltered. Munching on cake, she dropped an ominous warning. Little Sakura-chan, in the game The Future Vision, you were a villainess, right? A major one. That means you're highly likely to face tremendous misfortune. What you call a doom route. It's tangled in complex chains of causality and will likely keep coming for you. As expected, I gasped, Sakura's doom routes are numerous. Counting minor variations across the series, there are probably over 30. The lighter ones include exile, demotion to commoner, or being sent to a convent. The worst, naturally, is death. And those deaths vary: execution, death in prison, assassination, poisoning. In Starlight Symphony 3, she doesn't even appear, yet her tombstone is engraved in a graveyard. You can feel the staff's malice. No, not the staff's fault. It's one possible future. It's the future, right? Not just the staff's cruel joke. If the game mixes futures the goddesses saw with stuff the staff added for kicks, I might be freaking out over impossible futures. Curse you, game developers. Stop adding unnecessary stuff. You've carved your own path, Lindsavale-sama said. At the very least, the doom routes involving Elliott and Jean are gone. There might be minor troubles, but keep overcoming fate. That's our wish. So keep crushing doom roots? That's a tough ask, isn't it? Do you know how many entries are in the Starlight Symphony series, including spin-offs? But why are they cheering me on so much? They said my arrival in this world was an accident, so it's not out of atonement. Well, it's not exactly atonement, Lindsayvale-sama said, but we watched those roots over and over. And Sakurail got such a raw deal, we kinda felt bad for her, Sakura Cleria-sama added. Oh, I get it. I played nearly every route too in the game. Sakurail is a villain, but she gets treated so harshly, you can't help but pity her a bit. But thanks to you reincarnating as Sakurail, the future has changed a lot, Lindsayvale-sama said. In this timeline, Sakurail isn't a villainess, so doesn't she deserve a future where she's rewarded? Rewarded will I be? I asked. We want you to be, she said. I don't want a bad ending either. I've got to avoid that somehow. So it's back to methodically dismantling doom roots? I'm not sure I can live up to the goddess's expectations, but I have to try. For a peaceful life. By the way, any chance I could get some advice or a support item? We can't directly intervene, but we'll grant you a small blessing tailored to your gift, a special additional ability, Lindsayvale-sama said. It might not be much, but it's better than nothing. Also, we'll assign you a guardian, Sakura Cleria-sama added. Ask her for the details. A blessing and a guardian, I said. Suddenly, a drowsy sensation washed over me, an irresistible wave of sleep pulling at my consciousness. Wait, is my time up? Good luck, little Sakura-chan, Lindsayvale-sama said. See ya, Sakura Cleria-sama added. With the goddess's voices in my ears, I let go of my consciousness. Chapter 27, The White Guardian Beast. A familiar ceiling, I murmured. Opening my eyes, I saw the familiar canopy of my bed. Oh, wait, not the ceiling. My mistake. Was that a dream? It felt like I met and spoke with the goddesses of creation. Ow, I yelped, trying to sit up, sent pain shooting through my body. Gah, this is the backlash from the physical enhancement, isn't it? It really hit me, but it feels less painful than last time. Why? I used an even stronger enhancement than during the Black Dragon incident. Giving up on sitting, I sank back into the bed with a thump. Milady? A voice called. You're awake? Arisa-san, I said. My maid, Arisa-san, rushed over after hearing my groan. No, I'm fine, you don't need to panic like that. Inform the master and mistress at once, she ordered. Why, yes, understood, another maid replied. The other maid near her hurriedly left the room. Soon, a clamor of footsteps heralded father and mother bursting in. Sakurail, father cried. Sakura-chan, mother echoed. Ow, I winced. Tearfully, they threw their arms around me. When I yelped from the pain in my strained muscles, they quickly let go. Sorry, dear, mother said. We were just so happy you woke up. It's okay, I reassured. It just hurts when I move my muscles. I didn't mind their joy, but they were being a bit dramatic. Well, they're both worrywarts, so I guess it's expected. You didn't wake for a whole week, so everyone was worried, father said. Ashley and I were terrified something might have happened. Huh, I blurted, a dumb sound escaping me. A week, a whole week. I was out for 7 days. According to father, after collapsing at the Night Order headquarters, I was brought here immediately. Doctors examined me, and healing magic was applied, but they found no physical abnormalities. Yet I wouldn't wake. A whole week asleep, no wonder they were worried. That explains why the muscle pain feels lighter. Though, for it to still hurt this much, after a week, is kind of alarming. Is there anything wrong with your body? Father asked. No, just pain all over, I said. It's the same muscle soreness as before. I think I'll be able to move in a few days. You shouldn't use that physical enhancement, father warned. Your growing body can't handle it. This time it was only this bad, but next time you might be unconscious even longer. You're right, I understand, I said. I nodded obediently to father's advice. I hadn't planned to use it, but I had to stop discord somehow in that situation. Worrying my parents isn't my intention either. Physical enhancement level 2 is sealed for now. But part of me wondered if the coma was due to the Holy Sword's enhancement, or because the goddesses summoned me to their realm. Was that really a dream? Lady Sakurail, 2 voices shouted in unison. Bang! The door flew open, and Estelle and Bianca burst in, shouting in stereo as they charged toward me. They looked ready to tackle me, but Mother spread her arms, blocking them. Sakura-chan's got terrible muscle soreness right now, so no hugging, okay? she said. Having hugged me earlier herself, Mother's words made them nod rapidly, as if snapping to attention. Sorry, when we heard you'd woken, we couldn't stay still, Bianca said. There's nothing wrong, right? Estelle asked. If there is, I'll heal it. I'm fine, I said, smiling to reassure them. Like before, a few days of rest, and I'll be fully recovered. They were so worried I had to laugh. Good thing my facial muscles weren't sore. After that, I spent time on the bed, hearing from everyone what happened after I collapsed. With all that chaos, the tournament was halted and ended without a champion. Gloria, it seemed, had become subdued, as if a weight had lifted. But she now flinched abnormally at the sight of unsheathed swords, perhaps recalling discord. The trauma of being consumed by discord might have scarred her. Unable to wield a sword, her path as a knight was likely closed. Discord's origin was traced to an illegal black market dealing in contraband. Gloria's father, the second knight commander, had acquired it for his beloved daughter, knowing it was illegal. Naturally, when this came to light, he was demoted from his position. Combined with the recent uproar, the Barcarola family lost rank, dropping to baron status. Well, Elliot was there, after all. Had things gone worse, the next imperial sovereign could have been gravely injured or killed. Thankfully, the Knight Order suffered no major injuries. But the reputation of the Princess of the Holy Sword, who risked her small frame to save the Order from crisis, soared once again. With so many witnesses, even the ducal house, or the imperial family, couldn't suppress the rumors. More embellished tales will probably spread. Glancing at my right hand, I noticed Samania-sama's crest had leveled up again. This must be from clearing the Black Knight event. Like with Elliot's, I finished this one 10 years early too. Though really, it was supposed to be Estelle and Jean who resolved it. Another thing caught my eye, a new crest on the back of my left hand. It was about the same size as Samania-sama's on my right. According to Father, it appeared while I was asleep. He'd asked the church about it, suspecting it might have caused my coma, but they had no record of such a crest. I suspected it was a crest of the goddesses of 9 creation. A large circle surrounded by 8 smaller ones, a 9-star crest. It represented 9 stars, which on Earth were revered as arbiters of fate since ancient times. So that wasn't a dream? As the goddesses said, this world was the basis for Starlight Symphony. The blessing Lindsevale-sama mentioned must be this. I have no idea what kind of blessing it is, though. Oh, I can make the crest vanish by willing it. Good, I don't want to stand out unnecessarily. Having heard the full story, I rested, still sore. In about 2 days, I should be able to move again. Everyone left considerately, and I drifted back to sleep. Come to think of it, the goddesses mentioned assigning a guardian. What was that about? A divine guardian, maybe an angel? With such silly thoughts, I slipped into a drowsy slumber. Section. Hey, I squeaked. Quiet. In the dead of night, I woke for no reason and saw 2 jade-green eyes staring at me. Not human, a tiger. A massive white tiger was peering at me from beside my bed. Why was a tiger in my room? Wait, did it just speak? Are you Lady Sakurail? It asked. Why, yes, that's me, I stammered, my voice trembling with fear. And you are. Its articulate speech suggested high intelligence. It probably wouldn't eat me, right? I was tasked by Lindsevale-sama and Sakura-Cleria-sama to guard you. I am one of the 4 divine beasts, named Kohaku. Oh, the goddesses, I gasped. At those words, the tension in my body melted away. So this was the guardian they arranged. I nearly had a heart attack. Couldn't it have appeared more normally? Still, a tiger as a guardian? Is there that much danger? True, some of Sakurail's doom routes involved martial force or violence. Oh, maybe I could ride its back to escape pursuers. I slowly sat up, wincing at the pain. Ouch. Kohaku-san, I said, you're going to protect me. Indeed, they instructed me to. I figured living in the mortal world again wouldn't be bad, so I accepted. Why does it feel so half-hearted? Like it's treating this as a side gig during a vacation in the mortal world. I've heard the gist of it. Divine beast powers are restricted in the mortal world by divine law, but no matter. With me here, you can rest easy, as if aboard a great ship. Wow, I don't know why, but it's brimming with confidence. That's reassuring. But a tiger roaming, the house would freak everyone out. Humans always fuss over trivialities. Muttering, Kohaku-san transformed with a pop into a small, plush-like tiger cub. This should suffice, no. Wow, so cute, I exclaimed. I couldn't help but scoop up Kohaku-san as it plopped onto the bed. It's cat-like, but its sturdy, thick limbs are just adorable. This could pass as an unusual cat at home, I said. I'm not a cat, I'm a tiger, it protested, baring its tiny fangs. Its little growl was so cute. This is begging for a plush toy version, but a talking cat might be a bit too unusual. I'm a summoned being, no different from others. Just say it's a divine beast summoned under Samanya-sama's blessing, and it'll be fine. Should I avoid mentioning the goddesses of creation? I asked. Speaking of them wouldn't hurt, I suppose, but the religious orders in this world would likely not leave you alone. They'd probably proclaim you a saint. All right, let's keep quiet, I decided. No way, I'm already conspicuous as the princess of the Holy Sword. I don't need another unearned title. The goddesses of nine creation are shrouded in mystery, even to the church. If it got out that I met them or received their blessing, I'd be on a fast track to sainthood. No thanks. As Kohaku-san suggested, I'll say the left-hand crest is Samanya-sama's blessing. Peace is best. Though, for my peace, I'll need to keep breaking doom flags. Sigh, it's a long road ahead. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 28, Store Summoning 8, A Blessing from Samanya-sama, a Guardian Beast, Father stammered. Indeed. I entrust the young mistress's honored father and mother to handle this appropriately, Kohaku said. Waking up in the morning and introducing Kohaku-san right away, father and mother went pale, their faces twitching. Well, no wonder. Kohaku-san was in full tiger form, a beast like that inside the mansion would freak anyone out. Kohaku-san, shrink down, I said. Very well, Kohaku replied. With a pop and a puff of smoke, the massive Kohaku-san transformed into a plush-like tiger cub. Yup, still adorable. This should be fine, right? I said. Oh my, how cute, Mother exclaimed. Like a kitten. I am a tiger, Kohaku protested. Mother scooped up the plush-like Kohaku-san, just as I had. Kohaku opened its mouth wide in a roar, but it wasn't scary at all. The contrast with its full form was wild. It is cute, Father admitted. See, can I pet it? Bianca asked. HMPH, I suppose it's fine, Kohaku allowed. Estelle and Bianca, who'd been intimidated by Kohaku's tiger form like father and mother, were clearly drawn to the cub version. It's cute, so it's only natural. But to receive another blessing and now a guardian beast, Father mused. Has Samanya-sama, the goddess of summoning, taken such a liking to Sakurail? Indeed. The heavenly goddess holds the young mistress in high regard. This blessing is proof of that, Kohaku said. Held by Mother, Kohaku-san spoke to Father, but that heavenly goddess isn't Samanya-sama, right? It's definitely the goddesses of nine creation. Wait, if this world isn't a game, then was the blessing triggered by Samanya-sama's whim after all? What's the deal with that? I should have asked Linzavale-sama. According to Kohaku-san, Linzavale-sama got permission from Kohaku's true master to come to the mortal world, which is why Kohaku-san is here. So, while I'm Kohaku's master in the mortal world, it's more like a rental or a dispatched worker. Something like that. Kohaku's true master seems to be a god above even Linzavale-sama, but it's probably best not to pry into divine matters. That's beyond me. Anyway, I've gained another store, which I'm grateful for. Maybe it's a reward for defeating the Black Knight. With my usual excitement, I headed to the warded garden. I still had some muscle soreness, but it wasn't bad enough to keep me from walking. Lately, I've gotten a liquor store, a clothing store, and a model shop, none of which thrilled me. I'm hoping for a store more to my taste this time. Come to think of it, what was that blessing Linzavale-sama mentioned, tailored to my gift? She called it a special additional ability. Choosing my favorite store, probably too much to hope for. Well, I'll find out by summoning it. Store summon, I called. A dazzling vortex of radiant light swirled around me. At the same moment, the detailed nature of the blessing the goddesses mentioned was etched into my mind. Wait, what's this? I mean, it's usable, I guess, but... My mixed feelings vanished the instant I saw the brick storefront before me. Its refined exterior exuded a chic charm. A rose-adorned sign read Patisserie and Café La Vie en Rose. Patisserie and Café La Vie en Rose. It was the confectionery near the vocational school I attended. It had a cafe space where you could enjoy your purchases with tea, Yes, I cheered. I couldn't help but jump for joy. Ow, my muscle soreness stung. But the cakes here were divine. I used to treat myself to them often. And these are proper sweets. Not just candies. This world has sweets, but they're mostly pound cakes with dried fruit, not very sweet. There are fruit tarts with fresh fruit, but the sweetness comes from the fruit, so it's similar. This is a jackpot, thank you goddesses. It looks like a food shop, Father said. Maybe a bakery. This sweet smell, Mother said. I have a good feeling about this. Mother seemed to pick up on the sweetness faster than Father. It's a woman thing, can't be helped. With light steps, I opened the familiar shop's door. A soft ding from the doorbell greeted me, and vibrant cakes in a glass display case caught my eye. The bright lighting, wooden floors, and scattered houseplants gave the interior a warm feel. To the left was a spacious cafe area. You ordered there to eat in or at the counter for takeout. Wow, it's beautiful, Estelle gasped. So many fruits on top, they look delicious, Bianca added. Estelle and Bianca, who'd followed me inside, were captivated by the cakes. What a lovely smell, Mother said. Sakura-chan, these are sweets, right? Yes, I said. All sweet and delicious, they're sweets. Sweets, Mother echoed. Like Estelle and Bianca, Mother was glued to the cakes. Unable to wait any longer, I had Mother place a gold coin on the counter, then sat at a cafe table. Scanning the menu, I ordered my usual favorite. La Vie en Rose, I called, with Earl Grey tea. As soon as I spoke, a small round cake and a cup of tea appeared before me. Topped with white whipped cream and various berries, it had a bright red rose made of sugarwork at the center. This was the shop's namesake original cake, La Vie en Rose. So pretty, Mother said, eyes wide. This is a confection. Ignoring her awe, I cut a piece with my fork and popped it into my mouth. Sweet, but this nostalgic sweetness. The tartness of sliced strawberries inside enhanced the cream's sweetness. A faint rose fragrance accented the flavor, lingering as it passed through my nose. This is it, this is the sweetness I've been craving. Truly La Vie en Rose, a rose-colored life. Me too, same as Sakura-chan, Mother said. Me too, Estelle chimed. Same as Lady Sakurail, Bianca added. As they called out, La Vie en Rose cakes appeared before each of them. Forking pieces into their mouths, all three widened their eyes in unison. What is this? It's delicious, Mother exclaimed. So sweet, Estelle said, a different sweetness from candies or ramyun. The moist texture is just, Bianca marveled. After that, the three became silent eating machines, shoveling cake into their mouths. Even Kohaku-san, perched on Mother's lap, munched on cake. Tigers eat cake, huh? Being considerate, Father sat at the next table, browsing the menu. After pondering the pictures, unable to read Japanese, he held the menu out to me. Sakurail, is there anything not too sweet? He asked. The cheesecake shouldn't be too sweet, I said. Then one cheesecake, he ordered. A plate with a cheesecake appeared on his table. No waiting is nice, right? Father enjoys alcohol, so he's not big on sweets. Cheesecake shouldn't be as sweet as whipped cream, so it should be fine. Sakura-chan, Mother wants to try this next, Mother said. Lady Sakurail. I want the one with lots of fruit, Estelle said. I'd like these baked confections, please, Bianca added. Whoa, already on to the next. I get the enthusiasm, but no need to rush. I ordered a fourrette noir for Mother, a fruit roll cake for Estelle, and macarons for Bianca. All three devoured their sweets, exclaiming how delicious they were. Oh, I might have opened a door that shouldn't have been opened. I considered ordering another myself, but remembered the blessing from the goddesses. Sure, it's related to the store, but... Store BGM, I murmured. Soft piano music began playing in the shop. Richard Clayderman's Serenade of the Stars. I think this did play here sometimes. What's this music? Father asked, looking around. Is there an orchestra somewhere? No, it's one of the blessings from the goddesses, I said. It lets me play music in the store. Music, Father said, his expression dubious. Yeah, in this world, stores and music don't really connect. Deciding it wasn't worth overthinking, Father returned to his cheesecake. Store BGM is a blessing that plays music in the store, but I can't freely choose the songs. I can pick broad genres like upbeat music, calm music, classical, rock, or inka. If I don't choose, it plays music fitting the store like now. Rock or inka wouldn't suit this place, right? It's like I've got a subscription to piped-in music. Sakura Cleria-sama, one of the 9 goddesses, is said to be the goddess of music and song. Is this her blessing? Eating delicious food while listening to lovely music feels so luxurious, Mother said, pointing at a Mont Blanc on the menu. Like a banquet at the palace. You're still eating, I thought. Mother, cakes use a ton of sugar, I said. Of course, she said. They're so sweet. So eating too much makes you gain weight, I warned. Crack, Mother froze, her smile stiff. Her finger, pointing at the Mont Blanc, trembled slightly. It wavered, she's hesitating. Today's special, she declared. With a resolute point at the Mont Blanc, she gave in, defeated. Mother lost to the sugar demon? Well, as long as she doesn't eat them daily, it's probably fine. People in this world stay pretty active. Still, maybe I should limit summoning La Vie en Rose to once every 3 days. May the days we eat cake here be truly rose-colored. Chapter 29, Summer Approaches. I shall have this gâteau chocolat. 1 milk crepe and 1 tiramisu. A soccer tort with Darjeeling tea, please. The café space of patisserie and Café La Vie en Rose, summoned to the palace courtyard, was a riot of blooming dresses. The ladies in those dresses were the wives and daughters of the imperial faction nobles in the capital. In other words, Mother was hosting a tea party using my shop as the venue. But the moment the cakes were served, the elegant gathering turned into a ravenous feast of sugar-starved wolves. It was a bit terrifying. You never cease to amaze, Sakurail, one lady said. Eating such sweets feels like a dream. Truly delicious, another agreed. No other country could have sweets like these. The speakers, enjoying their cakes, were the Empress and Grandmother. Naturally, both were part of the imperial faction, so they were invited. In fact, it was they who, astonished by the cakes Mother presented, proposed this tea party. Their plan was likely to use these sweets to firmly capture the hearts of the imperial faction wives and daughters. Even among noble houses, the wife or daughter often holds significant influence. The power of women is not to be underestimated in any era. Incidentally, Yuria-san, Estelle's mother and my swordsmanship teacher, was also here. The Euphonia Baron house is closely tied to the Philharmonie ducal house, making them naturally part of the imperial faction. Though, due to rank and other considerations, she wasn't at the same table. A newly minted Baron house sitting with the Empress or Grandmother, who are royalty, could spark jealousy among other nobles. This music is wonderful, Grandmother said, sipping apple tea with a satisfied sigh. It soothes the heart. Currently, Edward Elgar's Salut d'Amour was playing through my store BGM. Beautiful music, delicious cakes, it was supposed to be an elegant tea party. Yet I was slightly put off by the ladies devouring cakes with fervor. Even for nobles, sugar-based confections aren't easily accessible, and they're not this refined, so I understood their enthusiasm. Kohaku-san, my guardian, was also greedily munching a roll cake on my lap. Is this really a divine beast? But was it okay to show my gift so openly? I asked. Your gift was already somewhat known among nobles after the Black Dragon incident, Mother replied. It's a bit late to worry now. Besides, they don't know the details, do they? Her response addressed my concern. True, I did summon Fuji no Yu back then. They might know I can summon stores, but not what kinds, their limits, or how they can be used. Even store BGM, they wouldn't know how much control I have over it. Oh, about the 9 goddesses' blessings. Besides store BGM, I received another. It's called Entry Prohibition. As the name suggests, it bans entry into the store. With this blessing, I can prevent enemies from entering the shop, essentially creating an indestructible fortress to hole up in. It blocks not just people but animals and objects too. I tested throwing a pebble through an open window, and it was repelled perfectly. Isn't this invincible? I mean, I could shoot arrows from the window unilaterally. Their attacks can't get through, but I can attack freely. That's incredible. Though the store vanishes after a day and I can't move it. But with the food truck, I could move while fending off attacks. Oh, wait, if a dragon lifted the truck into the air and dropped it, I'd die. The truck might be fine, but I'd be toast inside. Or if it breathed fire like the Black Dragon, I'd be roasted alive inside, so maybe not that invincible. I suspect store BGM is Sakura Cleria-sama's blessing, and Entry Prohibition is Linzavale-sama's. It's a valuable ability, but do I really need it to survive? My future looks daunting. Sipping tea, feeling weary about my uncertain path, I caught the Empress's voice at our table. By the way, Ashley, are you returning to your territory this summer? This year, since Sakura-chan is here, I think we will, Mother said. We've worried the servants there too. Territory? That must mean the Philharmony ducal house's lands, which Father holds. It's not far from the capital, right? Father is the Lord of Philharmony, but he governs mostly from the capital, delegating to a proxy. I've never been there. Well, apparently I went once before I was 3, but I don't remember it. Our territory, huh? I'm kind of curious. What's it like? With Sakura-chan's food truck, we can return from the capital in under a day, which is a relief, Mother said. Even though it's close, a carriage takes 3 days to reach Philharmony. But the food truck can zoom there in under 3 hours. Even at a leisurely pace, it's about 4 hours. A day trip would be tough, so we'd likely stay a few nights. Or for a summer escape from the heat, maybe a month. What's Philharmony like? I asked. Since I'd probably go, I asked Mother about the territory. Also, I'm supposed to have been frail and recovering there, so not knowing could be bad. Only Mother, Grandmother, and the Empress, who know my situation, were at this table. It was far from others, and with music playing and everyone engrossed in cakes, our conversation wouldn't be overheard. Though being shut in due to illness might excuse not knowing much about the territory. Philharmony was once the old imperial capital, Mother explained. Its capital, Harmonia, is also called the Ancient City. It's a city by a large lake, renowned for its scenic beauty and as a tourist destination. The old imperial capital, so it was relocated. It vaguely reminds me of Kyoto, near a lake too. Well, Lake Biwa is in Shiga, not Kyoto. It's a historic city then, I said. Yes, Mother said. It's been held by royalty for generations. About a century ago, the ducal house ruling it was abolished, and the imperial family took direct control. A few years ago, Cloud founded the Philharmony House and became its lord. I see. It was originally under direct imperial control, and Father inherited it. By the way, the Symphonia imperial family is small, so even after founding the Philharmony House, Father remains in the imperial line. If something happened to His Majesty and Elliot, Father, second in line, would inherit the throne. In that case, Philharmony would likely revert to imperial land. But that house abolished a century ago was also royal, right? Why was it dissolved? Must have been something serious. A classic family dispute, the Empress said. The Lord died suddenly, and it came down to whether the mediocre legitimate son from the main wife or the talented second son from a concubine would inherit. The retainers split evenly, and after much conflict, the legitimate son killed the second son. When it became public, they were deemed unfit to govern, and the house was abolished. What a mess. Symphonia follows primogeniture, but this includes women. If there are siblings, the elder sister has inheritance rights too. Of course, the Lord decides who inherits, so the younger brother often takes precedence. For daughters, marrying out is often more convenient. If a sister inherits, she can't marry out and must take a husband instead. This applies to the imperial family, so Symphonia has had several female sovereigns. A capable sister often governs better than a mediocre brother. Some factions, like the anti-imperial group, exploit this, spreading rumors that Sakura, the princess of the Holy Sword, is more suited to the throne than Elliot, trying to drive a wedge between Father and His Majesty. Fortunately, Father and His Majesty are on good terms, and I've firmly stated I have no interest in the throne, so no one in the imperial faction buys it. Unless Elliot becomes a truly foolish prince, no one would push me forward. In that sense, letting Elliot take credit for finding the first sovereign's treasure was a smart move. Anyway, Philharmony, with its old imperial capital, is a territory I might inherit someday. I'd better inspect it thoroughly. What are Philharmony's specialties? I asked. Specialties, Mother said. Nothing in particular, the scenery is beautiful, so it's a tourist spot. There are several noble villas too, the Empress added. Many nobles visit in summer as a retreat. A summer retreat. Like Karuizawa, maybe? Karuizawa Nagano makes me think of Shinshu soba. Wait, does this world even have soba? I haven't even eaten rice yet. I need to summon a diner soon. It seems Philharmony lacks distinct specialties. As a former imperial capital, It probably collected goods from everywhere rather than producing its own. Still, there are some local dishes and crafts. As a tourist spot, maybe enhancing food, souvenirs, or lodging could draw more visitors. Souvenirs, Philharmony-shaped keychains, pendants, or wooden swords, hard to say without seeing it. I'll need to tour the territory first. Many landholding nobles live a dual life, spending hot summers in cooler territories and harsh winters in the capital. The social season runs from early autumn to early spring, so it's more convenient. No one wants to dress up and go out in a crowded, sweltering summer. Summer means the territory in the game. There were no events in Philharmony, so maybe I can relax a bit. No love interests to run into there. A little break won't hurt, right? At the time, I held such naive thoughts. The story moves forward, whether the villainess wills it or not. End of Volume 2.